Hey everybody, welcome to my hangout in which I will be painting these canvases here. There's 5 of them, they are all numbered. I'm going to shuffle them so I have no idea who's getting what, neither do you, ha ha ha. But anyway, sorry for the technical difficulty, so if you're at the event page, you're not seeing this, so sorry. In which case I'm talking to nobody. But anyway, it's live now, so I will be painting this. I'm going to slap some paint on this. Your wax paper, which I'm using as my canvas. I still have no clue what I'm painting, so that should be entertaining. Now, I'm not sure. Can they see you people down there? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know who's watching this. I was going to set up a question and answer thing, except for some reason when I went to go do it, it said this feature is disabled. What the hell? I thought I was going to enable it. Isn't that the point? They make these things ever more confusing. Hey,
Yep.
but we have some new features I have zero intention of ever using.
Well, hopefully, due to the recent reshuffling of Hangout people, we'll see some new changes.
Yes, I heard there's been changes in that.
Well, I'm sure there'll be more opportunity for things to be suddenly different.
Oh yeah.
I don't have a problem with like I can adapt. I just want that suddenly different to be suddenly good and different.
Well, now you're asking a lot. That's 2 things.
We're pushing it there, pal.
I mean, I'm still upset that the fact that Hangouts does not function like, traditional instant messenger conventions. That still bothers me. If something works for 20 years, I know, let's change it.
Yeah, I still think that was one of the single biggest mistakes they ever made. Was
right, like it's really difficult.
With Hangouts was like really, really stupid.
Well, that's fine. It's just that I want to be able to see a list. Like in Gmail, it still works. So if you look in Gmail, you see everybody that's online sorted by online, away, and not available, whatever. And that's how it should be. But in Hangouts, it's like, oh, here's 5 people that you hang out with all the time, and everybody else, you have no idea whether they're online or not. And to me, that's frustrating because it's more about, like, is this person online, then I'm going to send them a message because it might as well be email if I don't know if they're online. But anyway, I didn't mean to derail the conversation. Well, I did mean to, but I apologize.
For a few minutes, that person in the corner. What's his name? I can't. I'm on my phone, so I can't see names for some reason.
Well, there's 2 corners. Well, technically, I don't know where I am because I'm.
It also shuffles differently for each of us.
Okay, Charles. There you go.
Hey,
Charles, how are you? Long time no see.
It's been a while.
So I look like the Grim Reaper coming out of the darkness.
I'm sure anybody who has tuned in is like, what the hell is this crap? I'm turning this crap off. I haven't even started painting. I should have set up my palette beforehand. That would have been, like, smart.
Well, you had to go through 53 Hangouts first. It takes time.
Right. I had to test out all the Hangouts. It's just like... See, this is why I never use the events at all. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll use the events so that people know where to go, and then I screw it all up anyway.
It's a practice thing. This is the first time you screwed up with events. You have many more screw-ups ahead of you. We have to think positively.
You're right.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is not the first time he screwed up with events. Just going by the number of events he's done.
Well, see, normally I don't set up an event in advance at all. I just set up the I just launch the Hangout, and it launches its own event, like this one did. But I thought if I set up the event in advance, because it gives you an option of setting up a Hangout, but not an on-air one. I thought there was going to be a drop-down that said, hey, you want this to be on air, but there was not. Oh, look. Poor Patrick's trying to... No, no, stop that, no. Fine.
It does harmonize well with itself, though.
That's weird because yeah. Poor guy.
I think they just need to be invited to this one because I think
Well, I tried posting the link to this one in the other event.
Right.
It's so strange. I'm doing this from my phone.
Oh my gosh, it's Aaron Wood.
Aaron
I know that
Wood,
guy.
G plus guru himself.
What is this, 2011? What the hell's going on in here?
No, I knew what I was supposed to do in Hangouts in 2011.
I strictly remember you having a beard in 2011.
Lies. That was a Hangout feature, didn't you know that?
It's true. Actually, there is a little toolkit for putting things on people's faces.
Yes, you needed to have a beard back then.
That's right.
Remember the all-beard Hangout?
There are several.
I wasn't in it, but I do remember it happening.
I was in that one.
It was epic.
I made it.
Hey, Patrick.
Hey, Cliff.
Yeah, the whole thing kind of screwed up. It was really my fault for not knowing what the hell I'm doing. For those of you watching, I swear I am going to start painting at some point as soon as I set up all the paints on my.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, not knowing what I'm painting, I don't know what colors to choose. I'm just randomly choosing stuff. Well, not randomly. My subconscious probably knows what I'm going to be painting. I wish I did.
There's a tired one among us.
Yeah.
Done. Nah, they're just being bored to tears by this lack of painting.
No. I've been working my ass off, so.
This is definitely going to have to be all edited in post.
Yeah, this is like the ennui of painting.
I've noticed I have, like, they're all earthy tones. Maybe I'll be...
Yeah. That sounds like a PBS special where the painter looks at a canvas for 30 minutes and just, like, self-hates.
And the camera's not even, so on screen it looks like I'm doing absolutely nothing because the camera's not where I'm putting all the paint. So maybe I should move my paint. Here we go.
Yeah.
See, there is paint coming on here somehow. So I am doing
paint.
It's just all been off screen. Maybe I should.
That's his elaborate army of prep people setting everything up.
All this boring crap.
I just want to say the Wacom Cintiq is so lifelike.
Exactly.
Like, look, they even have realistic medium and everything.
Yeah, let's see which way my regular
Yeah.
is facing and see if these.
Oh, yes.
See, where's my camera? Oh, there it is. See, so I am actually doing stuff. As you can see, my messy background, because I can't aim that damn camera. This is the camera I was using before, which is facing down, which is where all the paint and stuff is. So, hi, everybody who's watching this.
I saw you decided to do something different and wear a GWAR hat.
Yes, yeah, what a surprise. Yeah, I am wearing a GWAR hat, which I got this summer at the barbecue, which was awesome.
So, do you like the new additions to GWAR?
I do. Yes. I think they did a kick-ass job.
I think Cliff likes anything that is GWAR related at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it'll be one of my biggest regrets that I didn't come to go see them while they were in town.
You should have.
Yeah.
It's definitely well worth showing. Well worth seeing. Yeah. In fact, my most recent painting, other than the ornaments, I don't know if you guys saw those, but my most recent actual painting
I saw the
is this one right here of their guitarist.
Yeah, so this.
That's a postulus. Oh. Yeah, so I mean, it'll never be the same, but I mean, it was definitely still GWAR when I went to go see them. They kicked ass. It was one of the better shows I've seen of theirs, and I've been seeing them for almost 20 years.
Wow.
But yeah, they did a really, really kick-ass job. Yeah, Aaron, I'm still not used to seeing you without the beard.
I'm gonna regrow it after Christmas, so still.
Oh my God! I didn't even realize Aaron was here.
He sneaks in like that.
Wow.
I do. I sneak in.
Yeah.
That's that old chestnut man shaves beard, realizes it was a huge mistake, waits for it to grow back.
There have been a few times I've been tempted to shave mine off, and I remember now because I hate shaving.
If I actually wanted to be like clean shaven, I would literally have to shave like daily, and
Right.
like Yeah.
Yeah, mine actually grows in fairly
Thing
quickly.
at the top of my head is almost as boring as watching me put paint on my canvas. So I'm gonna switch back. Damn it! I can't make this thing exciting at all. What the hell am I doing? Oh, I didn't even turn off the camera. Oh, that's wrong button. I meant to go to the options. Am I echoing at all?
No.
No, actually, it's good audio.
Good.
I don't hear any echo, and I am wearing earbuds.
Good, because I remember last time you said there was echo, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. Innocent.
Usually when there's echo, it's always somebody else.
Yep.
Well, the other day they had it narrowed down to me, although I couldn't figure out why.
I usually like to blame other people too.
Oh, see, that's what it was. It was. You know, I'm realizing now I don't think I've ever painted. Oh wait, no. There's my zombie pirate T-Rex dinosaur.
I'm like, this is kind of a late time to realize you've never painted anything.
No, I mean I never painted with my greens. That's why I said never painted the greens before. But then I remembered I did. Oh, those these paints, if I remember correctly, were a Secret Santa gift from several years ago.
Ah, Secret Santa.
Yes, I don't remember exactly who gave me these particular ones. I know the brushes, well, some of these brushes anyway, were from Rappaport.
Rappa. Where's Rappa?
I know I got sculpting tools from Daria, but I don't. The paints might have been from her too, but I don't think so. I don't remember. It was the first year they did it. Secret Santa. Alrighty, now I got my paints all set up, and now I have to figure out what the heck I'm painting. Especially since these are all bought and paid for, so I have to make them like semi-interesting and good. I hope. They are numbered on the back. Let's see this one. So I don't know which order though.
So is this going to be Christmas related or?
Probably not.
Yeah, make it something that someone could display around if they so choose. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, people see my artwork, so it's most likely going to be, Henson, GWAR, Giger inspired. I mean, because that's the kind of artwork I do in general, and so I can't see
Giger
that far from that. So yeah, I don't know.
I'm more of a Henson fan.
A what?
Henson. I'm definitely a Henson fan.
Oh yeah, Henson. God loves Henson. Well, I mean, that's what I liked about Dark Crystal and all those movies.
Apparently, the Henson Company has a off-Broadway musical right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Farscape the musical.
Oh no, it's not a musical; it's a stage show. I apologize.
I wonder if they're ever going to do a sequel to the Dark Crystal.
It's on hold, like lots of things, because I'm sure due to money.
It's indefinite hold, or on indefinite hold.
Right.
I was just reading about.
I was just reading. Not sure if it's north or south.
Yeah, I was just reading a full write-up of all their projects and what's on hold, what's in where, and whatnot. Just like the Fraggle Rock movie, which is that's in pre-production. I don't remember.
Well, a Fraggle Rock movie?
Yes, a live-action Fraggle Rock movie. I believe is in pre-production. If I remember correctly, I don't remember.
Will North Korea stop the Dark Crystal movie from being made?
Oh, they only had a direct interest in preventing the internship or whatever the movie's called. I don't even remember.
Interview.
That's where it starts.
I can't picture that movie being any worse for them than Team America World Police. I mean,
that was pretty bad.
Didn't they stop that as well?
But
wasn't it his father?
Now, but yeah, I think that whole thing was nonsense. Whatever.
Okay, so the Brian Henson stage show is called Stuffed and Unstrung.
That sounds good.
And it's adults only.
Wow.
Improv.
Wait, I think I did hear that.
It's Muppet improv. Well, it's puppet improv.
I think I heard about that.
Yeah.
It does
Isn't
sound
there like something out there like that already?
There is. It's called
funny.
Avenue Q.
Avenue Q. Yeah, it's been here a few times. I still haven't gone to see it. But the Avenue Q got.
That's actually
really
what you reminded me of. You were reminding me of that. Yeah. Anyway, I should probably start painting something.
Probably.
No, since these things are paid for and. All right, people. What should I paint? Any ideas?
How about I don't
Come
know.
on, Robert. What do you think I should paint for this top one?
Kermit the Frog singing death metal.
I'm
But
not.
how do we know that it's death metal?
Kermit the Frog singing death.
He'll definitely need a guitar.
Oh, so now he's gonna have a guitar. Not a
Well, wouldn't it
banjo.
be more of like a black velvet painting, to be fair?
Well, if he has a banjo, how do we know that he's playing death metal?
That's true, because he'll be headbanging with his hair. All that.
So he'll have to do the international rock symbol then.
Yeah. He'll have to be.
He doesn't really have hands like that, though.
No, true. He doesn't. Yeah, that would be kind of awkward looking.
All right, so that might not be the best option. It was just a suggestion of combining,
My wife is a huge Kermit the Frog fan. I think if I somehow screw Kermit the Frog up, she'd divorce me. Oh. When I put my paintbrush down, it just so happened to go into this blue paint, and I didn't even realize it. So whatever it is, starting with blue.
It's fine.
He's in his blue period.
Yes, the blue period. All right, I just
You
got
could paint the blue bird of happiness from Follow That Bird.
All right. When in doubt, and I have no clue what I'm going to draw when I do this on regular paper with whatnot, I just close my eyes and do something. So la 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 la. I don't know what's going to happen here. Something will come out of it eventually.
Paint a blue octopus.
A blue octopus, yeah.
Or a squid. One of the two.
Well,
Or
something Cthulhu based. Yeah.
Cthulhu based.
There you go.
Gotta love Cthulhu. It's almost Cthulhu-ness.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, whatever it is, it's starting with blue. Oh, and a big thank you to those of you who did purchase these in advance. You guys are awfully brave people. I hope that you don't end up with utter crap.
I got it. It's not Cthulhu, it's Blue Thulu.
Blue.
Or Cthulhu. Cthulhu, Blue Thulu.
I was trying to say, which one of the Muppets would transform into Cthulhu best? Would it be like Gonzo?
Gonzo. Yeah,
Gonzo,
Gonzo's already got the.
He went to Gonzo.
Yeah.
There
To
wasn't
be fair, that's more of a nose.
whatsoever. Yeah, there was like zero hesitation. They're like, Gonzo.
Yeah.
I love Gonzo.
Poor Gonzo.
But you know, in the end, it would be
Oh,
Scooter
man.
that would be leading the death cult. You know.
I love in the I think it's in the original Muppet movie where they're talking about like how they're a musical with bears and chickens and whatever whenever they look at Gonzo,
Yeah.
call him a whatever. I'm like,
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever's. Well, whatever this thing is, it looks like it has an eye now.
there you go.
Excellent.
With that shade of blue, you kind of look like you're crossing over into Aaron's Twitter propaganda.
Great. Cthulhu might be listening in.
I came to the conclusion earlier when I was looking for a paper towel to wash these brushes off or dry them off with that I don't really have any left, which isn't good. I have like this one little piece left. Hopefully it lasts. One of these days I'll learn to prepare for class. Nah, probably not. Let's see. I don't know why, but I did not put any. Yeah, it's for me. It's kind of a completely different thing to paint off the cuff like this. Normally, I spend so much damn time planning everything.
Planning is overrated.
It is. It's spur of the moment. Whatever happens, happens. Is kind of fun. Especially since, I don't have to worry about selling it after the fact, since it's sold already. On the other hand, I don't want to disappoint those who already paid, and they're like, oh my god, I hope this one's not mine. And the reason I shuffled them so I have no idea who's getting what is because otherwise the one who gets the one who was the first to decide they wanted one would have been stuck getting the exact first one, and that's probably since I'm not warmed up yet, it might end up being the worst. So I didn't want the first one to jump on actually buying one to get what might end up being the worst one.
Well, you never know. It might be the best one.
It might. That is entirely possible. I had no idea because I had no idea what I'm doing. I wonder how much pre-planning Bob Ross did into his paintings.
It didn't seem like he really did any outside of landscape.
Yeah, but I think the years of experience probably helped.
Sure.
Yeah.
He always had that happy little tree.
Well, I think it's kind of like what you said, where, and I do this too whenever I, sketch or doodle or whatever, where I just kind of draw a line, and for some reason, 45-degree lines and like they appeal to me, so I almost start everything with a 45-degree line or curve.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of go from there based on what that line looks like, and I think he probably does largely similar,
right.
Where he starts with a line and then that becomes, horizon or mountaintop or the base of a tree.
Painting landscapes, when you've painted enough of them, is his work.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think that's all I ever saw him paint. I don't think he never did anything that wasn't a landscape. He did.
Say what you want about the quote unquote creativity of his paintings, but he painted a darn good looking painting in half an hour.
Right. And it was something you could easily follow along with. There was like no question of what was being done.
And he had a calming, soothing voice.
Like, I don't picture the same entertainment value if it was, say, Rothko doing it.
Right.
Here's a giant slab of a certain color. Here, I'll put another one. We'll call it art.
Although watching Frank Frazetta live would be quite the treat.
Well, yes, that would be something completely different.
Like Monty Python.
Well, the outside of Bob Ross, the only artist I ever really enjoyed watching was Mark Kistler.
Mark Kistler, wasn't he Captain Art or Commander?
Commander Mark's.
Commander Mark. Yeah.
Commander Mark's Imagination Station.
Yep, I watched that.
Yeah.
Never even heard of it.
I've been talking about doing a Hangout interview with him for a long time, and I just kind of got busy and.
He's still around because something brought that up to my.
Wasn't he on here? Weren't we going to try and get him in?
We were going. Yeah, we were.
What happened to that?
I just, work got stressful, and it got weird because, I had specific days off, and it was hard to plan, and I don't know. I just kind of got demotivated.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Motivation.
Right. I mean, it's still something I'd like to do because he is somebody it's one of those shows where you rush home from school to watch.
Oh, yeah. I loved that show growing up.
Absolutely. And if I watch videos on YouTube, it actually impresses me the art skills he was teaching to people of a relatively young age, like cross hatching and he was actually teaching. He wasn't just a show. I don't know, whenever I was in elementary school, my art teacher was basically a hippie that had a cart.
Yeah, my elementary school art teacher was dreadful, and then it just so happened that when I was in high school, the middle school ones were great, but then I was in high school, and we had the same teacher I had in the first 4 or 5 grades, and she taught the exact same method and the same stuff that we were doing in elementary school. I'm like, no, this is not working out.
My high school art teacher was terrible. She made so many people turn away from art. Seriously, people just stopped it entirely after having her class.
Right.
Yeah.
Reshare this event.
Pretty bad.
I'm going to reshare the event out.
But I took ceramics 1 through 3 and crafts 1 through 2, and they were all the same teacher, and he was amazing. He was a great teacher.
Yeah, it's weird because my high school, or the art teacher who we had in elementary school, who ended up being the high school art teacher for a while, ended up having a tumor, which is dreadful for her, but was great for the students because we got a better art teacher. Sorry to say that. That's horrible. I know it sounds dreadful, but she should not. Anyway. this Hangout out. I wonder how many people are joining that other Hangout. Like, what the hell's going on here?
Quite a few. I kept bumping into it. Took me forever to find this place.
Yeah, it was really poor planning on my part, and that's because I tried to do it with the events, and that didn't work out well at all because they have this setup so stupid.
What?
I know.
Google Plus, it works perfectly.
It's propaganda.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Right now, it looks like you're making cute Thulu.
I know, isn't he adorable? I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Totes adorbs.
So cute. Needs more blood. Oh, I can't even. Wait, Reddit. What the hell's going on here? Bring it all up. Need some red.
Oh, hey Charles. The other night in Charlie's thread about, I don't know what it was about. I actually I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to
About you.
What's his name about ElfQuest and meeting Wendy and Richard. I had just forgotten if I had asked him that in the past because he's such a huge fan. Like every answer to Charlie's questions always deals with ElfQuest in some way. So, but it's cool that you met him.
All right, let's see.
Oh, something you'll be interested in, Cliff. Have you ever used Quora at all?
I have not.
Sorry.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not familiar with what it is, although I know the name sounds...
It's a question and answer service, kind of like Yahoo Answers, except the people are actually qualified to answer questions.
Nice.
I can't remember his name off the top of my head, and I do apologize for that. The author of Watership Down uses it. Somebody asked a question about Watership Down, and he answered it.
Nice.
I'm like, that is amazing.
Bunny Ship Bunny, as my ex would call it.
What is it?
Bunny Ship Bunny.
Bunny Ship Bunny?
Bunny Ship Bunny.
Nice.
Yeah. I like to think of that as like everyone is crazy. That's like
I've never read it.
Oh, I haven't read it, but I've watched the movie multiple times.
I haven't done that either. I think it's on HBO, though.
It's on Netflix, I think. That and the pseudo-sequel, The Plague Dogs, are totally worth watching because they're just messed up. They're like you ever be watching something and you just kind of get that sinking, creepy feeling? Like, it's like that for the whole movie.
I never even knew there was a semi-sequel to it.
Yes, it's called The Plague Dogs, and it is amazing.
Okay, looking up on Wikipedia right now.
Yeah. I had every once in a while I have a messed up animation night where I'll watch The Plague Dogs, Watership Down, and there's this old movie from the 70s or 80s called The Point that was narrated by Ringo Starr.
I've seen that many times.
Because it's just
narrated by Ringo Starr.
Yes, it is amazing, and it is so weird. It's ultimately a movie about prejudice, but it's really weird and trippy at the same time. So.
Weird and trippy. Now you're definitely speaking my language. Let's see. I'll throw some gray in the background.
Like, isn't it like the guy that wrote the Pina Colada song, wrote the soundtrack?
What?
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Oh my god.
Harry Nielsen, yeah. Harry Nielsen wrote the soundtrack to The Point.
Curiouser?
I'd call it Lil Blue Cthulhu. L-I-L. The tiniest Cthulhu.
Hey, Cliff, I have a tools question for you.
Sure, and I have an answer for you that I have no guarantees will match your question. What's up?
Yay! You're using a sponge brush right now. At what point
I am using a sponge brush. Yes.
At what point do you say this sponge has had enough and I'm going to throw it away and get a new one?
Considering this is the first sponge brush I have ever used, I can't legitimately answer your question.
Oh no.
Oh.
What about with other brushes? I mean, obviously.
It just really happened. It just happened to come in this pack of brushes, which I had brought at like Walmart for $1. So, yeah, I'm not. Most of the brushes I use, because this one had various different types, but I kind of like this kind where the bristles stay nice and together, because I really hate brush strokes. Like these ones are second best, but at least for me. And then there's the ones with the bristles that decide to fly all over the place. And I'm like, no, I don't like you. I have zero or less control over you, and like I know what I'm doing to control it anyway. But like this one's like very fringy, and I don't kind of like that. I like them all together because I like the illusion of some sort of control. Of course, having some sort of control implies I know what I'm going to do with said control, which I don't. In this particular case, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so I can't really answer your question with any good authority at all, so I don't want to pretend that I have any.
What about other tools, other brushes? At what point do you say, no, I'm done?
When the brush is about like this, it's time to throw it out. This brush is probably, I don't even know if I've ever used it. I just opened it up and like, where'd the tip go?
Yeah, that's
might
missing.
Be a perfectly good tip, but you know that's what happens when you buy it.
Couldn't you dip that in like paint and then use it to like dot circles?
Yeah.
I could probably draw with it. I draw with toothpicks. Why not?
Yeah, there you go.
So really, it's when the brush becomes too fringy for the purpose I want to use it for. Like if I'm using something like this, which is more for finer line work, if this starts getting frayed all over the place, I'll just get rid of it because I can't do the fine work I have it for in the first place. Or I'll put it off to the side for some strange whatever use I might have for it. I don't know. I tend to not actually throw anything away.
I was just having the conversation with my mother because she said that, you know, I showed her what I was using for brushes.
And what did she say? You need a bunch of new brushes.
Well, a lot of those look like you could throw them away. And
Was that it?
Okay, Mom, I don't throw away my tools.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't throw it away. I'd probably just maybe move it off to the side and use it at some point for whatever purpose it might serve. Because when it comes to this putting paint on canvas, I mean, not like the canvas cares what you're using.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whatever happens to work for whatever job you have at hand if you know what you're doing in the first place. In this case, I really don't. So it doesn't matter over much what I'm using to accomplish the task. I don't know what I'm doing. So.
Say it, Gene King.
Yeah, I guess if I accidentally forgot to wash my brushes and the paint got stuck in them, I would throw them out. That I've done before. Or if the kids used them and didn't clean them and there's a bunch of acrylic stuck in there and it's just not worth my time cleaning.
Honestly, even acrylic can come out just a little soaking in soap and water.
I know, but you know, I bought the whole pack for $1, so it's not like it's not. It becomes a, is it worth my time and energy?
They are disposable.
But I'm only recently getting into using my acrylics. I've had them for a while, but I'm only recently starting to actually use them. Like there was like, I don't know, about a year or two between paintings previously, where I was pretty much exclusively digital for a long time. Now I'm starting to branch out more into traditional mediums. I'm doing more marker work. I'm doing more colored pencil work. Because I used to do a lot of colored pencil work, and then I just started getting really frustrated with it because it was just taking so long, and I could be pretty specific about detail level because I like doing good details, and to do that with colored pencil was becoming a pain and very time-consuming, and it wasn't until more recently where I realized I can do work with markers and colored pencil and to achieve the results I want way faster. So now I've been doing that more. So yeah, so now I've been doing more traditional work. In fact, now I'm getting more rusty on the digital side.
Oh no, go back to digital too.
Well, I do both simultaneously. I'm working on a large project right now, but it's been taking me months. But it's because when this thing is done, it's going to be this. It'll print out the size of a door. But that's for somebody. It's for somebody. It's a commission piece. So, which I swear eventually will be finished if you're watching. But yeah, that can be very memory intensive. But But they're
I don't think it looks
a lot
anything
of
like
that's actually more photo manipulation than it is digital painting. I'm digital painting as well, but a lot of it's photo manipulation rather than straight painting.
Is this painting here a part of your Cuttlefish of Cthulhu set for GWAR?
Not quite. No, but I have painted the Cuttlefish of Cthulhu before. I have. Oh, no, rather it's colored pencil and marker. It's right here, in fact.
Oh yeah, nice.
So that is the that's the original. I sold prints of it, but that is the original one that I had framed. Oh, that's not going to hang up back up there. I'll hang that up later. Yeah, I mean, GWAR is without a doubt one of my favorite subjects to paint.
Yeah.
And you know,
and they're just awesome people.
They're just awesome all around. I can't say enough good things about GWAR. And it's cool because now it seems that cosplay and that whole genre is picking up major steam, which is really cool.
Have you ever cosplay yet?
Not yet. I do intend to start my own costume.
Yeah, you were talking about getting some clay.
Yeah, I do have some stuff I want to do, but I haven't had the chance to do yet, or rather my time has been previously occupied with other things. But yeah, I would love to get into doing some of that stuff.
Designing a costume is an artistic project in and of itself.
Yes. So I do have ideas for one, but I just haven't actually. I started doing some prototyping with cardboard, but I haven't actually built a costume yet. But I do intend to. It is on my to-do list.
Well, if you ever want to come and make my wheelchair into a Davros wheelchair, let me know.
That'd be cool. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And then
Davros. Okay, I was trying to figure out who that was.
The creator of the Daleks. Come on.
Yes, the Daleks. Yeah, I've been doing who art myself.
Lucky, I didn't even notice you. Because I'm not actively looking at the Hangout. I just noticed you joined. How are you? Long time no see.
You know, health is where it is. I'm sure you've read my latest on that.
Yes, yes. Wait, are we actually seeing a live feed of you? Normally, I think the last couple Hangouts I've been in with you, it was just a loop you had going.
Well, yeah, that's because I had problems with my previous camera.
Ah, got it. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've been in a Hangout with you where you were actually present. And
well, before the camera broke, I was in a couple, but yeah. But then you did that the picture of me when I had the loop going, so that was fun.
Yes, because I remember that one.
So, Cliff,
yeah, now that my baby is older, I could start hanging out a lot more. For like the last year, I haven't hung out all that much because, you know, I have a infant. Well, not an infant anymore. She's over a year. So now that she's older, it's easier to hang out more.
Well, hangouts in general have been dropping off, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think it's because they start going downhill when they combine them with chat. Let's be realistic. And
yeah,
it made them much harder to find. They keep adding bells and whistles and make them run a lot slower and harder to use.
Yeah.
So, Cliff, something I meant to ask whenever you were talking about brushes.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, to bring it back to Bob Ross, like one thing I always really loved was his use of the palette knife.
Yes.
Like to me, like before I knew anything about art or painting or anything, to me it was almost like magic.
Yeah.
What you know, how he could turn something into from nothing into like a tree or a mountain or a reflection.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the palette knife. I've never actually used one. I don't know if it works so well on acrylic. I think it's meant more for oils. I believe he painted in oil.
Yeah, I think it's good. There's a local artist here that goes and buys up old, those prints that they put in like hotels and apartment buildings and stuff.
I know what you're talking about.
And then he'll add like Cthulhu monsters like peeking up over the mountain or coming out of the woods.
Yes,
Stuff like that.
yes, I know what you're talking about as well. Yeah, that one, I like that one though. I like when I've seen those. Those are pretty cool. Yeah, I like when people do interesting stuff like that.
I've thought of doing something similar to the paintings in my apartment building because a lot of them are just getting really kind of old and faded, but they're still just sitting there. And it's like I'd love to be able to just go up and add little things to it, but I would probably get evicted.
I'm probably going to set this painting aside shortly and then work on it again a little later.
I like it. I love the eye so far.
Yes. Right. It's a beautiful eye.
Since I don't, that way I can get even more warmed up and figure out what the heck I'm going and look at it again with fresh eyes after I'm completely warmed up, and I'll be like, hey, maybe I can do this to it, make it even more awesome. Because right now it's kind of meandering and like, I don't know where this is going, land. I do like the eye, and there's something going on, and I'm sure it'll be okay at some point.
Eyes are so hard to do. I mean, to get a good eye. I mean, that's a brilliant detail. I love it.
Thank you. Eyes are one of my favorite things to draw. In fact, I think this next one might just be a giant eye. I love eyeballs. Eyeballs and eyes, they're pretty cool. They're one of my favorite things to draw, period.
Oh, y'all. It's very short. I gotta get going because I'm about to drop.
All right.
You all have a good night.
All right, take care. Thank you for joining.
See you.
Bye, William.
So yeah, eyes are one of my favorite things to draw. And I notice it definitely. I completely ignore the actual light source when I go to put the highlight in. I almost always put it in the upper right-hand corner, regardless of where the light's coming from. And I know that's wrong, but who cares?
But I can figure out how to get this thing to.
It's like, how do I leave? How do I leave?
You're stuck here forever.
Yeah, I'm pretty much stuck. Let me.
All right, that's.
Okay,
We'll watch you go to bed. We'll watch you sleep. We'll make fun of you.
No, that's all right. Y'all have a good night.
Certainly wouldn't be the first person to sleep in a hangout.
See ya.
Drop penis on the forehead.
Spread some gray paint around this canvas.
I think gray is an underutilized color.
It is.
Well, it's a good base.
And this time I added water. The other was pretty dry, but this time I'm using a little bit more water.
It's like primer for painting a car.
Yes. And I actually used a big brush. This is rare for me. Well, when I did that postulus painting, I think I used a big brush. And it's interesting because that one came out completely unplanned at all. I just so happened to have... I looked at my palette of colors I had left over from painting an ornament, and I'm like, I could probably pull out a decent postulus with that painting. And so, yeah, just because I didn't want to waste the paint, I decided to paint it. Hey, Delphash, how are you?
Yo,
Long time no see. How you been?
pretty good. Can you actually hear me?
I can actually hear you.
Yes.
When you're speaking. When you're not speaking, I can't hear you so much.
Awesome.
I can hear
I've
you
been
when
good,
you're
man.
not
Been
speaking.
good.
Yes.
Robert can hear you either way because he's a telepath.
Yeah.
So as long as you're thinking, he can hear you.
Wait, is it telepath or psychopath?
Both.
Sociopath.
I'm pretty sure both apply.
High functioning sociopath.
I don't know about the high functioning part.
I wish I was high functioning.
I think you might be stretching it there.
Being generous.
Talking about primering of cars, you ever see a car and it's got the primer and that's like the permanent paint? Like, that's where they stop. And at one point I was like, I hated that. And now they've managed to make it even more annoying. Because like now, have you ever the plastic dip cars? They take plastic dip for like tools and stuff and paint cars with it.
Cliff drawing boobs.
Come on now,
A boob.
Terrible.
Unnatural shape for a boob.
Cliff's drawing unnaturally shaped boobs.
That's more like.
Yeah, the ones that are like pressed against the,
They need to be like
Or
pressed against the
something, right?
window there, but even so, the nipple wouldn't be in the exact center.
If that was, it would have to be a bolt-on.
Yes. I actually hate it. But since you like
It's like a
it,
stick figure boob.
yes, it's a stick. I think you might be right.
So is anybody actually, drawing while we're hanging out here besides Cliff?
I do not know. Is
Well,
it?
you can't see where my hands are, so.
There aren't any artists here.
I'm currently sculpting while I watch.
Ah, there is an artist here.
Yeah,
Lies. Sculpting's not art.
it is.
What?
It's lovely.
Lies.
No, I ended up having to give all my art supplies and calligraphy supplies away when my health problems reached a point where I could no longer even hold a pencil. So the last piece I did was I used my calligraphy, the last of my calligraphy ink, and did a Mother's Day gift for my mom. I did a nice fox on papyruses. It was pretty good.
What happened to your wrist?
Hmm?
You said it was your wrist or your hand?
I have a degenerative muscular disorder.
That's unfortunate, to say the least.
It's life. Life is pain.
I can't even imagine not being able to draw or paint.
Well, it was when my body first started shutting down. It was really difficult for me at first. I went through a couple of years of depression and so on. But it's like now I've got to the point where it's like, you got to accept the things you can't change. But I used to jump out of airplanes when I was in the Air Force. I used to teach kendo to the kids in the neighborhood. I used to skateboard. I used to dance. I used to do all kinds of things. And then suddenly I was unable to even walk. And so now I spend most of my time in a wheelchair and so on, but I still keep myself amused. That's what life's about. You gotta keep trudging ahead and find the things that you can do and can appreciate.
I don't know. I like to think that as long as I can watch YouTube, that's like,
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're good to go.
Well, I mean, think about how entertaining YouTube is, really. I mean, come on.
That's actually the only thing that Stephen Hawking does now, is watch YouTube.
I would imagine, right?
He doesn't even do any theoretical physics or anything, or anything in the cosmos.
You know what? He's good for it.
Yeah. He just watches old Carl Sagan videos on YouTube all day long.
Yeah.
Well, he lets you think it's Carl Sagan, but really it's looking at the cat videos.
Okay, guys, I gotta get going. It was fun. It was real.
Nice to meet you, man.
I feel like it was like 3 years ago. But,
Take care,
I will. I'll take the care. The care is here, and I'm taking it.
You're
with
taking it with you.
Yeah.
None for the rest of us.
Well, that's good. Then there's no pressure to do anything good with the rest of this paint.
No care left.
I'm just sharing out this link to this video. So
I also dislike that they took away the sound that people make when they leave. I know this isn't on air. This isn't on air, but they do for the regular Hangouts. They've done that too. So.
I know it's so annoying because I used to rely on that feature to know when to look up and realize somebody else joined the Hangout.
Right.
Exactly.
I was stuck into this Hangout and I look up and oh hey, more people joined.
Yeah, you just have to sit back and wait for people to say something.
The other thing Stephen Hawking does is trash talk people on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what he's doing, and he just doesn't let on, is that he has 5 other voice boxes he uses. So,
he's trolling. That's what he's doing.
He's trolling everybody, and no one knows it's him because he has a trademark voice. He's just using a different one.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Well, I've always said that Stephen Hawking is our reality's version of Davros, and Brian Cox is Our Reality's version of the Doctor.
See, I know nothing of the Doctor at all.
Am I the only
Join the
Doctor Who
club.
fan in here? What the hell?
I can't picture you being the only Doctor Who fan.
You know, I think
Usually it's me who's the only one who isn't a Doctor Who fan.
right.
And that's just because I never watched it at all.
I haven't watched it all either.
And so with that many years to go through, I'm like, yeah, that's going to take a while. No, thank you.
You know, I think there has to be some kind of term for not. All right, I can't take a show seriously whenever it's as foam rubbery as Doctor Who is. Now, I'm sure that I could get into it if I enveloped myself into the universe enough.
Wait, what do you mean by foam?
Low production value.
Well, that's the classic Who. I mean, nowadays, the new Who.
No, it's still pretty. It's still pretty foam rubbery by my books. Like I'm used to Star Trek. I'm used to Star Trek where it takes 5 hours to put somebody in makeup.
Yeah, it's funny because my son, he's been lately been big into Power Rangers, which is something I never got into at all ever. When I first saw
Actually, as an adult, I watched Power Rangers.
when I first saw Power Rangers, I'm like, hey, that's not Voltron.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's funny because it's only very, very recently, as in last week, that I realized Voltron itself isn't Voltron. It's Goline from some other larger universe that was just never translated properly.
Voltron was actually the combination of two different Japanese TV shows. They just combined two parts together.
So they can sell more toys. Yeah.
And Power Rangers was
Voltron itself. The first run of it, the Lion ones, is Goline. That's what it is, which is a smaller part of a larger Japanese thing. And then Voltron, the second season, the ones with the cars, that was taken from a completely separate IP.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Goline was actually there was a lot more of to that world. They were just different robots with different things. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I was just reading up on that. And the only reason I knew about that is because I just happened to be reading up on The Goldbergs, which is one of my favorite sitcoms. And I was reading up where he was talking about stuff that he was actually into in the 80s when he was a kid. And one of the things he mentioned was Goline. And I'm like, what the hell is that? So I had to look it up. I'm like, holy crap, that's Voltron. And so then I just went through and read the entire Wikipedia articles on that. I'll do that. I'll just look up stuff on Wikipedia. I'll just get lost for hours.
Yeah, not everything from the 80s or childhood holds up.
No, you're definitely.
I just recently tried to watch the Transformers. I used to love it as a kid. I don't agree with the new films from Michael Bay. I mean, the last one was horrid.
Oh.
And sorry for anybody who thought it was great.
No, the first Transformers was the first Transformers film was good in a it could be worse kind of way.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to extend that same privilege to the sequels.
The second one was okay, but the third one was a pile of crap.
With the second one was the entire premise. I'm sorry. So let me get this straight. You're in with the government, you know an alien species, but you're going to go to frickin' college? You got a hot girlfriend. What are you going to college for? You're not going to college. That's just not happening. And you're certainly not going to transform behind. The whole premise of the second movie was just plain stupid.
Well, no, in their defense, the second movie is actually kind of based on some of the comic book references of where they start going into higher education. And they actually did that in the comic book. It was just terrible in that, and it was terrible in... well, it kind of made sense in the comic book, because in that universe...
To another medium does not make it a better idea.
Right.
Well, what
the idea was dreadful. Let's copy it.
I mean, the story was, mediocre. But what bugged me was the stupid little shit that they put in there that was obviously just, oh, look at us, we're so edgy, tongue-in-cheek. Let's put truck balls on the back of this. So, oh, look, a transformer with testicles. Oh, that's so
I never watched the sequel because of that. I never actually watched any of the other movies because of that.
I did happen to see the second one in the theater, and at the time of first watching it, I did enjoy it. I'm not going to lie. I did enjoy it. It wasn't
Right.
until after the fact I'm like, I can't watch this ever again.
You know, any wounds the first movie left me with, like the thing that Optimus Prime says at the end, his little monologue, that made everything okay. I was like, all right, I can see how this could be all right. And I mean, they got the original voice of Optimus Prime, so that's
Right.
cool.
That's like one of the coolest things about the franchise is that they, I was kind of annoyed that they changed out some of the cars just so it was all the proper make of who was the sponsor, but
Yeah.
that was kind of annoying. Damn it, Bumblebee should have been, Bumblebee, but
He should have been a Volkswagen. Like,
it was, I mean, otherwise his name makes absolutely no sense. That's where he got his name from.
To be fair, I guess they couldn't really do the Transformers in its original incarnation, because then it would have been like cultural appropriation, the movie.
Yeah. Herbie the Love Bug meets Voltron.
I haven't watched the newer Herbie movie. Was it any good at all?
No. Not at all.
I didn't have any drive to see it because I never really liked the Herbie movies that much. The originals.
Growing up, I loved the Herbie series. I thought it was great.
I loved lots of Disney's films.
Some of them were fun, but I mean, they're not like rewatchable now. So.
no.
I haven't seen them since I was a kid, so I don't want to rewatch them because I'm afraid that I'll look at them now with adult eyes and be like, "What the hell? How did I like it?"
It's like Old Yeller, I can't. There's no way I could watch Old
I
Yeller.
can't watch He-Man. Not in its original incarnation. I look at that and I'm like, "Oh my God, how did I?"
I will say that I think Cartoon Network's reboot was pretty decent.
Yes, their reboot of He-Man was great.
I actually avoided
their reboot really worked. The animation was so much better, but the plot was the same.
Yeah.
I liked how they didn't change the story; they just updated to better graphics.
Yes.
So yes, I think that was a reboot done well.
Yeah, I actually avoided it because I was afraid that it wouldn't hold up to my nostalgia.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the problem with watching old stuff is a lot of times it doesn't hold up to nostalgia.
yeah.
There are some things that do, thank God. But,
What holds up?
out of nowhere, have you guys ever seen or heard of Mio in the Land of Faraway?
A long time ago, yeah. That was a friend of mine's favorite movie.
I loved that movie growing up, and then I hadn't heard of it for like a decade or more. Because they used to play it on HBO periodically, and that's where I heard of it, and that's where I used to watch it. And all I could remember at the time of it was, I remember Christopher Lee was the bad guy. I'm like, what else isn't a surprise? He's the bad guy and everything. But and I remember the guy going, the hero or whatnot, traveling to that other world on a floating head's beard. What an awesome premise. I mean, it was just such a bizarre movie. So,
oh my God, I remember it now. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
that brought it back. You're like, oh, that movie. You remember it now. It's like,
shit.
and it's interesting because I just went through. They have the whole thing up on YouTube, various different clips. So I went and rewatched it, and some of it, didn't hold up, but a lot of it, I think though it was since it was pure nostalgia, it brought back so many memories of growing up watching it. Sure, the story is ridiculously simplistic, but it was meant to be ridiculously simplistic. Some of it kind of creeped me out a little bit. In the storyline, like when he meets his real father and his dad starts calling him by the name he gave him, and the kid's like, "But that's not my name. My name is this." He goes, "I've been searching for you for all these years, and each time I've been searching for you, I've been called Mio. Oh, Mio. So you see, I know what your name is." I'm like, that's creepy. It was just really creepy, the delivery. Yeah, that was kind of weird. But the movie itself, I found it enjoyable, mostly because it was pure nostalgia.
Yeah.
And it has Christopher Lee in it. Where can you go wrong there?
Hey, Christian Bale's in it too.
And yes, and Christian Bale is the best friend.
There you go.
And in fact, other than Christopher Lee, I think he's the only one who went on to do anything. I didn't recognize anybody else in the movie at all.
I was gonna say, nostalgic movies for me was probably Howard the Duck. I watched
Wow.
that the other
I love
day.
Howard the Duck.
Oh my God, that movie was so good, and it actually it's still good. Like I watched it the other day, and I laughed because it was designed to be slightly comical, which it was.
Yes.
I mean, everything about it just held up. It was exactly what I wanted to watch.
Yes.
I'll say that I don't hold the same kind of vitriol against Howard the Duck that a lot of people do as far as movies go.
Why do they? I don't understand why they would hold anything bad against Howard the Duck.
Because people are not able to see something like, for example, a universe of ducks. That's something people can't. People aren't creative enough to be able to accept that.
I accept it.
I think also part of the problem
I embrace it.
Movie, which it most certainly is not.
I welcome our duck overload.
Exactly.
I think if somebody went into the movie expecting something geared towards children, they would have been, shocked and disappointed because it certainly is not.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if you got into the movie and you hadn't read the comic books.
See, I never read the comic books. I didn't even know there were comic books up until a few seconds ago.
I mean, yeah, I know that they didn't do the comic book. They didn't do the comic book in the same way. Like it didn't look the same as the comic book at all. But
I'm glad I didn't know there was a comic book.
Yeah, it was actually done by Marvel.
It was an all right comic book. I wouldn't put it, top of my list or anything, but it was, a bit of amusing, distraction kind of fluff.
Right. Yeah. It was and I liked the fact that it was geared more towards kind of like adults in that time frame, because there weren't a lot of comic books that were geared towards adults during that era. Like even the
1986
was like a Leisure Suit Larry type of just for kids.
It's weird to say that it wasn't a kids movie when I in fact watched it as a kid.
Yeah, but still.
Well, I think that's part of the problem with Hollywood. You can make more money with a PG-13 film than you can with rated R. Or, like, for example, Deadpool is going to be coming out. It's probably going to be PG-13, which is not what the character was meant to be. I mean, I'm sure
His name is Deadpool. Yeah, it's not meant to be.
Well, I trust the people involved. I mean, Tim Miller is the creative director at Blur Animation Studios, who does,
Who's acting?
What I find strange is because from
Ryan Reynolds is going to be Deadpool.
Oh, no.
No, that's a very good thing.
Yeah,
but what I don't understand is...
Does he get a mouth this time?
They're not. Here's the thing: Ryan Reynolds doesn't have to act
Deadpool as he was depicted in the other movie, because
Wolverine.
That Deadpool was completely wrong because Deadpool's a wisecracking.
All right, so there's actually a script out there that you can find or whatever, and I read the Latino Review did a review of the script, and at one point so the Deadpool from the X-Men movies is a character in the movie of all right, so the Deadpool in the X-Men movies is a movie character in the Deadpool universe. So Deadpool basically kind of exists in our universe. And they poke fun at Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds plays himself in the movie too. It's going to be total fourth wall breaking, chimichanga filled,
so it's going to be Deadpool, basically.
Yeah.
So it has a chance of being good, is what you're saying.
So apparently, Deadpool. At one point in the script, Deadpool goes out into public, and he staples a photocopy of Ryan Reynolds' face to his face. Yeah. So it's supposed to be pretty on the ball. And
I'm concerned, about how much they're going to downplay the ultra-violence aspect.
Well, if it's PG-13, I mean, they will be to some degree forced to do it. But I mean, if you saw the teaser, at one point has Deadpool holding onto a severed head. So,
do
we really need to target the 13 and up crowd? I mean, Deadpool was my generation's comic. I mean, do we really need that audience?
If the rumors are true, and they probably are, and Spider-Man's returning to the Marvel fold, then
You mean from Sony?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The hackers did something good?
Well, the hackers aren't responsible, but they may have accelerated it because because the hackers leaked a bunch of emails, some of which were negotiations with Marvel to get the character of Spider-Man back.
They need it back.
Right, no, absolutely, but
It's back.
now Sony's in a position where they can use the money. So, it's most likely going to happen, and it makes sense since Spider-Man is integral in Civil War, which is, of course, where Ultron is set, or the next Captain America film is set during the Marvel Civil War. So and then if they have Spider-Man, they have their PG-13 slot filled. So I think they can do a smaller Deadpool film. Do it rated R, and they have lots of money. I really hope they do rated R. The fans would love it if they did. But the problem is Deadpool is Sony though. So
we need somebody because Wolverine, they totally cheesed Wolverine. Number one, he didn't need to be the face of X-Men, and number two, I hate the fact when I see him hit people with claws and they do flips. This is completely unrealistic.
I agree. I mean, here's the thing that really kind of sucks about it. The actor that plays Wolverine absolutely loves playing Wolverine.
I think he makes a good Wolverine too.
Yeah, and the fact that he's in movies like you say that kind of downplay his character is very frustrating for sure.
It is.
I don't know. I don't know.
I do think they did a better job with the second Wolverine movie than they did with the first.
I haven't watched any of the sequels. I was so I haven't watched any of the standalone Wolverine films at all because
the second one was good. The first one was
they're both okay, I'd say, but neither of them I would put in the high art category. I mean, Hugh Jackman was really the only good part about the movies, I thought. I mean, the second Wolverine movie, dealt with a flash in the pan storyline that happened in the 80s where he becomes a samurai for no apparent reason,
And Liv Schreiber is great. It's just, the thing I can't get over is Sabretooth running the way that he ran was completely hokey on a wire. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Sabretooth is supposed to be scary, not, corny.
Not hovering, I'm gonna.
Well, his Wolverine is at least better than the one they put. I mean, his Sabretooth is at least better than the one in the X-Men movie.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
I just think that.
I mean, that Sabretooth was dreadful.
I don't know. I think Tyler Mane was okay. I just think the movie itself was not.
I mean, the character himself was just dumb.
Well, yeah.
Now, X-Men First Class. Now that was crap. That was a complete waste.
I really enjoyed X-Men First Class.
X-Men First Class was a decent movie.
There's some endearing qualities to it.
Yeah, I was going to say there were a few redeeming qualities, but not my favorite.
I don't know. I really enjoyed it, and part of that is because, what's his name? Fiennes? Is it Ralph Fiennes? Is that his name? The guy that played Magneto. The movie became... He made the movie into a serial killer movie, one of those ones where they follow the serial killer, and that I didn't expect that. In the middle of watching this movie, all of a sudden, Wolverine or Magneto, and really showing the they do that great thing where they get you to root for a villain.
They did do a lot of that dynamic really well, I thought, but the storyline I didn't really like. I liked a lot of the interactions between the characters, and the character development was decent, especially between, Xavier and Eric Lensher. But it's just
sure.
But on the whole, I mean, the characters they brought in, Havoc was good, but Havoc is Scott Summers' younger brother. Why would he have been a member of the X-Men before?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the stuff, the continuity stuff, you just
And they screwed themselves because Inferno, they could have done Inferno, and that would have been amazing.
But I mean, they screwed all that stuff from the get-go.
First class idea of these movies in general is that they're following along an entirely different comic series than what we're familiar with.
Exactly.
But it's you got to view it like a what-if universe.
If you actually followed the end of the original X-Men series to its conclusion, where Onslaught destroys everything and it's rebooted at the very end by a little child
what's his
the
name?
son of Richard and Susan Storm. He resets the entire Frank. Is it Frank? I don't remember what it was. He resets the entire universe, and then all the heroes reappear. But his perception of the heroes was different than what was actually real. And it's like you get to see a younger version of Iceman because if the little boy met Iceman and acting as Iceman did, well then yeah, he would of course saw Iceman as a young guy, as a young kid.
Sure, and Franklin Richard was only like 4 years old, so...
Right, exactly. So his perception made this new universe.
Yeah.
From that, they actually made a whole new series, and all of the characters are rewritten through that series, including Spider-Man, who's also younger than what he was in the original comic books as we've known him. So they planned all the movies based off of that universe, called the Ultimate Universe.
Yeah, I mean, when the Avengers came out, and when all the different tie-ins, it's like most of those are, it's like Black Nick Fury, the gritty feel of Hawkeye, and so it's like that was all from the Ultimate Universe.
Well, to be fair, they kind of had to make Hawkeye gritty because before that he was like every other person with a bow.
Yeah.
Well, kind of an asshole with a bow. Yeah, he was Marvel's badly done take on Green Arrow.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But even with that said, Green Arrow's just, Robin Hood with a little blonde beard.
All right, so my major comic book, experience is the animated series, the DC Animated Universe, Batman Animated Series, the Animated Adventures of Superman, Justice League, and Justice League Unlimited, which that's 10 years of consistent episodes, and I've seen everything. So, that's where I get most of my DC knowledge, is from there. And in
those animations are fantastic. I love it.
For the longest time, I've decided that Marvel is good at making movies and DC is good at making animation.
I agree.
Because I will say that Batman Under the Red Hood is better than any Batman film that's ever been released.
That's right. I agree. I would agree.
And I put that above Year One.
Yeah, but do you put it above the old Batman and Robin TV series from the 60s and 70s?
I definitely enjoy the campiness of that, and Adam West, in a lot of ways, will always be Batman on a certain level.
He's like a certain kind of crazy. He's like a Will Shatner kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, him and Will Shatner both do pauses as it's been named, right? So.
Oh, God.
I'd like to see the two of them
in a movie together. Just screen share.
I love that Adam West is either.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Right now, I have myself doing that. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I'm watching it, Cliff.
This move that you're drawing,
the audience,
looking more and more, kind of sinister.
Oh no, I just love that Adam West is either. What's the word? He's either arrogant enough, or he's or if you ever notice, there's a lot of characters in TV shows named Adam West, where he plays himself, and he's always completely insane.
Yes.
Yeah,
Adam West was a character in Johnny Bravo, and of course he's the mayor of Quahog on Family Guy, and Adam West was a character in The Fairly Odd Parents on Nickelodeon.
Yes, he essentially just plays himself.
Yeah, he does, and he's always insane.
Plays whatever the campy superhero is.
Right. Plays Catman in Fairly Odd Parents. Which, there's this episode of Fairly Odd Parents where their comic book hero is this guy called the Crimson Chin, who's voiced by Jay Leno. And at one point, they do a reference to all the different Batman creators, where they pull in different Crimson Chins from different time periods, and they all perfectly emulate the Batman from the time, and it's so great.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think Kim Possible did a storyline with him too.
Oh wow.
I might be wrong about that though.
And that's getting almost to the level of the Munch universe. Are you familiar with that theory?
The what?
So on the TV show Homicide: Life on the Streets, and now Law and Order Special Victims Unit, there's a character named Detective Munch. The character of Detective Munch has showed up in literally 100 different TV shows in different networks. Like he's been on Fox TV shows as Detective Munch, and so they're basically saying that every single one of those universes is combined, is one universe.
Right.
Is the
that could develop into a bit of disturbing. I don't know, psychological issues for the character.
Well, we all know this is really just Bob Newhart's dream anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, absolutely. You know, I'm getting a definite Eon Flux kind of feel from that eye.
I love Eon Flux.
I'm still looking at it as if it is a boob.
So are you gonna put the fly on there as well, and then it'll be set?
So you like it when your boobs stare back at you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, not your specific.
Oh yeah.
That'd be kind of.
Well, you
Yeah,
know. Well, yeah.
Even
They're always saying, my eyes are up here. Well, now we know better.
Yeah.
I know.
Wait. I know somebody with the perfect costume for you.
You should this should be like a tribute to Clockwork Orange.
Is this an eye cliff?
An eye cliff? That sounds like a new app.
If it is, are there going to be veins? Because there needs to be more veins.
Yes, there'll be veins.
Awesome.
It's so vain. It probably thinks his painting's about it.
Oh, hey, Cliff, I just thought of something.
What?
I recently picked up
Glad one of us did.
an art pen.
What kind of art?
Surprised somebody didn't voice this for me, actually, but I recently picked up the Intuos art pen, the one that has the barrel rotation sensitivity.
How do you like it?
Dude, it's awesome. It's like working with real brushes. Like, if you can look at my screen share, you can see my actual brush. Just like I'm rotating the barrel and the brush stroke is shifting, as well as, I mean, this is, Photoshop CC, so it's
What kind of Wacom are you using?
it's the Intuos 5 or Pro or whatever it's called
Is
now.
that their newest version?
Yeah, I think so. It's either their newest version or the one right before it. I think it's the newest one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're up to because I know I'm several versions behind on my Cintiq.
Oh yeah, but it's a Cintiq. It hasn't changed. You can get the pen that I'm using for that, and it'll work on that too. It's just amazing how, like,
well, the new Cintiqs used a different pen. I can't use a new Cintiq pen. I accidentally ordered the wrong pen off of Amazon one time. I got it. I'm like, what's this? I can't use this.
well, this pen is actually made for the Intuos 4. So
Yeah, the Intuos 4. Yeah, those the same.
so it should work.
Same pen as the.
Yeah, I actually, since I don't do art for a living, I bought a I'm not going to say knockoff because it's not really a knockoff, but I bought a tablet from another manufacturer.
Dun dun dun.
You bought a knockoff. Go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah, I was saying you bought a knockoff. No, go ahead.
Oh no, it's actually
What
really.
manufacturer was it?
Huh?
What manufacturer was it?
Oh, I got a Monoprice.
I've heard about them, but
the Monoprice is actually an IC Logic tablet, which is pretty dang good, really. I mean, it doesn't have 2,048 levels of sensitivity or whatever it is. I think it's like 1,024, which is way more.
Mine is. Mine's 1,024.
Yeah.
Newer ones are higher, but
it doesn't have tilt sensitivity or anything like that. But other than that, it has a really nice, it draws a good line. It doesn't have any jitter.
Yeah.
I like it, and it's really big. Because I have big brush strokes whenever I do use it.
That's what she said.
And it has those hot buttons, which I never use.
Yeah, I don't use the little buttons on the side of my my Intuos either.
But it's nice to have in case I need it, because then I can just take it out.
no, you don't use them at all.
It's
Huh?
useful. It's useful if I decide to take my Mac off into another room, plug it in, and just plug in my Intuos and just paint in that room without on my keyboard or mouse or anything. It works, but not my favorite.
What I would like, I'm really liking the new pens that are coming out for tablets, like the iPad and things like that.
Oh yeah, man.
Because that excites me a lot. Because then you don't need to have something as expensive as like an Intuos to have that kind of functionality.
I actually somebody bought one of those for me for my for Christmas this past year. Like literally, as soon as they came out, they were like, "Oh, here, have one of these." I was like, "This is so cool! I can actually use my iPad and like."
Yeah, I watched a video from Wacom, which I always hate saying the name Wacom.
Work on the iPad, are they good?
It's pretty good. It feels like it says 2048 levels of pressure. It's great, except that it doesn't detect the first 10% of pressure. I found. Other than that, like once you've got the line going, you can let up really, really light on it, and it'll get a really light stroke. It doesn't have like tilt sensitivity or rotation sensitivity, but it has the pressure sensitivity.
No, I never use either of those anyway. I never use tilt or rotation sensitivity, so it doesn't really that wouldn't bother me at all. But yeah, I was curious.
It's good. It's good.
Because I mean, eventually my Cintiq will eventually crap out, or the screen will get so scratched up as to be not usable. Thankfully, hopefully that's far off. But when I do have to replace it, I'm curious what my options are.
Hey, when you feel that the glass is no longer it's no longer usable, you send that Cintiq to me because I have a plan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll remap the glass. I'll remap it with a new glass panel, and attach it and such, and then I'll have a free Cintiq basically. It'll cost me like $100 for the glass, and like a few hours, like maybe 10, worth of like deconstructing and reconstructing. But whatever.
Guys and gals, I have to go. My goddaughter apparently has had some interesting progress with some recent health problems she's had, and she wants to tell me all about it.
All right.
Well, a 12-year-old telling me how she pooped. I'm like, yay, I guess.
They really love telling about that stuff. They do.
It's important.
It's one of their favorite topics.
It is.
True
All
story.
right, guys. So I will see you all later.
Take care. Thank you for joining. It was good.
Nice meeting you, Blackie.
Bye, kids.
All right.
And then there were however many people are in here. I don't know.
Well, there's still like 5 of us, right? 6.
Right.
6.
You know, Cliff, I think the reason why I originally got this tablet, I think someone on YouTube reviewed it.
Yeah,
they gave it. I think it was Mark. I think it was Mark Crilly is the person's name.
Possibly.
He's
I know which video you're talking about, or at least I think I do.
Yeah.
What's the tablet?
Well, it's a monoprice. I don't know, 12 by 8, 8 by 12, whatever. I don't know. It works really well for me, and it costs $40.
Right.
Which that's amazing. It's $40. That's like, and you know, the thing that held me off of getting a tablet. Like I had like the first Graphite or whatever.
Is it more akin to an Intuos, or is it more like a Cintiq? Like, do you draw directly?
Oh no, it's like an Intuos. However,
because they make one that's like a Cintiq.
Yes, they do, and you can actually buy it on Monoprice, and it's not that expensive.
Yeah, so I thought that's the one you were talking about.
No, this is just
for somebody who has one of those, so I could, you know, like not like somebody who's just reviewing it on the interwebs.
Right.
Because I'm curious how those ones are like. Because when I replace this, I'm going to replace it with another Cintiq-like item. I don't want to go back to the detached mode.
Sure. Well, you wouldn't want to.
No. There are some people who do. There's some people who switched from one to the other and then immediately went back because they didn't like the having their hand block their artwork again.
Mm-hmm.
I, for one, like that. I'm so used to it that for me, when I had my Intuos, it was just so awkward. I mean, I was okay with it, but nowhere near what I am with the Cintiq because of my way of working.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite things about the Intuos Creative Stylus for the iPad. That's by far my favorite thing. Is that it's like drawing on paper. Like where my hand is, I can see where the pointer is actually touching exactly where I'm going to get my line.
Right. Yeah, the disconnect of doing it the other way is just weird for me.
It was a lot of people say that. I don't know if it's because I like grew up with a computer, like as far back as I can remember, but that was never an issue for me.
Yeah, I think it's just something that it depends on the person and how their ways of working are. I think it just depends. But I think this painting is pretty much done. I'm going to go back to the side shortly.
Looks good, man.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I didn't have that on a layer above my background.
That's what I get for not cleaning my brush right. So there's a
What's
little green in there.
layer? Let's set this one to multiply.
So, this one I think I'm going to call done. What do you think?
Done.
Done.
Nice.
Oh wait, it's missing something. It's missing my signature. Which I shall do. Marker.
You know, that's what's great about living in the age of things.
Actually, I think I'm just going to sign it at the end when it's dry, so I can.
In the age of what?
Living in the age of YouTube and Amazon is that you can check out whether things are good before you get them.
Oh yeah.
Like
Except for the case of the people who bought this painting, because they have no idea.
Well, you can look at it. And
I don't even know. You know, I'm not even sure if that's right side up. Because on the back there is a thing. Oh, good, it was right side up. What about the other one? I guess it doesn't really matter which the top is.
It's a square.
I know.
Everything's the top, man.
But I mean, like the way I'm looking at it, since the back of them do have labels on them.
Yeah, you should like paint in like diamonds, in like the diamond orientation.
I think that would probably. Yeah, that'd be. Okay, so there you go, like that.
Yeah.
All right, Robert. Since you said just paint in diamond rotation, I am painting diamond rotation. I also still don't know what I'm doing for this one, and I will go back and finish that first one in a little while because ideas are swimming in my mind. And since I'm going with a theme here, since there are eyes, this thing will have eyes as well.
There's definitely a theme now, that's for sure.
Yes, eyes. The eyes have it. I like to draw eyes, so it was not a big stretch.
Do green here.
I'm going to use
it's kind of that
brushless paintbrush here.
The perfect paintbrush.
Yes.
Get a little experimental here.
Bristles.
Yeah, this feels really weird. There'll be an eye there.
I know, it's like painting with a stick of wood.
Exactly.
Hey, that's what I'm doing.
I have a gift for metaphor, what can I say?
You're real good, but this one will be a bigger eye. La, 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 la. Yeah, this is kind of... Maybe I could just do it all a dotted one. This thing shall be all stippled. No, I think that would annoy me.
You should like be like the pips on a dice, on a die. Be like, all right, it's done.
Yeah. I think it would annoy the crap out of me if I tried stippling this with this tool. That would.
You could probably sell it for more if it was just like 4 dots on a square.
You're probably right. I've seen some of those paintings that seem to go for a lot. Well, first I'd have to come with a long-winded BS reason on why it's art.
You know who's an artist who charges a lot of money for their art that is subjectively or not very good. I guess it depends on who you are.
Yeah.
Clifton Collins Jr. Just recently said something, and now I can't remember who it was. It was Val Kilmer. He has an online gallery now, and he's selling paintings, basically, literally.
Wait, Val Kilmer?
Yeah, Val Kilmer. It's like he's got a paint stroke with a big brush,
Nice.
and then a big spot, and it's glowing, and he calls it God, and it goes for about $7,000. Right? So it's wild how he's not established. We only know him as an actor. He's not established as an artist.
Of course he's going to sell.
But his art is like, 8, 10, 15, 16,000. It's like these arbitrary numbers. I don't understand where, it's like I'm famous, so one day I sculpt something and I can just put a price tag, anything I want on it. It's so weird. But you should go check his work out.
No. I liked Val Kilmer. I don't want to check.
I like Val Kilmer, but his art, wow.
I'm trying to find a gallery. Oh, I guess that maybe this is it. I don't know. Like I think here's one for $100. Here's one for $600. I mean, yeah, it's definitely what I would, Have you ever seen? Let's see, what's it called?
Modern art.
Can you ship me a link or something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess.
Alkilmer.com/shop. That's probably quicker than,
Yeah, okay. All
than
right.
actually copy and pasting anything. Actually, he did one of Mark Twain that's actually pretty darn good. Oh, it's a T-shirt.
Oh,
It's only
it's a t-shirt.
It's only I'm sure it's actually a painting too. He probably didn't actually make it, since it's from Mark Twain, which is a stage show that he's in. Yeah, he actually only has 3 paintings on here, and they're like $250 is the most expensive one, or $160.
I'm gonna try to find that link.
Yeah.
You know
Not
who
that this one
Clifton
that's
Collins? You know who Clifton Collins is, right?
I don't think so. No.
No.
Okay, you remember that guy? Did you watch Pacific Rim?
Yes.
Yes.
You remember the tech who runs the Jaegers from the big, the control center? The Hispanic guy. That's Clifton Collins.
Gotcha. I'll be right
He's
back.
been in like 15,000.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna switch out my rinse water, which has gotten extremely dirty.
I am going to go grab a Coke Zero.
I'm gonna mute myself while I go do that. Talk amongst yourselves, kids.
Awesome. So what are we going to talk about?
Well, I have something to talk about. Delo Fash.
Yeah?
What is your name and how do you pronounce it?
Delafash.
Delafash?
You got it.
Okay. What are you working on, Delafash?
I'm just sketching, painting, some fun stuff, whatever.
Yeah?
No, I mean, it's not for a game or anything. It's just I was doing some studies. Well, I should say studies. This is all stuff from my head. I was just sketching, trying to study some figures, forms. I guess a portrait.
Oh no, I've recently taken the same kind of approach to art that I take to whether or not someone is or is not a gamer. I read something recently that says if you play video games, then you're a gamer.
No. That's the stupidest thing is if you take pictures, you're a photographer.
Well, I don't mean that to discredit anyone who obviously puts a lot of time and or effort into it, and there's certainly varying degrees. But it doesn't. I tend to not try to discourage or otherwise put down somebody for their art. Like, I mean, if I don't like somebody's art, you know what I'm going to do? Not say anything.
Just don't say anything, right?
I don't need to say anything. It's not my. I'm going to be like, that looks stupid. It's like I'm just not going to say anything at all because why?
Right.
It's like I don't leave hateful comments on YouTube.
Good.
Yeah.
I play being an artist. I play at the piano. I play at gaming. I just play at.
I don't consider myself an artist. I really don't. Despite my business card clearly saying I'm an artist, I am not.
It's like recently, it's kind of gone down a lot. But whenever bit strips came out, so many people complained constantly about them. And do you guys know what that is?
I think they were genius. I think they're a genius idea, truthfully.
Right. Well, and I explain it to people. It's like, well, lots of people want to be creative, but they didn't necessarily have the skills or the knowledge to do it. And now there's the tool set for them to be creative. Maybe it's not in the way that we would like, or maybe you consider it to be tacky, but it's something that allows them to experience that feeling of creativity and
right. See,
creating
there's nothing wrong with tacky. I like tacky.
And one thing that I did like about the bit strips is there's like a level of absurdism to them.
Yes.
Like you'll hit randomly generate, and then it'll be like one of your friends will be like in a flower pot, and it'll be like, Craig is a plant. I'm like,
I've never tried them at all, so I have no idea how much creative control you actually have. Like, when you're making one, are there preset characters that you decide do you pick like one that looks the most like you, or can you create them like? You create people in them.
You create your own, and then all your friends create their own as well. So then they will basically just randomly, if you select them to, they will randomly show up in your strips, and every day you'll get like 5 strips that are randomly generated. and you can also create your own if you want with your own situations.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I couldn't tell from some of them whether they were just generic situations or and then people captioned them to fit whatever they wanted or how they work.
I think what they're doing is whenever somebody creates I think when somebody creates a situation, they if it's upvoted a lot or gets a lot of likes, then that situation probably becomes something that other people then randomly get. So that's the only way. I can't imagine that they just randomly generated all this comedy gold.
Yeah, because some of them are great. What I like seeing is how people view themselves.
Right.
Notice that some people, look something like them, but as if they dropped 50,000 pounds. Yeah, because I know there's like some people make themselves look similar to themselves, but more like an idealized version of themselves.
Right.
Which I find kind of silly. But maybe that's because as an artist who specializes in or did specialize in caricature, they're basically downplaying the coolest parts about them.
Right.
I mean, I
downplay.
always find that funny when people, like, when I'm doing artwork of somebody, they're like, oh, can you make this less that or that more that? And I'm like, no, because then A, it wouldn't look anything like you, and B, it wouldn't be as cool.
Something you should check out, Cliff, there's this company now that makes dolls, like plush dolls that look like you.
I think
they're called selfies. And they look pretty neat. Like they have a definite art style to them, so they all have a similar look. But they definitely do copy like different, features and stuff. Pretty, it's almost uncanny in a lot of ways, and it's great because
you send them like a forward shot and a profile shot.
I don't know. I didn't like look into it too much, but it's like $100 for like this little custom, plush doll. And I don't know. It looks.
What I'm thinking of isn't plush. It's actually, I think it's computer printed.
I have found the link, Robert. So if you switch over to the chat, you'll see the link there.
Yeah.
Okay, looking at it right now myself, in fact.
And that is what Clifton Collins shared with everybody through my Facebook stream. And this is where I get those gigantic prices.
Sure. Yeah, apparently he does a lot with God.
God,
it's like a thing.
Like eyes.
I hate to say it, supply and demand. If there's enough demand, maybe he's justified in those prices.
Maybe.
I mean,
30,000. Look at Pink
it's just
30,000.
See, that's the thing, is that if somebody's paying, it's justified. Period. I mean, there's
right.
And
I mean, here's the thing.
And that's the thing with art, especially. I mean, there's been ones where, hey, it's a giant canvas with one solid color with a line down the middle, and it's sold for several thousand.
How many people who don't appreciate art at all have art because it's the thing to have?
Right. I mean, when you're talking about art at that price range, it has nothing to do with the art. It's the status symbol.
Right. It's the fact that Val Kilmer made
status symbol. Hey, I got this one, and you did. I have so much more money to piss off than you.
Yeah, so I own a Val Kilmer.
My favorite one. My favorite one is definitely the one that says, "I tickled Lou Reed."
Yeah.
That was actually really good.
I'm like, all right, he definitely has some level of creativity here that I can, I mean, it's a style like, all right, you guys, I'm sure you all saw Exit Through the Gift Shop.
No.
Oh my God. You seriously haven't seen Exit Through the Gift Shop? Is a kind of mockumentary / documentary / I have no idea. That's directed and written and directed by Shepard Fairey and Banksy. And it's supposed to be about this guy who suddenly decides he wants to make a documentary about Banksy. So he starts following all these different street artists, and like he does a bunch of tagging and stenciling and all this stuff. Meets Shepard Fairey. Shepard Fairey introduces him to Banksy, and it suddenly becomes very absurd. And
he wasn't a real person.
Huh?
I always thought he was not real.
Who, Banksy?
Yeah, I always thought he was just like an urban legend.
I saw some things saying that Banksy might actually be a woman, which was interesting.
Yeah, I didn't think it was like, I thought it was more like a collective person, sort of like anonymous.
Right.
Not like a real individual.
Banksy is pretty much the most famous street artist.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, have you ever seen those street arts that are very like posterized? You know, like black and white silhouettes.
Right. They're stencil art.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen his artwork. I just didn't know his name.
It's crappy stencil art. It looks like junk.
You know, I don't know. I don't know that I.
That's just all subjective. It is.
Right. I kind of like his stuff, you know, or Banksy's stuff, however. But I mean, I don't know. I personally like it, but you know.
Well, I was thinking like it's more about a statement, generally speaking.
Sure.
Than
his are all very political.
About, because it's not about the art at all at that point. It's about the statement.
Right.
It falls in line with the same kind of ideology of like, okay, we're gonna spend money on a $30,000 Val Kilmer just to say I have Val Kilmer.
Ah, you've seen the Pink Passion.
Yeah, I saw the Pink Passion though.
Yeah, I know what you mean by a statement. Like, I watched a thing, a documentary on Netflix called Damnation. Have you guys seen that? It's really good.
No, I haven't.
It's actually about all, you know, the eroded infrastructure and the some of the dams and whatnot that are getting knocked down. It was really, really good. If you haven't seen it, you need to watch it. But there's this artist who basically rappels off the side of the dams, and he draws things like a zipper or like a zipper dotted line with a pair of scissors to say, you know, cut this one down. And you know, amazing stuff. I mean, it's not about the art that he was drawing. It was about the statement, about the message.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, it's so much about the statement, like, and that says a lot about what art really is. Because there was a book I was reading about what art is. Oh God, I wish I could remember the name of it, but it was amazing. Really hard to read. Very, very difficult.
Well, you know, that's kind of one of those eternal questions. You know, define art.
Yes, precisely.
You know, I mean, and I'm not saying there's no right answer. There's a lot of right answers. And
what art is extremely simple to answer.
Oh, go Cliff.
Art is stuff an artist does. Case closed.
I generally
someone who makes art there. You know,
I generally define art as a creation that provokes an idea, concept, or emotion.
I'm trying to see how you been.
Yeah, provocation of emotion is generally the drive that makes art, or what people define art as. I like that description most.
Right.
But there again, like, the art that I do typically is for selling a product. So
you know, that's just that's the same thing. You know, you're trying to convey trustworthiness, or you're trying to convey action. You know, I consider commercials to be art personally. Like, if I see a commercial and I actually want to watch the whole thing from beginning to end.
Or I feel like I should go buy the product. Yeah, they did a good job.
I don't know that
Do you ever feel like buying a product? I have never in my life watched a commercial and connected with a product. I've never done it.
Some video games.
See, I used to be of the opinion that's what commercials were for, and I thought ones that were of products that everybody's heard of, there's no point in continuing to advertise it. But that has nothing to do with their purpose.
Well, no, it's about mind share.
Right.
Like, for example, like, no one's like, I'm drinking Coke Zero right now. Love it. One of my favorite things. Nobody's like, you're not introducing Coke to anybody.
Right.
Everybody knows about Coke, but you know what? If they only have one can left, they might remember to go buy it. You know. So I mean, it's about
or like, so when you do want a soda, and your brain just spits that out as the one you're most
right. It's the most common. It's the most recent memory. Basically, is the goal of a commercial.
So those Viagra commercials.
Right. So
that's exactly what
those are increasing in frequency quite often.
Right. Or are you going to go for a Cialis?
I mean, where else are you going to go?
They've been doing their share of
Hello.
Whereas, because I recently, about a year ago, switched over to Geico. You know,
right.
Just because when I happened to need new insurance, pretty much they were the first ones I checked. I was going to check some other ones, but I tracked them and their deal was good enough. I'm like, you know what? Sold. I didn't even bother looking at any of the others because.
How old are you, Cliff?
How old am I now?
Yeah.
I am 36, I think.
And how much do you pay in insurance if that's not too?
God, I honestly don't remember off the top of my head.
Is it full coverage or liability? That's a good question.
Well, at the moment, it's just liability. I took collision. Well, on the one, it's just liability. On the other ones, it's
how many cars do you have?
One we have to have collision on it because it's not technically ours yet. So yeah, when you're still paying off a car, you have to have collision on it.
Okay.
I always heard that Geico was more expensive than most of the other ones.
You know, it depends, and really, I'll tell you this: there's no guarantee that any particular insurance company is going to have the least expensive option for you. I mean, because every company is a little different as to how every company does their underwriting a little bit better. I used to work at Esurance, so you know, I kind of figured out. You know, I wasn't licensed, you know, so I'll go ahead and point that out. But you know, insurance is definitely interesting. Like I had Geico for my personal insurance, and then my rate went up. So not due to any fault of my own, just for whatever reason, and I switched to Progressive. Whenever I shop for insurance, I go to the site that has the least obfuscated sign-up process. So basically, I want to be able to sign up in a few minutes online, or at least get a quote quickly, and I want it to be an accurate quote. So I tend to go with the ones that are really high up on the food chain whenever it comes to online services, like Geico, Progressive, and then maybe I would go with Allstate. I've had negative experience with State Farm and the traditional you know, insurance companies, the ones that, you know, there would be an insurance carrier in your town and you would physically go to their building. Like those people, I always have terrible experiences with.
Yeah, I had Allstate at one point. I think that was the first place I ever had insurance with, and I never.
My mom had insurance with Allstate. Yeah.
Yeah, I never liked I did not like their whole setup. I didn't like their customer service was dreadful. The fact that they wouldn't accept cash when you were going into the building to pay. I'm like, I'm here right now. Here's cash. Oh no, we need to check our money. I'm like, what the hell do you need to check our money order for? Here's cash. Good for all debts, public and private. You moron.
I'm 20 years older than Cliff is, but I remember when we first started, my brother and I both started driving, my parents had Prudential insurance for the house, for the vehicles, for life insurance. So when we started driving, all of the other companies were giving us some really high rates for teenage drivers.
Right.
We went and talked to Prudential where my parents already had all their insurance, and we got fabulous rate with them because it was part of a plan for the whole family.
Yeah.
Right.
But that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, those all-inclusive things are actually still around, and it's pretty good.
Well, generally speaking, that's bundling is the way to go, unless you have that like one person in your family that has like 5 DUIs or something.
Right.
Wow.
Right, but if you're on your house and your car and your boat.
Yeah, thankfully both my wife and I have 0 points at the moment, but for a while, like we had to get the higher end insurance.
Well, you know, whenever I used to work in insurance, people would call and they would be like. They were at the car lot where they just purchased their new 2013, you know, Mustang or whatever, and then they get the insurance quote and it's twice as the cost of their car payment, and they're like, and they're asking me like, you know, don't you think this is a little absurd? And I'd be like, unfortunately, you know, this information is based off of your, you know, your past insurance history, your credit report, your age, where you're located, the zip code you live. Maybe you should have checked that before you purchased a car.
Yeah, the fact that credit report has anything to do with it annoys the crap.
Well, it's going away. That's something that's going away. It's not going to be used very much longer. And to be fair, it doesn't have that much of an impact, especially with places like Esurance and these like I would say it has less of an impact for the ones that you see online.
Right.
Like anything that has a lot of online components to it is probably not going to take credit too much into account because it doesn't really it reflects on
your ability to pay the insurance, but not necessarily like your driving ability.
Right. Right.
It would make no sense to charge somebody more because they are less able to pay.
It depends
or because they're
on
more
if they're paying monthly. If they're paying monthly, yeah, you get more upfront, so you get a bigger percentage of what you actually expect to get. So that's the reason why that would matter.
I mean, like, it might make a difference if you're like, okay, they're less reliable to make their payments, so we're going to charge them more per month? That makes no sense. But on like, I don't know.
Well, it'd make more sense for them to just ask for a bigger chunk up front.
Yeah, to ask for a bigger chunk up front. That would make much more sense to me.
But yeah, it's like adding late fees. It's like, no, you morons, I couldn't pay you in the first place. You think I'm going to be able to pay the late fee? I don't think so.
I've had the same insurance company since I started driving.
Wow.
USAA.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, that makes sense. Like you're going to change from them.
Not going to change.
Manufacturers for a while, because I work for a factory. But then I forgot if my wife had too many points or something had happened or we missed, we couldn't pay with something happened and it lapsed. And when I went to put it back on, I couldn't because it had lapsed.
It kind of looks like a beat. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud.
That's okay. I'm glad one of us is. I'm not thinking at all. I have no idea where I'm going with this at all. I got some floating eyes. I'm waiting for the paint to dry so I can put the white on top of it.
Isn't it like in a glacial cave or something?
I have no idea. It's very abstract.
It looks like it's in a glacial cave. Like all the ice is pointing towards the middle, like pathways and such,
Yeah.
and you've got like little.
What's going on with this thing?
So,
I'm gonna wait for the paint to dry and come back to it.
Yeah.
So one of the good things about the Val Kilmer art is that it ships with you through UPS with insurance. So whenever they destroy it on the way to your house, you can get your money back.
Yeah, you'll be sure to get your 30 grand back. Awesome.
30 grand. Yeah, I know. That's.
But look, okay, so I agree that art is subjective at best. Just whether it's music or because I tell myself that on a daily basis. You go back to your roots, but I think to me it's about effort. If you spend zero effort into doing something, you just take a paintbrush and you slap some stuff around, I can't call that art. I really can't, because that person's intent is not to be. He's just throwing paint. He's not. There's no purpose. There's no defined intent to me.
But maybe he's trying to capture the emotion of that moment as he's dropping that paint against that canvas. Can you tell? Can you tell I'm a marketing aficionado?
Right. Well, I love marketing, but Val Kilmer. All right. So Val Kilmer stuff isn't thrilling me. It's not, but maybe it is for somebody.
Is it thrilling you? I mean, are you going to pay $1,500 for Untitled?
I would, but to be fair.
Well, see, first of all, I don't have that kind of scratch on me in the first place. Second of all, if I did, I'd be buying GWAR props made by the slave pit.
I love his honesty, man. I swear.
Yeah, because if I had thousands to spare, which I don't at the moment, although if lots of you buy my art, that might change. Hint, hint, hint.
If I had thousands to spare, one of the first things I would buy is there's this company that makes boots for like Renaissance fairs and stuff like that, called Son of Sandler. They make they make these leather boots that have a lifetime warranty on them. That would be the first thing I would buy. That would be because that's the first excessive thing that I would almost buy right now. But it's
how much are they?
Like $500, $600. Well, they're between $500 and $800 depending on which ones you get.
But they have a lifetime warranty?
Yeah, they have a lifetime warranty, and they mold them to your feet.
Oh yeah. Hey, if there's molding in the process, $500, that's worth it.
We decided a long time ago if we ever got filthy rich, there's a young artist in our town who we would become patrons for her.
Why, is she filthy expensive?
Probably because of the inverse, to be honest. I would assume.
We would like very much to set her up in an apartment in Berlin or Paris or wherever the young.
So you're talking about adoption. You'd like to adopt
I paint for this one.
Kind of. No, I want to be her patron.
It's like her sugar mama without like anything else going on.
Sugar parents, yeah.
Well, I mean, like if you look at all the Renaissance artists, they
we're
were.
just gonna buy you everything you need to be successful. Now be successful.
Well, I mean, if you looked at like Renaissance artists, they were all like the artist for a king or the artist for like some rich person, you know. So, like, and I don't know, like, has that really been like a thing for a while? Like, I'm trying to think of any recent examples I can think of where something like that.
I can't think of anybody recent, but that is something that
well, I'm sure Elvis had people.
Truly appealed to me.
What to paint? What to paint?
Actually, you want to talk about that kind of existing? They made a whole movie out of it, The Blind Side. Quite literally, like, he was an impoverished, like, young man who just happened to, like, fall into the right situation at the right time. I've actually met Michael Oher. He's a nice guy.
That's a football player?
Yeah, the football player, yeah. I mean, that's kind of an example of what you're talking about. That's a true story. It actually happened. I've actually met him. He's genuinely just a nice guy.
Wait, who's that?
Not, and, like, honestly, I mean, this is going to sound terrible, but, like, I've met a lot of darker-skinned Americans in my lifetime, and generally they have a tendency to have a similar kind of attitude and way of acting. He didn't have any of that. Like, if I hadn't recognized the fact that he had dark skin, I would have just assumed he was a plain white guy. And that's kind of, like, racist sounding, but honestly, it was really cool. I kind of respected that. Like, I found that refreshing, considering where I've come from and lived and seen it in my lifetime.
Where do you come from?
I live currently in a suburb area, Salisbury, Maryland, but I was living in Baltimore for the last decade. So, yeah, I meet a lot of low class.
You know, I think the key word there is class.
Yeah, that's the problem though. But what I'm saying here is that the tendency in my experience has been more of that particular archetype of person being that way than most other archetypes of people. Like generally speaking, they had less class, and I don't know.
I know that Cliff is a big believer in the concept of class warfare. You know, something we talk about all the time.
What is it?
What?
Class warfare.
Well, I mean, you know,
class warfare, but you know,
I
think a lot of people bring up race, where I think the problem they're actually referring to is class.
Exactly.
I think that's a lot where people are you know, like, oh, they're just picking on them because of their race. Like, no, they're picking on them because they're poor. It has nothing to do with their skin color. In a lot of cases where people try and play the race card, where it's the class card, and I can think a lot of times I heard their argument and just further divide people.
Yeah, and that's been a really big. The racial issues have been huge lately, which is why I'm kind of tiptoeing around that whole issue, is because it has been insane. Like, there are people rioting in my fucking town, rural town of middle of nowhere Salisbury. Like, people rioting about race.
I personally don't get it. I mean, I grew up in a military family, so I was the minority. I grew up around Hispanics and blacks everywhere, and I was the guy that was like, you know, the outcast. Now, the things that are going on in Ferguson and, you know, I mean, I get it if I was there and I saw it happen, you know, things like that would enrage me. But,
you know,
go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. Well, I was just thinking that I've never seen it before, so I really don't understand. I mean, I live out here in the country in New York, and yeah, at the later point in my life, I've seen a couple of Yahoo freaking hicks, you know, cracking a couple of jokes. But that's about the extent of it. I've never seen somebody go face to face, you know, throwing words and talking trash, or actually physical violence.
I see it on a daily basis my entire life.
Well, I'm from Indiana, so I mean that's a big,
Yeah.
I mean that's part of the reason why I'm glad I'm not in Indiana anymore. I mean, people here are really conservative, but they're not racist. So, at least not towards the normal.
You could be specific. Come on, we're all friends.
Well, unfortunately, the particular culture that has a low class, a low income problem here is Native Americans. So, people tend to get confused, again, the difference between class, or social standing and race. It's not really, really bad, but it is a thing. And it's not definitely as bad as racism was in Indiana. I can't imagine what it would be like growing up in a place that is, is known race, a known racist culture, area like, Alabama or Mississippi or something like that.
Oh God. Oh, I went to Mobile, and my friend, right, this was like a decade ago or 15 years ago, I don't remember.
Sure.
But he came up from Mobile, and he asked me to come down because his sister was in the hospital or something like that. And like I said, this is where my family retired, is a military area, and so he was African American, and I mean, to me, I don't see color, I don't know anything about race or racism, so he's like, hey, you want to come down? I was like, yeah, Mobile, Alabama, I've never been there before, so went down there and hanging out on the porch with him and his cousins. And the first thing I see, a cop literally like pulls up and stops and just sits there for like 30 minutes. And I look at him and I'm like, what the hell is going on? They're like, it's because you're white. And I'm like, it's because I'm white? Like, where did I come? And they're like, well, no, it's because you're white and you're hanging out with us. And I was like, oh. Just amazing.
Oh man, I was driving around in downtown Baltimore. I went down over to the east side of Baltimore, and I'm heading up back to my house, and I have to pass through a neighborhood that is pretty well known for selling for heroin dealers and such. But white people don't drive through there, and I got pulled over. These cops are like, "What are you doing down here?" I'm like, "What are you doing? What do you mean? I'm headed home." They're like, "No, you're not. You're down here for drugs. Where are you going?" I'm like, "No, I'm headed home. I live that way. Like, I have to take this to get to 40, take 40 all the way up, and then get off in the middle of her." They're like, "All right, we don't want to see you down on this side of town again." Are you serious? Like, did this really just happen? Like, white people don't drive on the east side of Baltimore. What do you know?
You are banned from east side of Baltimore.
Oh man, it cracked me up though. I was like, wow, all right. Guess there's that.
Yeah, I mean that's I like I said, I mean I don't even get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand why.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just, sorry. No, I just thought you say, you talk about, being in a military family. I mean, the military has an entirely different, like, class and culture of respect and honor and dignity and all that. So, I mean, that would certainly, that would certainly, give you a somewhat different experience for sure.
Yeah, and the fact that I was the only white guy, so. Like out of thousands of kids at school, like I'm one of, I don't know, 20 or 30. So it's like the reverse. And I don't know, when you grow up that way, and then you come back to the United States, and you're told that it's the reverse, and you're just kind of like, what? It's the wildest thing in the world.
Oh, that was an interesting conversation. This head is so skewed. Wow, I should have used some reference or something. I should have at least looked at it before I started painting it in.
Yeah, you gotta.
Don't you hate that? Like I when I was young and doing artwork, I used to never use reference for anything. absolutely anything. If I couldn't do it out of my head, it wasn't worth doing.
Yikes.
Obviously, my ideas have changed since then. Or my thought of how my artistic approach has changed. And reference is hugely important. And the thing that taught me that was because I am a digital artist, and my main focus is animation and 3D modeling. So that taught me that without reference, I mean, there's just no hope. You're not going to be able to, create a tank. You could do the surface of the tank, but the underlying, elements of the engineering, you're going to fail at. You're not going to know where the screw goes or the nut goes or the engine, how that's laid out. And, depending on what you're using the model for, you're going to need those internals. So, hugely important reference.
Yeah, if you're going to need those internals, you probably should have the reference for it.
Exactly.
Unless you're an engineer, of course, that happened to be making tanks for a living your entire life already. I guess there's a possibility.
This was going to be one thing, but I didn't like the way it was going, so I'm changing it completely into something else.
Something interesting. So Robert, I don't know how long ago he joined the Hangout.
Wait, Robert who?
De Jesus? Did I pronounce that wrong?
No, it's right, yeah.
No, I seriously, I follow you on DeviantArt.
I did, actually.
No, I actually follow him on DeviantArt, and I've never talked to him or seen him on Google+.
Wow. Yeah.
No, if I find somebody and I like their style, I like his cross-hatching. I like his shading. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I recently followed. I think you did like a bunch of Disney characters or something like that recently. Let's see. What was the reason I followed?
What was the reason you followed?
I know, right?
Inquiring minds would like to know.
I have too many tabs open.
This was going somewhere completely different, and then I'm like, you know what? I don't like the way this is going. I'm going to flip it upside down. It's going somewhere else entirely.
So, Patrick, do you work in digital with like modeling programs and such as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Maya and ZBrush were my two main ones, but there are certain things that you have to use, like After Effects for when you're doing compositing. So there's lots of like little programs that sort of definitely Photoshop.
Addendum programs that you're going to need to be familiar with. That's true for all 3D modeling, I found.
Exactly.
I was messing around with ZBrush at some point.
I've always wanted to try ZBrush.
Oh, have you guys not tried ZBrush yet?
I've never tried ZBrush. I've tried Sculptress, which I didn't like at all. But
oh yeah, wasn't that from their site? It was like a
they bought this
to be like a ZBrush wannabe, like a light version of it or something like that.
Well,
but the way it was weird.
All right, so Sculptress was actually just it was a guy's pet project. He was not even he wasn't even involved with the ZBrush people or whatever, but apparently he came up with, so whenever you make something in ZBrush, it has to create the polygons, that it's actually made up with, and I guess he created a really efficient way of doing that, so they bought that software and hired him on as an engineer. So
I thought he was connected to it somehow.
Yeah, and then they released it for free. It was originally supposed to be like a beta version of his software that would eventually have a paid version, but he ended up getting hired, and then they just kept the software available free. I don't know if they'll ever update it, but it's pretty awesome for a free piece of software.
True.
Yes, I never got the hang of it.
Right.
I mean, isn't it basically the whole Dynamesh process that ZBrush runs?
Well, I mean, I guess the simplest way to think of this is that, have you used anything like Maya or 3D Studio Max?
I used 3D Studio Max back a long time ago.
Yeah, me a long time ago.
Well, basically, the way those programs work is that they're very good at doing very efficient handling and rendering of polygons, but they're very very low res.
Yes.
Typically when like what happened was in like 2004, as ZBrush started gaining traction through movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, Bill Nye's character, the octopus guy.
Mm-hmm.
That was his tentacles. That was all done in ZBrush. All the depth and all the bump maps and depth maps and the shadow maps were all done, and displacement maps were all done in ZBrush, and then translated to an animation program done in low res, like in Maya, so that the only time that they make reference to those high-end billion-plus polygon depth maps are during the actual render time and not the actual animation. So, like, basically, they're great. Like, when I was working with ZBrush was really good at organic modeling and really bad at doing hard surfaces.
Hard surfaces. Yeah, that would have been an early ZBrush era. I did some...
3. It was 3. That was the last one that I was using.
So you have the newer versions?
Yeah, no. And those features look fantastic. A lot of their new stuff, oh my god.
Yeah, their newest version, like the 4R7, blows me away. Like, I want to mess with it, but I just don't have the money to spend on it, and I'm not going to go dig out a cracked version on my new...
Plus,
like, I had a cracked version on my old computer. I didn't care because I knew I was going to be replacing the computer. But, yeah, not on this.
Plus, it's nice to use software that's not owned by Autodesk.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know, because Autodesk has a... I'm a big fan of Autodesk for...
I love their Sketchbook Pro.
Yeah, Sketchbook Pro and CAD and things.
I don't have the newest Sketchbook Pro, but I really want it. I just haven't gotten it yet.
I think things like CAD and Maya, those and 3D Studio Max, like 3ds Max is great for gaming, and Maya is definitely geared for film, and CAD is obviously the standard when it comes to doing very accurate computer-aided design.
Yeah, it's an engineer's
exactly
best friend.
I don't know. I know a lot of people in the game industry that use Maya, so I think it's all down to personal preference and which software was easier to pirate when they were 17 years old. That's really what it comes down to.
No comment.
I pirated software. Anybody who didn't like, but the thing was, I pirated it so I could learn it so that.
Isn't this on YouTube right now?
Yes, this is live streamed.
I'm not endorsing it or anything, but I do think that the industry, I do think that the industry largely does count on it because that's how they get new employees, and then the company they work for pays for the software because they have to, So like they make sales in that way, and the fact that they've moved to a subscription model tells you that's exactly what's going on.
Exactly. Precisely. That's why I was such a huge fan of the subscription model. Like, it makes so much more sense to me. Like, I don't feel bad about having this software and only paying $10 a month. I feel great, and like it feels okay, and it feels.
Who else is doing the subscription model?
Autodesk has a subscription model.
Do they?
Well, Autodesk, I think you can do either or at the moment.
And I just checked. Modo also has a subscription model now.
Oh yeah, I like Modo.
I know a lot of people really into Modo, and apparently
I've never used it.
Yeah.
Scott Robertson talks about it on his vids a lot.
I think Modo and ZBrush, they were battling out for like a long time for the supremacy, like which one is, and the industry chose ZBrush, but Modo is a fantastic.
Modo is more of a a modeler and less of a topography tool. To me, like Modo is like the spiritual successor to Lightwave.
Right.
Conversely, I almost know nobody who uses Softimage.
Oh yeah, XSI. That's pulling some big names out of the past there.
They're still around. That's what Blur Studios uses. So I mean,
actually, the guy
discontinued support for soft image.
Really?
Sorry?
They've discontinued support for Softimage.
Oh, Autodesk bought them a few years ago.
Yeah, they've discontinued support. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy.
Sorry.
I was just going to say the guy from the guy who did all the concept development for Brian Church. He used Softimage XSI. Yeah, the guy who did the War of the Worlds, the new version.
Yeah, I like to say Softimage instead of Soft Image because that's how they pronounce it, since they're French Canadian or whatever. Yeah. Softimage.
That's how that's how I'm going to be pronouncing it in the not so distant future.
Well, I used to. I don't know why I called the Softimage at one point, and I don't remember why I called them. I think I was trying to get free software because I, as an independent game developer, and I was trying to get them to send us some free stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I know that a lot of animation, like independent animation studios, use it. Not Pixar, because Pixar is a Maya studio, but a lot of other ones use Softimage, and it had really great animation tools, from what I understand.
Yeah, it really did.
You want to know who's got some good animation tools? DreamWorks.
Yeah.
Did you see their new How to Train a Dragon 2?
Yeah, I actually have it on my computer.
I haven't. I don't know why.
Part 1. I'm horrible.
Sorry.
Their new tools are like basically all the rendering that you see on the screen is done in the animation package in real time while they're animating the maquettes. So that render level that you see for the actual film is actually what they're seeing as they're working with their maquettes inside the program.
What?
Yeah.
It could happen. I mean, like, we're not that far off from, being, they, every year, like, they'll say, oh, it'll just, in no time we'll be able to do photorealism. And really, we can do photorealism now. We've been able to do photorealism for a while. I mean, not for every possible environment and situation, but for a lot of them.
Yeah, we really have. I mean, we can see it in most of the CGI, like, it's getting up there.
Right. I mean, that's why everyone has such high standards for that kind of stuff, because of the video game industry, because things can look really, really good in, like, real-time video games. So if you're a rendered thing and you don't look that good, that just doesn't look good for you.
Yeah, something's wrong.
Oh, saying that is half true. Video games, even with, like, Mirror's Edge, which has probably the best, like, look for environments that I've seen, best lighting, best, like, it looks real.
No, the environments look beautiful. I can't play the game though.
Yeah, it's been known to make people nauseous.
All right, let's see. What do people love? I know people love jumping puzzles in first person. Make a game. No, nobody likes jumping puzzles in first person. Nobody. That's like if you want to make people hate your first person game, add a jumping puzzle. In one point, people will talk about it for 15 years.
Jumping puzzles are evil. Evil.
They're always bad. Unless you're Mario, nobody likes a jumping puzzle.
What is a jumping puzzle?
A jumping puzzle is a game, is an element in a game where you basically have to jump from one platform to another, and it's difficult. Generally means it's a difficult jump, or finicky would be the better way of putting it, because usually games don't have great controls.
Right.
They're like,
it just comes down to the control mechanisms. In most jumping puzzle games, like being able to tell the spatial distance and where you're jumping from the very edge of a ledge to the very edge of another ledge, is very difficult to manage.
I mean, even Assassin's Creed, a game about jumping puzzles, it has control problems that make jumping puzzles annoying. So
I watched my husband play Assassin's Creed, and I played Borderlands with him, and jumping around in there is just insane.
Well, recently Lord of the Rings Shadow and Mordor came out, which is one of the best video games I've ever played in my life, from a mechanics standpoint. Even that has some of the same problems that Assassin's Creed. Like, sometimes you'll accidentally run up a wall that has a ceiling above it, so you can't go anywhere, and it's just so frustrating because your character, you wouldn't do that as a character, yet in the game they do it, and you'll get caught in a loop where you'll try to run up the same wall 3 times because the input lag is too much for you to be able to stop doing that motion, and it really, like, removes your immersion in the game whenever those types of things
It
happen.
worked the first time. Why isn't it working now?
Right.
Yeah,
But besides that, Shadow of Mordor is a really great game.
Yeah, if it's not repeatable, it's a problem, and that's the problem with jumping puzzles, is that you can't consistently make those jumps every time.
Right.
And you're required to in so many of those jumping puzzles because you have to get to that next area, and then they're going to put another jumping puzzle on the other side of it to get back to the next area.
Back in the 16-bit days, I think I probably died thousands of times from various jumping puzzles.
Yeah. I won't say how much I've died to.
All right. There's a level in the original Mario Brothers. So like the first game where jumping was like really a great mechanic, had them as well. There's a part where there's some pillars in between some pits, and you have to jump to one unit wide pillar to another 1 unit wide pillar.
Oh god, yeah.
and Mario has the best jump mechanics in any video game that's ever been made. Like there is no game that has as good jump mechanics as Mario.
Spyro actually did. The one on
I never really played that one a whole lot because I had a PlayStation, but I never got Spyro.
Well, no, I don't necessarily mean like the newer Spyros. All I know is the one that's on the
original was on the PlayStation, so.
Well, yeah, there's the original on the PlayStation. I remember those. But I meant like the one that was on this my daughter's like Nintendo DS or whatever it is.
Right.
It's the like. It's a bad one, but it has a double jump mechanic. So if you get too near an edge and you're falling, tap to jump again, and it jumps up to the edge.
To me, double jumping is a band-aid for the problem.
Well, perhaps, but like it makes sense. It's like making your jump just slightly longer, and it's really kind of makes sense in a lot of ways. If you land on the ledge of something, wouldn't you grab it with your hands and pull yourself up the rest of the way?
Yeah, but you know how hard that is to animate?
Well, that's why they do the double jump.
Right.
It just, claws barely hit the edge. It's okay. Click, boom, jump again.
Recently, Ubisoft had the big thing with Assassin's Creed because they didn't have any female playable characters, and their response was it would be too expensive and difficult to animate a female character, which of course drove the internet crazy. But Shadow of Mordor just released a free DLC for a female playable character for Shadow of Mordor. Doesn't change any of the story at all, and and she's basically using the same animations but with retargeting or what have you. I don't know. It's pretty cool. All right, what we got here, Cliff? Looks like
I have no idea because the other one I didn't know where it was going, so I'm like, I better put off that to the side and come back to it.
It's 4 birds standing on a wire.
Ooh, you're right. Damn it! You guessed it so quickly.
Standing on a mirror.
Knowing Cliff, it's going to be a mouth with a bunch of teeth.
See,
with an eye in the back of the throat instead of a.
Whoa. I might make
a tongue.
He's all like, "Wait a second, we're got an eye in there."
Damn it! This one doesn't have. That's what the other last one. Oh wait, no, the last one does have an eye. See, this is the last one. I gotta wait. I had too much water on there, so I gotta wait till it dries. I have no idea what the hell's going on with here. Some creature thingy.
Looks like
it was originally going to be something completely different. I didn't like where it was going, so I'm just like, you know what? Let's make it something else.
Looks like a nightmare version of Bulbasaur.
So I'm not sure where that thing's going to end up yet, and I still have to go through and finish some of the other ones. In fact, the only one that's finished is the eyeball. It's nice not having a time limit for these.
Right.
I wonder if anybody who actually paid for this is watching and like, oh my god, what the hell's going on? I hope that one's not mine. I hope that one's not mine.
See, that's what's great about paint. You can always paint over it.
That's true. If nothing else, they bought some canvas.
Right. You could always just paint it with a bunch of splotches and then stencil God on it.
Yeah.
That's what Val Kilmer was doing if you didn't.
And then put it up for $3,000.
Right.
That's it. I gotta find these things all on eBay for far more than they paid for them, which actually would be really cool.
You know what I bet you could sell? Just get a great big canvas and then paint various tweets by different celebrities, but do it with an actual paintbrush. so it looks like the like Twitter like thing, you know. And it's just like a famous tweet that they did.
That could actually be really good.
Yeah.
Next $1 million idea right there.
I don't have that level of precision to be able to do anything like that, and if I did, it would be because I cheated.
There is no cheating.
I was just going to say that there is
Right, fair enough.
cheating.
Like,
Just using different tools.
yeah. I mean,
All right. So what do you think about people who take, let's say, Photoshop and they take photographs or whatever and they mix and match them to create something?
Oh, wow.
Photo bashing?
It's
Yeah.
a different type of artistry.
Okay. Well, because a lot of people
Depends on
don't
what
think
they're
that's art.
For, really.
I think if there's a lot of effort and time
Right.
invested, then I would accept it as art. If it was literally you just taking 3 pictures and cutting 3 different things and then smashing them together and that's it, and it took you 5 minutes, no.
Right.
To me, it's you know, that doesn't take any effort.
Sure.
If it's effortless, then I mean, I sort of look at art like, you know, if a 2-year-old can do it, you know, because there's no instruction, no formal training, no, you know, nothing, and it just happens, then no. To me, and it's maybe that's you know, my own unfortunate short-sightedness, but to me, that's not art.
Oh, damn it.
I had some classes in art, and each of my acrylics takes me days to do because I come back to it, you know, several times a day, but they are never done before 3 or 4 days are passed. So those are art now?
Most artists don't do art. I mean, most artists are never finished with their art. They just I don't think any artist is ever really finished.
I think it's finished when you finally throw it away.
Give
I
up
think
on
it's
it.
finished when I have to give it to my client. They have to be happy with it.
It's right. It's like
Yeah, but
it's good enough.
Right.
Shippable.
it's always
It's never finished. It's just finally maybe shippable.
Oh, there's so much more I could still do to this. Actually,
yeah.
no, I've recently come to
You know,
understand.
it's funny because people think, oh, digital art is cheating. Like, no, you don't know how much faster it is to use real art stuff. Painting these is way, way, way faster, and to me, this is cheating. It's digital takes forever. I don't understand. I never understood that philosophy that digital is cheating. You can just do it really fast. I'm like, no. See, do you realize how far I can zoom with digital? I could work on a digital painting way, way, way more than I could work on a regular one.
Right.
I will finish a regular painting in like a fraction of the time it would take me to do a digital one.
No, you know, I would say that, you know, digital definitely gives you a lot of tools that you can, you know, take advantage of, but that's not cheating. You know, that's like saying, like,
that's actually the downside of it.
You mean you don't heat your house by rubbing sticks together? I mean, come on.
Oh wait.
Yeah, I cheated on my heating. I put in a heater. It actually like generates heat for me, so I don't have to like rub the sticks together anymore to make a fire.
Yeah.
You have a dishwasher? That's cheating. I mean, you don't stand outside in your clothes during when it rains instead of, you know, like using a washing machine.
You know, now that I think about it, when we talk about digital and traditional, where you can take a traditional brush and you can smack it, you know, and put your emotion on a palette, and then chuck it at a canvas, and see, you can't do that in digital. So my question is if somebody has programmed, you know, Photoshop or something like that with pressure sensitivity, you know, 2024 levels or whatever, 2048 levels of pressure sensitivity, how come they haven't created the button for slapping the paint on? You know, that's never a feature anyway.
Well, I think that we're getting there, especially with there's this one app I really want to try called Black Ink. It's I don't know, it's like it's above the cost of a casual software program for me, so it's not like something I'm just gonna.
It's not that good. I've tried it.
Not, well, to me, all right. So there was a JavaScript painting program that came out a few years ago, and every single one of those programs looks exactly like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was called, but
maybe? No, not Verb. Verb's the one that has the real painting tools that feel.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually let's see. A friend of mine did an iPad version of it.
Oh, cool. Really?
Yeah, it's called.
Oh,
Harmony.
by the way, while we have the moment of silence, on the topic of photo bashing, I recently tried this, thinking, okay, this is gonna be pretty easy. Okay, whatever. I threw a bunch of things together. I went ahead and did some editing on it. You know what? I'll pull it up. It's somewhere in my files. And then I started painting over it a little bit. And
yeah, photo bashing is usually a starting point.
yeah, it's normally just to bash the things together and then paint over it. But what I realized is making the photos blend seamlessly into the painting part.
Yeah,
that's hard.
That's hard. And
you got to understand lighting.
A whole technique. There's a whole skill to it that I don't think people really respected as much as they could.
Well, like I said, if there's effort behind what you do, like you're talking about lighting techniques and blending pixels, you know, to me that at that point, if you put effort into it, then yes, you're there's some type of experience that you're going through when you do artwork, you know, especially when it takes a long time. There's a lot of self exploration, and that to me is one of the most important components to being an artist or doing artwork, is having the ability to sort of self-reflect while you pour your emotions out onto into your medium. But when somebody's just chucking paint and putting a big price tag on it and calling it the river of my pain, it's just total 100% bullets.
It comes down to intent here in a lot of ways. Because if you're looking to actually create something, it's one thing. But if you're just looking for a happy accident and you're going to say, okay, this captures the emotion of blah, 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 then really what you're selling is an experience that the person who's looking at the canvas.
Right. In most cases, you're selling experience anyway.
Right. Well, in all cases, most of the time I'm actually selling a product or an idea of a product of what something could be, because my work's mostly conceptual or illustrative at this point.
I just switched to your. I just switched to what you're sharing. Is this the photo bash that you were talking about?
This is the photo bash. It started out as a bunch of car parts and airplanes and such. There was there's an airplane piece that was right in here, and then there was a tire wheel here.
Yep.
This rims.
Yeah.
And then, there was Lamborghinis in here that I painted over.
Right. I mean, there you're using it as conceptual fodder.
Yeah, I like that.
That's typical. That's a very common technique for concept art.
And I started out with a silhouette, and I just started putting parts on there. There are jets over here and these gun things that are on the sides and such. And I wanted the asymmetrical look and things, but I actually spent a lot of time detailing and creating these little arm things.
That actually does look pretty cool.
Yeah, it does.
So, at any rate, I found the process to be very difficult to make sure I got rid of those
traces of the photo, you mean?
The photos. It actually was something that I had to almost completely paint over it, but it gave me. I was using it not as a way of creating a finished product to be faster, but instead as a starting point or creating a point from which to create noise to be able to.
Yeah, it's a way of getting rid of the blank canvas.
Yeah. Or the blank silhouette, because the blank silhouette by itself was a little tough. I wouldn't have seen, especially this little fender part thing that is here that creates depth, a lot of depth, and actually makes it look like it has some form. I wouldn't have seen that at all. That wouldn't have dawned on me. It was kind of fun, actually. It only took 2.5 hours, though, so I felt like I was cheating.
That was pretty cool.
If you want to see some really good photo bashing, check out Worth 1000.
All right.
So Worth 1000 is a Photoshop contest. So basically, let's say Pepsi will go to Worth 1000, and they'll say, we want this. So what they do is they'll have a contest, and whoever gets voted the best one then gets the contract from Pepsi or maybe money for like for the item or whatever. It kind of varies by contest, but you'll see some of the best Photoshop. When people say something is a Photoshop, Worth 1,000 is the personification of that. And lots of really, really, really talented. There's some that aren't as good, but there's a lot of really talented people.
Yeah, thanks for the drop in the name on this site. I don't think I've ever heard of this.
Yeah,
Worth 1,000.
awesome. I've
never heard of it.
I've seen pictures from there, but I never realized it was a contest site at all.
Yeah, it's been around. All right, you know how everyone kind of came up on a different web culture. Like some people are Redditors, some people come from the Something Awful forums or 4chan. I was a FARC user.
What's that?
FARC.com. It was kind of like a link post site. It was unique in that all the headlines were hilarious. I don't know, but it was like a kind of a big deal back in the early days of the web, kind of. Not like really early, but whatever. And Worth 1,000 like constantly came up, so I was always being linked to it. But yeah, it's a really great.
So they've been around for a while.
Well, they've been around for like 15 years. Like they've been around for a very long time. And
it's crazy that I'm just now hearing about them.
Yeah.
I knew they were a contest site. I thought it was just pictures. Really, I thought it was just like a picture site where people shared pictures.
Right. Yeah, it's they basically have contests, and that's awesome. All right, they have one called Hair Don'ts, and it's different like photos with different terrible hairstyles. But yeah, I mean, it's a real skill,
I'm sure the ugly Christmas sweater. There has to be an ugly Christmas sweater competition going on there.
Probably. They have one on ornaments, pirates, hats, Santa Claus, celebrity Santa Clauses. Yeah, I don't see anyone for that, but yeah, they have a bunch, and it's just like lots of really good, funny things, mostly funny, lots of humor. But yeah, it's great. But yeah, I definitely consider that art, and like, I think that in order for something to be art, you have to have concrete decisions involved.
Ah, there you go. That's
intent, right? Intent.
Because otherwise, it's just you can hit random, a bunch of times. All right, so here's the thing. Let's say there's a program that applies different effects or does things, and you hit like random 12 times, and you think it looks great. So you're now saying this is now art, and if you show it to other people and they agree that it is art, is it art because you hit random 12 times? Because you made the decision to pick that individual thing out as art, and other people agreed that it is art.
Right, but are we agreeing that every other person other than, like the majority, are we agreeing that they're actually sane?
Well, the difference is, did they say that they created it? Oh, look at this great thing I created. Well, how did you create it? Well, I pushed this button 12 times. Okay.
Right, but
see, they could have only pressed it 11.
Right. The thing is, like, that's the same thing as a photographer, though. At what point in time does a photographer's decisions to actually take a picture of this specific thing from this specific angle, what if it was just a happy accident? They're like, ooh, I'm going to make a quick snap of this.
I think happy accidents happen for everything.
Like snapshots. Like, I don't know how he does it, but...
Right, but see, the part that's art is knowing which happy accidents to keep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was,
It's the discerning eye.
That's exactly what I think, too, because I base most of my work off happy accidents. The way I come up with this whole...
If any of this painting stuff I do tonight ends up even remotely decent, it's a happy accident, really.
Oops. Actually, my wife made mention of this happy accident thing. She said, it's not that you're actually making a happy accident. It's that you're putting yourself in a position to create
the environment for accidents to happen nicely.
Yeah.
You're putting down strokes that have a very high chance of creating something that looks amazing.
Right. So
it's not a happy accident. You're actually intentionally. It's an intentional choice to put down these strokes in a very specific manner to create.
I am all about the happy accident. I happen to be raising 6 of them.
6 of them.
Well, you know, I think a happy accident is ultimately a subconscious decision that you're actually happy with. Like, you didn't actually make the decision to do something, but, you know, the result, you're actually happy with the result. So, I don't know.
The first time I heard the term "happy accident," I'm a producer and I'm also a musician. But the first time I ever heard of that term was in the context of music and production. And but the way that in that context, the way that I end up thinking about a happy accident is that you are already, you know, an accomplished musician at multiple instruments, and when you sit down to produce something and you play out and you're like, well, I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't expect for that to come out that way, because there's a lot of improv when you do, like, I'm a traditional jazz, you know, pianist. So there's a lot of improv, but there's a lot of skills and tools that I've built that I'm playing off of. But the pattern I may not actually know until I'm playing, you know, until it goes, till I run it down, which is why, you know, I have the big thing against, you know, live music versus what we're experiencing today, which is a lot of, you know, people playing additional tracks and miming their guitars, and it drives me nuts because, you know, technically we pay for more to see a live band because not every note is going to be like the album. You know, there's going to be some differences, and we're going to enjoy and celebrate those differences versus, you know, going and hearing exactly what was produced, you know, 5, 10, 20 years ago, which doesn't make any sense.
For that matter, at any rate.
Right.
Completely a controlled environment. You know, part of the beauty of that of live music is in those differences exactly.
I mean, I as a producer, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
It's one of the reasons I hate live albums.
I cut you off plenty of times, so it's fine. No, it's just, you know, all right, so yeah, live music and recorded or studio music, you know, they're both definitely still music. They're both definitely still art. I will agree that when you go to a live show, you do expect something more than just like them putting the CD on. You know,
yeah,
there has to be aspects that are live. You know, it has to have that that near imperfection. You know, where there's just slight imperfections. You know, to kind of like, you know what, the best thing I've ever seen live. Weird Al Yankovic puts on the most amazing live show.
I would so love to see him, but every time he comes around, I'm like poor.
I'm poor.
Yeah, I saw him during his Running with Scissors tour, and it was just amazing. He did like 3 encores. He did a costume change for almost every song.
Definitely on my bucket list.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And I mean, you know, he does a lot of vocal layering too, right? So like, it's interesting to see how that works live. Because, you know, he's the, you know, he will actually layer his vocals multiple times to make it seem like there's like the choir effect, kind of, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And he has this one song called Hardware Store, which is really, really tough because it's like a really, really long stretch of words that without any breaths in between. And I think he does take a breath at one point, like when he does it live. Whereas during the recording, you know, he can obviously overlay tracks to.
I don't think I know that one.
Oh, Hardware Store. It's one of his original songs. So it's not
really. I prefer his original stuff.
Oh, I do too, because I absolutely. If you like his original stuff, you should check out a guy named Perry Grip. Perry Grip got really popular on YouTube. And he's since made a career like doing songs for like Disney shows and stuff. But his music is very similar to Weird Al's original stuff.
Nice, because I love Weird Al's original.
When we say Weird Al's original stuff, are we talking about songs that he's done that are not miming some other song?
Right.
Or
Exactly.
spoofing? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, some of them might be style parodies, but in a lot of cases,
Pastiche. Yeah.
a lot of them, they're just completely original. Like, You Don't Love Me Anymore.
Yeah.
Or things of that nature. Yeah, I love that. That's one of my favorite songs.
Need to cut in for a minute. Good night, guys. I've 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's time for me to go. But Cliff, I want to thank you for thinking of me when you sent out the invite.
Oh, thank you for joining.
And please remember me again.
Most definitely.
Thanks so much, y'all. Have a good one.
Been fun.
Good night.
Good night.
It's funny because I'm actually going to have to go in about 15 minutes, but I'm going to hang out for like 10 more minutes and then just disappear randomly.
So what is it you're doing right now with the lines over? Are you just trying to make sure you have your proportions right, or?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I was trying to see if like it actually still worked. Like, I know it looks broken to me slightly, and I couldn't quite figure out why, and then I was looking at it, I was like, maybe it's not as broke as it seems. So, and it doesn't appear to be quite as broken as it seems. Like, things are still kind of lining up approximately right. They're slightly off, but
right.
I think really what it comes down to is I didn't throw any, like, perspective in mind when I first started generating it. So this shoulder plate looks off compared to where the head's at, so, like...
So you are you a fan of Andrew Loomis?
Yes, extremely. Okay. But I didn't learn based off of Loomis.
No, everybody else learned based off of Loomis, so it kind of filters down.
Yeah, it really does. It filters down. Like, I think you can...
Best public domain books you can get.
Yes. Oh, by gods, the best one of them all is creative illustration. Like,
you know, I get... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you're an artist, you should read creative illustration because it's just 300 pages of packed, dense amazingness that will keep you inspired, answer almost every question you'll have as a illustrator or a conceptual artist. It doesn't even matter. It's just got the answer in there.
I'm not really an artist. I dabble occasionally, but so the book that speaks to me, if you will, is Fun with a Pencil.
Yeah.
It's simple, but I like it.
It really is, but I mean, it's actually Fun with a Pencil is probably one of the more amazing ones because of the fact that you it's easy to digest and it's also extraordinarily like powerful. Like simplifying things into their most like direct form is such a powerful thing to do, and it's really what we do as artists all the time.
Alright, time to put this one off to the side and let it dry.
Yeah, like all of Loomis's books are handy. They're all useful in their own right.
Alright, now it's time to start finishing up some of the early ones, and I'll come back to this one too.
Yeah, man. Got that time. Good times.
So now that they're all started, I will finish the ones that were not finished yet.
Ah, yes.
Come back to this one and see where the hell it's going, because I still don't know.
Wow, there are 2 Roberts now. Or 3.
There are 3 Roberts now.
It crashed.
They're self-replicating.
We're surrounded by Roberts. They're here to Robert us.
I don't know why. Like, I keep looking at the guy you're making there, and I keep wanting to think that it's Nicolas Cage. And
you know, honestly, I after I started getting partway through it, I was like, "Oh man, it's Nicolas Cage," and I kept going with it.
I don't know if it because it actually looks like him, or I'm just willing it to be Nicolas Cage for some reason.
I think he looks slow. Yeah, it looks like Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
That'll happen sometimes where I'll be drawing something and it look really nothing like a particular person, but my brain keeps wanting to be that person.
I actually love that because, like, I find that almost all my derpy faces tend to look like Nicolas Cage. I don't know what that is. I mean, like, he's just got a naturally derpy face.
Well, yeah.
I really respect the guy, though, because he can pick up pretty much any movie and make it that much better just because he's in it.
Well, the thing is, Nicolas Cage is...
He didn't make Ghost Rider any good, so...
Well, no. Nicolas Cage is an okay actor who will basically do any movie because he owes the government money.
Really?
Well, yeah, he basically he didn't pay his taxes to the government.
Oh, good job, Nick.
Yeah. But, like, he never actually went to jail because of it, but he basically will take any script. So that's why he does all these, like, you know, questionable movies. And the thing is, he overacts in them. Like, that's going to make it better.
Career off of offbeat movies. I mean, Raising
Oh,
Arizona.
yes.
was one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah, but that's not a bad movie though. That's offbeat because it's Coen Brothers. That's a great movie.
That's before he owed any money to.
And that's not great in the same way Con Air is great. Con Air is great in that it's so bad that it becomes good. You know.
Yeah.
Ghost Rider was really bad, but that's never going to become good to me.
Ghost Rider was just. I think the problem with Ghost Rider is because it doesn't even remotely come close to the Ghost Rider I would have in my head.
That was really before the Marvel era of movie cinema. You know, like I think Iron Man kind of launched. But
the sequel, the second Ghost Rider, Spirits of Vengeance, that was after the Marvel era started taking over.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not owned by Marvel.
I know, it really needs to be.
Marvel needs to own all their own properties. I absolutely
think Marvel needs to get all their own properties back so they can start making good movies out of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're right about Spider-Man. That's to me, that's big news.
Right. No, that would be great. I mean, I feel a little bit for Andrew Garfield. I don't think he necessarily did anything bad. I just think that ultimately the movies weren't that great.
I thought the first Spider-Man was a great movie.
I enjoyed it, and I thought the Stan Lee cameo was probably the best out of all of them.
I thought Tobey Maguire played a great Spider-Man.
Until he strutted his stuff, and the whole Venom thing was. Oh.
Well, Raimi didn't want to include Venom, and the studio made him.
Spider-Man 3.
Well, I love Sam Raimi, so.
Right. Raimi's great, but.
There were so many things bad with Spider-Man 3, and Venom's only part of it.
Only part.
Sandman should have even been in the movie.
Who?
Sandman. Sandman shouldn't have been in the movie at all. He was a complete waste of screen time. And done badly at that. I mean, he was animated pretty cool, but the whole plot with Sandman was just dreadful. They should have went with Venom, only Venom, and done him way better because Eddie Brock was a damn jock.
Well, you know who it was that Sam Raimi wanted to be the villain? It was the Vulture.
Vulture would have been great. That would have been great if they did Vulture.
Well, the studio didn't want him to do Vulture because the studio didn't think anyone knew who the Vulture was.
All the better because they'd have nothing to compare it to.
Right.
I think Vulture would have been a far better bad guy than having botching Venom and having the pointless Sandman.
Sure.
Heck, even doing the Lizard would have been a better idea.
The Lizard would have been fantastic. It would have been so good.
My main complaint with...
and I haven't seen any of the newer Spider-Man. I didn't see either of those two.
Yeah, the first one was all right. I saw that, but my main complaint with the Raimi Spider-Man is just that what's his name, the actor, totally spacing on his name, even though you just said it.
Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, Maguire. Maguire is a great Peter Parker, but I don't think that he becomes Spider-Man. That's the main problem I have. He never really becomes Spider-Man. He's always that Peter Parker character.
Inside a suit.
And the thing is, when Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man, he becomes an asshole. Like, he's an asshole that will, stop the mugger or save your life, but he's going to make a snarky comment about how your shoes don't match your dress or something,
Yeah, he was a snarky ass.
Yeah, and
he was
like
a teenage kid, though.
Yeah, well, that does, there's lots of snarky teenage. Look at any animated version of Spider-Man, and you will see Spider-Man done correctly, just about.
Oh, how about that Spider-Man? Was it Spider-Man Ultimate that's on Netflix? It's a more cartoony slapstick.
I very much enjoy Drake Bell voices Spider-Man, and I think he does a pretty decent job because he does that kind of inner monologue thing that Spider-Man does a lot with the tiniest bit of fourth wall breaking. Because that's what's popular nowadays. Because everything's so kawaii, which is Japanese for cute.
Cute.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I rather like the new Spider-Man show, and yeah, I think he's a better Spider-Man than Tobey Maguire. And you know what? If they made him Spider-Man in the next movie, I'd actually be okay with that. The actual actor would be suitable to play Spider-Man.
Yeah, I think I would love to see, I would love to see Sony just give up the IP and stop failing at making something that they're clearly not going to make correctly.
Right, because Marvel will whoever plays Spider-Man is going to get like a 6-picture deal minimum.
Yeah.
Later, Robert.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Thank you for coming.
Definitely.
And anybody who's actually watching this streaming live, I myself probably would have stopped watching hours ago.
We're just talking about nerd stuff.
Actually, this is the best type of stream, in my opinion. It's just
I got a question.
I like listening to when Psycher Yesin does those random streams with all his artist friends, and I could watch those.
He also has he's got somebody watching the feed over on YouTube.
Yes.
See what the comments are.
If I was digitally painting, I'd be doing the same thing, checking to see if there's comments. I would have I wanted to have the QA app open so I could at least watch that and see if anybody was asking questions.
Yeah, and then once again, answering those questions.
Right. Unfortunately, that didn't work out so well, so I don't know if there's any comments on the YouTube channel at all. I haven't looked, because it's kind of hard to look and paint at the same time.
But you know what? Next time we want to do this, if you want, we can jot down a few of the questions or something that we.
It just so happens that since you did mention it next time, I happen to have a pack right here of a different 5 canvases that are all 5x7. So I am probably going to be doing this in the very near future. Very similar, pre-selling them if they want to buy in advance, like those who bought this, and I hope you're not completely disappointed whichever one you happen to get. Take care, Tammy. Thank you for coming. And lurking. Nothing wrong with lurking.
Take care. It was nice having you. Actually, everybody's dipping out. It's actually time for me to dip out, too. My wife actually sent me a text a few minutes ago being like, hey.
Where are you? Turn on
I'm a night owl, so I'll stick it out.
I'm not going anywhere.
Honestly, I'm a night owl too. I'm gonna be awake in bed drawing with my on my iPad until.
Yeah, and then you're gonna be awake drawing, and she's gonna be like, "Can't you put that thing away?"
It's exactly what's gonna happen. I can't wait though. She bought it for me.
Right.
The iPad, that is. All right, guys. Night night.
Have a good one.
And then there were.
Right. So there's 2 people watching right now.
I see that. I just assumed it was you 2.
Is it me? Yeah, it's me and Robert, I think.
I'm not actually watching it yet. I haven't loaded it up.
So I've got a question for you, Robert.
Yes.
Flash and Arrow on the CW. Do you watch?
I watched Arrow initially. I watched the first 8 episodes. But the problem was I decided to watch it on Hulu, and I got behind, and Hulu only carries the last 5 episodes, so I was never able to catch up.
Yeah, I think that's my main pet peeve about it.
Right. No, when Hulu started, it was literally amazing. I felt like we had arrived in the future, where you could actually watch television shows on the internet, and it was okay, and I was paying them, so it was completely legal, And then they started adding all these conditions. All right, one, the commercials never really bothered me.
Yeah,
because they're not that frequent, they're not that long. It gets a lot of times it says watch this one long commercial and then you get to watch your entire show without commercials. Yeah. I'm fine with that. That didn't bother me. But now they're like, oh, well, you can only watch this on a computer. You can't watch it on a TV.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have any back episodes. Initially, the goal was to have all the back episodes for a show, and some of those you still can. You can watch every season of Family Guy, and I don't know if it's every season of Simpsons, but a lot of them. So there's still a lot of those types of options, but I think a lot of shows want to sell the DVDs or whatever.
Right, I think it's it's not Hulu's fault. It's
no, it's not. It's not. But
licensing.
Right.
I think they did bend to the way of the broadcasters though. Because the
problem is they have more competition now, from Amazon Prime,
right.
Netflix,
the original
YouTube, and
I'm gonna have to look him up to see if he's doing anything now. But the original CEO of Hulu was a real maverick. He was really trying to change things, and then the studios basically pushed him out.
Yeah, it's yeah. What I don't like is like when it has competition shows and it's way behind, because that's how I watch which Face Off or Jim Henson's Creature Shop
I
Challenge.
figured you were going to say that, yeah.
And it's so far behind, but it's not even like you can go to. I'm like, all right, fine. If I can't watch it on Hulu, let me see if I can just go to FX's own channel and watch. No, they have the same freaking episodes. Like, what the hell's wrong with you people? And then in the coming attractions, they give spoilers. Like, they'll show clips from future episodes. I'm like, damn it! Now I know who won, and I didn't want to know who won. Stupid idiots.
And it's so simple. It's like, I mean, the internet. I don't understand how no one gets how this should work. You know, like, at all. Like, you know, Netflix, I think, is getting it more right than anyone else. Because typically when they get licenses, they, like say for, you know, something with a full seasons, like 10 seasons of something like Stargate, which, you know, let's talk about Stargate. You know, it was in 2011 that Netflix had it, and it's never come back. You know, because the guy, I guess I can't even remember what that argument was about. Like why they I think it was the numbers didn't match up, and they didn't want to keep paying for the IP. But I mean, Stargate. I mean, did you watch Stargate, Robert?
It was too militaristic for me to get into.
Okay, so not your bag.
Not my bag. I mean, I wanted to, like, you know, I try to watch a lot of these things. I never really got into Stargate. I tried to. Never really got into Battlefield Galactica.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's space. That's space drama. I hate space drama.
I never.
Stargate Universe turned into Battlestar Galactica, and that pissed me off to no end.
I saw the Stargate movie.
Yeah, with Kurt Russell.
The first one. I don't know if there's more.
No, it was just one, and then the 10 seasons of the SG-1 series.
Yeah, I never saw this series. I might have seen like an early episode or two.
I think the thing that I love most about it is that it's just, you know, it's got, like, it's set in sci-fi, so obviously that's something I like, and then there's a lot of comedy, you know, and I think you know, not like slapstick over the top comedy, just sort of situational comedy that's pretty funny.
Realistic.
I like that light-hearted sort of neutral. You know, we're not talking about real-world politics. We're not talking about racism or all these negative things that we deal with in real life. So, you know, Stargate and Stargate Atlantis, those types of IPs sort of, you know, give you 45 minutes to just sort of zone out. I like that about those particulars. They're not deep enough to make you, you know, think about anything like, I don't know. I suppose Ender's Game tickled everybody's fancy in book form, but in movie form, boy, it was a piss-poor execution.
I never read the book, and there was a guy that I worked with who's like, oh, man, it was his favorite book, and he wouldn't stop talking about the movie, so I watched the movie. And, you know, and I was like, well, basically Harrison Ford plays Harrison Ford. And like Ender is completely unlikable. The one time you think he's going to make like a swerve to be a likable character, you know, it's the point where he's like, you know, he does something like cruel, and he's like, that's what they want us to do, isn't it? You know, and it's like, and like he has like a robotic response to doing something cruel, and it's like, wow. And like his redemption is not even really a redemption. You know, he's just mildly pissed that they made him do something terrible. You know, he's just mildly pissed. You know, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't like his character. The whole thing where they're doing the zero gravity space combat thing doesn't make any sense. Like, all right, maybe they're training reflexes, but it's silly.
Yeah, I mean, if the end.
Yeah. Sorry. Also, they could have made a video game where you did that. Like, that's a missed opportunity on marketing.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. That whole thing was a horrible mess.
What thing are you talking about?
Ender's Game.
Ender's Game. Yeah, the movie version of Ender's Game. You know, and I'm okay with something being a horror. Like, one of my favorite science fiction films is the movie The Core.
I like The Core.
Yeah, I love The Core, and it's cheesy. They cast Delroy Lindo as a super genius. which I give him points for that. I'm not saying he's the stupid guy, but that's not the roles he usually gets, So that was really cool, and Aaron Eckhart is a great character. I love that movie, and it's like very scientifically not accurate.
Right, but when we go down to like Mansquito and Sharknado, those are realms that I cannot I can't do it.
Yeah, I haven't actually tried Sharknado, so I can't write that one off. However, I did. There's a YouTuber I recently started watching called JonTron.
Mm-hmm.
He does a lot of video game reviews and stuff like that, and hilarious. One of those hilarious, quick. He reminds me of John Lovitz. That's like how quick he is. But he recently did a review of Birdemic, which I had never seen anything from it, and like the level of not production value that this movie has is insane. Like at one point they're like using like a GIF for special effects, like it's just like overlaid on the video.
That's so
I
bad.
think that's good if it's intentional.
Right. Well, the thing was, it wasn't. Like the acting is atrocious and terrible, and like the light, the like level of lighting changes between scenes, things like that.
That's like camp that doesn't realize it's camp.
Right. Well, I mean, he talks about that, but yeah, definitely. I don't know. I don't get into the super schlock. I don't get into schlock. That's my thing.
Is that what we call it? Schlock?
I would call it schlock. I mean, I think a lot of times people making schlock know that they're making schlock, and I don't know that the Birdemic people did. I would consider like the movies of Romero, to me are schlock.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's probably one of the biggest happy accidents was, Night of the Living Dead.
On a completely different note, I really want to see Birdman.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like Michael Keaton returns to form.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I personally miss Michael Keaton, because I mean I'm almost 40 years old, so I grew up with all the way through the 80s, with Michael Keaton and all those.
Is a brilliant actor.
Well, the last relevant thing I remember him being in was Desperate Measures, which was radically different from everything he'd done before.
Right. See, the last thing, well, besides stuff he wasn't the lead in, the last thing I remember him being lead in was Multiplicity.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going back a ways. I mean,
that was a good film.
Yeah, he's been in more recent things. Like I was surprised when I was watching. Was it Get Smart, and he was in it.
Oh yeah.
That is a movie I'm thinking.
Well, he's signed on for Beetlejuice too. So.
Are we doing that? Is that a thing? Wow.
Yes.
That is a thing.
And all the original actors have signed on. Well, the ones who
are
still alive.
Do we know if V. Neil is going to be doing makeup or what?
I don't know. I mean, Tim Burton tends to find people that he likes and stick with them. Like John August has been a screenwriter for a long time. Like now. However, my favorite Tim Burton movie is actually the least Tim Burton-like of his movies.
Which is?
Big Fish. Yeah.
You know what's funny? The thing I've realized that I liked about some of those Tim Burton.
It's a great movie. You need to watch it.
With Tim Burton.
Big Fish.
Like whenever an old person is telling a story and they exaggerate everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's like that. Basically, someone is retelling his father's stories, and so everything's exaggerated.
That is a great movie.
Yeah, it is a wonderful movie, and it really allows Tim Burton to showcase his skills, as a director.
I didn't know there was a Tim Burton movie.
Yeah,
You know
exactly.
what? I think I've seen Big Fish.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor is the lead.
Oh yeah.
And Danny DeVito's in it.
Yeah, I've totally seen this.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It's one of my favorites. Great soundtrack, great writing, everything's great about it.
Yeah, it's overall a good movie.
There was a circus involved in this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I totally remember this.
Yeah, great movie.
I didn't know it was Tim. I didn't know it was Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Didn't the big guy just recently die?
The tall dude, the giant or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I didn't look up.
One from Happy Gilmore, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't look up the actor or anything.
Are you talking about Jaws?
Yes.
Yeah, he died. From Bond, the guy who played with the metal mouth.
Yes.
And he was also on Happy Gilmore.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he was in the movie Big Fish. Isn't he the giant in that? I think. Or am I remembering wrong?
I'm looking it up right now, so...
It wouldn't be the first time I remember things wrong.
What was the giant's name? Carl the Giant. Maybe that's him. Matthew McGrory died 2005.
Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, yeah, this is a different guy.
Yeah, never mind. Been a while since I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, you and me both. It's been since 2003.
Yeah, this guy is definitely not the guy from Bond, but...
oh, no, yeah.
No, it's a definitely different person.
Yeah, but yeah, I'd be up for another Beetlejuice.
I would. I mean, are we gonna get Winona Ryder?
Yes, she just signed on.
Sweet.
I'm really curious what they're gonna have for a plot.
Yeah.
I'm really curious.
Well, there's been scripts floating around for years. I don't know which one, like if they're going with something new or... Because
I know the plot I had heard for what they're going to be would have been doing for Dark Crystal 2. I didn't like the sound of it at all, but...
I mean, the only thing I really liked was the director.
Who?
Jindy Tartakovsky. He's the director and creator of Dexter's Laboratory.
Oh, yeah. I like Dexter's Laboratory.
Yeah.
For Dark Crystal 2, right?
Yeah, he was going to direct Dark Crystal, and he still worked. Actually, you know what he's doing now? He was going to do Dark Crystal, but of course that's been on indefinite hold. He's now doing a CGI Popeye film for Sony.
Wow.
And there's test footage. It looks pretty decent.
I thought the one who was doing working on Popeye, isn't that McFarlane?
No.
I thought McFarlane was working on the Popeye IP.
I don't think.
Maybe that's him. Something. Oh wait, no, that's the Flintstones.
Is he really doing? Oh yeah, they were talking. He was going to bring it back to primetime.
Yeah, I think he's working on the Flintstones IP.
You know, I hope that I have despite a lot of things, I do have a lot of respect for McFarlane.
Oh, he's a genius.
Right. No, yeah. I mean, he absolutely is. I just hope that he shows a lot of respect to the Flintstones.
I think he will, especially since he is a Hanna-Barbera alumni.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where pretty much everyone who's relevant in animation started out in the 90s working for Hanna-Barbera. Like if you scroll back right before American or Family Guy came out, he worked on Johnny Bravo, and Dexter's Laboratory. I didn't realize he actually wrote episodes of that show. McFarlane.
Yeah, so I think if anyone's going to do it justice, I think he will.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope that it doesn't end up being a reskin of Family Guy.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty close. I think he's going to stay true to the original.
Well, I mean, obviously, he made fans happy with Cosmos, so...
Is this going to be a series animation on TV?
That was the plan.
I think the plan is he's bringing it back as primetime, animation.
Yeah.
Is there a calling for the Flintstones now? I mean,
listen, somebody's got to keep those vitamins relevant.
We got to keep. I accidentally overdosed on Flintstone vitamins.
I mean, Pebble cereal don't sell itself.
I got into those vitamins and ate all of them. It's crazy. They pumped my stomach.
I don't think I ever really had Flintstone vitamins growing up. I've had some. I think I had some of the Sesame Street ones, but I don't think I ever had Flintstone ones.
They were good.
I see.
Delicious.
So apparently the Flintstones reboot is currently on hold.
What else is there?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Because he was too busy, because he was doing too much stuff.
Right. I mean, at least it's on hold for a good reason, I guess. But I'd rather something be on indefinite hold then come out crap.
Right.
So, you know, it's funny that we talk about a lot of, you know, nerd, geeky type IPs, but, you know, what do you think about Star Wars?
You know, I have high hopes, I guess. You know, I had neutral hopes. After I saw the trailer, I have slightly higher hopes.
Come on, R2's going to be playing soccer. What could be better?
You know, I don't know that that's
it's not R2 because it has a different color, but
right. But you know, I don't know. I'm optimistic.
All about soccer playing droids.
You know, as long as that's like a droid that's in that one scene and it has a specialized purpose, like delivering messages from, you know, one location to another location over sand.
It's a very evolved Dyson ball. But yeah, I think I like the rebooted Star Trek, so and that was
yeah,
guy. So
luckily those two Star Treks came out really, really good, and the cast, you know, couldn't have gotten a better cast.
Right. So I do have high hopes. I guess it all depends on where it takes it.
Right.
Don't know, because some of the things I'd like to see done, that's not likely to happen anyway. But that's because I recently just finished watching the entire Clone Wars series, which I really enjoyed.
Never got into it. I even have the DVDs for the first one, not the newest one, but the first one.
I didn't like I didn't watch the one that was styled by the one who did Samurai Jack. I didn't watch that. I watched the other version.
The CG one.
Yeah, those ones were done very, very well. The storytelling was spot on, brilliant.
Right.
The animation was good. Yeah, I really enjoyed those. And boy, do they do a much, much, much better job of describing the fall of Anakin than the movies ever came close to.
The movies sucked.
I mean, watching those movies, I'm like, I don't see. Wait, why do you kill those? What?
I'm not a fan of the new three.
I like the second one and the third one. Phantom Menace, I just didn't know.
So apparently the reason why the Flintstones reboot was canceled was that
that was just on hiatus.
Well, it's on hiatus.
Make up your mind.
Well, it's on hiatus, but
for
all intents and purposes at the moment it's canceled. Is that too many fathers on animated primetime shows can trace their lineage back to Fred Flintstone, so it was too hard to differentiate him from other, like Fred, you know, from Peter Griffin basically, because Peter Griffin basically gets a lot of his characteristics from Fred Flintstone. Obviously, he's more stupid and has a higher pitched voice, but yeah, I can see that. And also, he was just too busy. I mean, that was like the two things.
I don't know, like, you know, the Flintstones are so iconic that, like, if you're gonna do it, just do it and let people make up their own minds. You know, I wouldn't dig too deep into like saying, oh, you know, everybody's already modeled too many Fred Flintstone-like characters. Like, who cares?
You know, it's funny because I wouldn't. There's in my opinion, not many like Fred Flintstone at all, really. See, I wouldn't have looked at Peter Griffin as being even remotely related to Fred.
I mean, to be fair, every sitcom is exactly the same. Fat guy married to a hot woman. You know, fat guy makes a dumb decision and then spends the rest of the episode trying to repair whatever happened. That's like every single episode of every sitcom.
Oh, come on. They're not all fat guys.
Well, not now, but eventually.
They're rarely fat women with hot, skinny guys.
Right, that almost never. I can't even think of a single situation that's ever happened.
Well, now you know your plot for your next for your next endeavor.
There you go.
There's a gap in the marketplace.
All right, so DC, in all their wisdom, is doing a Suicide Squad movie.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Well, they've like cast people, including Harley Quinn and Joker, have been cast, and they just cast Amanda Waller. And they did not go with a supermodel, so that makes me happy.
I don't know the Suicide Squad. I know nothing about them.
The Suicide Squad is... All right, so do you know who Amanda Waller is?
No.
Amanda Waller is basically this person in the government that's kind of like, you know, like every shadow government thing is like basically run by her in the DC universe.
All right, so she's a character, not an actress.
Yes.
All right, because when you said they cast her, I thought you meant they cast her in a role.
Well, in the
I
original,
understood what you meant.
They're thinking about using Viola Davis.
Yeah.
I just watched that new thing that she's in, the show where she's How to Get Away with Murder.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
I was into that.
It was not good. I did not like the way they did their structuring.
Sure. Well, you know, she's in other things that were well received. So.
Oh, I don't dislike her. I just kind of guess it left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, like I said, she's beautiful, I would say, you know, but I wouldn't say that she's a supermodel, you know.
Nah.
You know, but yeah, and but the thing is, like, when Marvel or not Marvel, when DC like redid the DC universe, they basically made Amanda Waller like a supermodel. Which Amanda Waller is an overweight African American woman. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's the Suicide Squad looks kind of intriguing to me just because the casting choices are not terrible. I mean, they got Jared Leto as the Joker.
I feel sorry for anyone who's going to play the Joker.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. I mean,
is going to have such a tough, iconic act to follow.
Well, I mean, to be fair, everyone already kind of had it rough because, you know, Mark Hamill is such an immaculate Joker.
In voice.
He could do it. He could have done it in person. Like, I've seen him like do the voice before, and he has that presence that he could have totally pulled off the Joker.
Do we think that he would have been a better Joker than Heath Ledger?
You know, I that's not a fair decision to make for anybody. Like, no, I mean, Heath Ledger's Joker is on its own. It doesn't need comparison.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's a unique, original take, even though apparently it might have been based off of Tom Waits back in the 70s whenever he was all heroined up or whatever it was he was doing. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, nobody expected that. You know, it's like there's a lot of people who have been cast in movies, and every fanboy was at the same time like, ugh, you know, like, oh, Heath Ledger's going to be the Joker. This will be the worst thing ever. You know, or for me, it was Chris Evans. Chris Evans cast as Captain America. Oh my God, this is going to be so terrible. And of course, he's amazing as Captain America.
Yeah, because I see him as Captain America, and I don't even remember that he was in what was it, Fantastic Four?
Yeah, he was in Fantastic Four, and he always played douchebags. You know, so like, you know, I didn't see him as the you know, Boy Scout. And of course, he was awesome. He was amazing as Captain America.
Absolutely, I think you know, I think that's totally correct. Is that like him as Johnny Blaze, the Torch, the Human Torch, was you know, just so needed to not have ever happened. You know, like he was perfect. He was perfect as Captain America.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, there's so many characters or actors who have played more than one superhero at this point, or it's getting to that point anyway. You know, because obviously they're, you know, Ryan Reynolds, you know, played Hal Jordan, and you know, and Deadpool, and he's going to be Deadpool again, except this time it's going to be the real Deadpool. And originally Ryan Reynolds was supposed to play the Flash, but DC is so terrible at actually getting any movies to actually make it into production.
I guess I like Ryan Reynolds. I definitely don't like the Green Lantern. I definitely don't like the original Deadpool, but I do like him, and I hope they allow him to do a proper Deadpool.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Wait, was he Green Lantern too?
He was the Green Lantern movie that came out a while back. Here's the thing. Like, they didn't choose him because he was right for the part. They chose him because he was a popular actor. And he took it because they gave him a lot of money. And here's the thing. If he was going to be a Green Lantern, they should have gone with, what's his name? Kyle Jordan. Or no, not Kyle Jordan. Kyle, is it Kyle Jordan?
Well,
Yes, it can't be Kyle Jordan because it's Hal Jordan.
I know nothing about Green Lantern, the character, the movie, or nothing.
Kyle Rayner. Kyle Rayner is a comic book illustrator.
He has that ring. That's all I know.
And was more of a comedic Green Lantern. Like, he actually had really, he did the big fist and things like that. So
right.
He would have been a much Hal Jordan is maybe a tiny bit arrogant because he is a master fighter pilot, fighter pilot, but he wasn't cocky in the same sense that Ryan Reynolds kind of portrayed him as. So it was a bad casting choice. I don't hold it against Ryan Reynolds. I don't even hold it against DC. And if you only looked at the parts in space from that movie, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, but that's all. That's all most of that is CG. So what are we saying?
No, CG stuff is films too. I mean, I don't know.
No. But what I'm saying is that we're talking about a live action film, and if you're saying that 90% of the film that was great was all CG, then wow, sort of lost the whole. I don't know. The thing I didn't like was the fact that the enemy at the end, the main thing, was a gigantic head. I just got really weird really quick.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Green Lantern is really weird really quick.
Well, right, but amorphous villains never work.
You're right.
Like the Hulk, the first John Woo, I think. No, who did the first Hulk?
John Woo did the first, or not John Woo. He's a Chinese director, and he's a really good director.
Can't help you there.
I'm looking it up.
Do the internet.
Yeah.
Hulk from 2003 was directed by Ang Lee.
Ang Lee, right? Okay, so Ang
And
Lee.
I always say that everything in the original Hulk film that was the Hulk was great. Everything that wasn't the Hulk was terrible.
Right, exactly. I didn't have a problem.
Go ahead.
Well, I didn't have a problem with the Hulk per se. It was the giant, the fluffy, weird, demon dogs and the giant amoeba. I suppose it was.
Sure. But I mean that Ang Lee actually did all the motion capture himself for the Hulk. So I mean, the Hulk was fine. Everything else was terrible. I really, really hate Edward Norton, and largely because of the Hulk film he did, because he refused to promote the movie because he couldn't get writing credit because the Writers Guild, Hollywood Writers Guild or whatever, can only put so many film people on the on the script as having writing credit. And everyone else was actually a full-time writer, and he actually did add a lot of lines, but everybody else was officially a writer on the show or on the movie, and so he couldn't get credit, so he refused to promote it, and that's also why he wasn't rehired.
Right.
But
I'm glad he wasn't because, to be honest,
Mark Ruffalo is a much better Hulk.
Yes.
The one from, is he the one from the Avengers?
Yes.
Which one was Ed Norton the first
second
Hulk or the second one?
Eric Bana was the first one.
He wasn't bad.
No, he wasn't bad. I don't think anyone's bad. It's just that I don't know. Mark Ruffalo pulls off the uneasiness of someone who could spontaneously turn into a green rage monster.
Yeah, the best scene was with him and what's her name? Scarlett Johansson, the thing that keeps getting me every time I think about that scene is the look on her face when, he comes at her with his hands down like he's going to get angry. I love the fact that they portrayed her as being so terrified of the Hulk, just mortally terrified, as you would be.
I think my two favorite scenes are probably the one where he's the big the alien worm thing is coming at him, and it's get ready. They're telling the Hulk out basically. They didn't use those words, but they said to get ready.
Oh yeah.
And he says, and they ask him what his secret was, and he says, "My secret is I'm always angry." And then he just morphs into the Hulk on command,
Yeah.
which is like not some. I mean, eventually in the comics, he developed that ability to be able to change into the Hulk whenever he wanted, but that was always like a challenge. You know, there was always the chance that he could turn into the Hulk, and he just turns into the Hulk and throws a punch, and while the punch is moving through the air, he like transforms into the Hulk, and it's just this wonderful scene. And my other favorite scene is the one where he falls out of the lifter, the hover carrier. And whenever he lands, and there's just that janitor just speaking to him like nothing happened. You know, it's like, well, you looked a little different whenever you came through here, but you lost your pants or something like that. Like just like plain as day, not like afraid or astonished, like just genuinely helpful. You know, and then he leaves on that little motorbike. It's just like. It's just a great scene. I mean, Joss Whedon is a great. Is a great creator. I mean, he one of the best people for dialogue that there is. There's better action directors than him, but there's there's very few that are as good with snappy dialogue. So that's what you want with something like the Avengers. You want snappy dialogue. So
yeah, I think I think the Avengers I'm not as big a fanboy as a lot of other people out there about comic properties and stuff like that. I'm definitely into Marvel more than DC, but I haven't read every comic. My brother did the collecting, and I sort of got in the boxes and read the number 2s. You know, that was me. But the Avengers is probably right now the most solid property that comic book property that's ever been translated to film. The most solid. I love Iron Man, the first one. I think that one was like the breakout. But the Avengers did everything correct, and like absolutely everything down the line. You know, good. A good rapport with all the characters, snappy, witty banter, amazing. Expressing their powers. That's a big thing for me. Is that most movies where they get the whole superhero property wrong is that they don't express the individual and their power as good as they should. You know, most of the time it's either undersold. I don't think it's ever oversold, or it's just not sold at all. So I think the Avengers definitely hit every single note and was probably the best superhero property I've ever seen to date.
It was. I mean, and it's interesting because Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, right. Well, that one's my next one.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what's so great about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Still haven't seen that. I want to see that. I think I'm gonna.
I'm not. We're not going to spoil it, but
on Amazon.
I think it's out on DVD and stuff because I know people have been watching it. So yeah.
Right.
You
can get it as a DVD from them. I just don't know if I can stream it through their service and rent it that way.
I can find out.
Because I'd rent.
Guardians of the Galaxy is absolutely amazing.
It is, and what makes it so successful is it took characters most 98% of people have never heard of, and they made a hit film out of it. That was
I'm one of those people who have never heard of any of those characters.
I had heard of them. I mean, I'm enough of a geek that I had heard of them.
I didn't even know that was when I first heard of the movie. I didn't know it was taken from a comic at all.
Yeah.
I thought it was just movie characters for a movie. I had no idea.
You can rent it digitally, but it's not on like the free streaming stuff yet.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be on the free one, but if I could rent it digitally, I will.
Yeah, it's on
Google Movies, right?
Well, it's on. You can rent it on iTunes, Google Play, YouTube, and the Sony Video on Demand. But you have to buy it everywhere else. So Amazon, you'd have to buy it for $14.
Oh, you have to buy it on Amazon. You can't rent it.
Yeah, for $14.99.
Oh, screw that. I'll rent it through one of the other places.
Yeah, you can do it through Google or something.
Yeah.
Where would I? Yeah, I've never rented anything through Google or bought.
Well, it's interesting. You can actually buy it on YouTube itself too. So you could either basically you just go to Google Play and there's a movie section, and yeah, I think I might have to rewatch that soon because that is a really great film. Amazing soundtrack. One of those movies where the soundtrack is as much a character. And the supporting actors are really great. There's some like comedy there's some comedy with the supporting actors that's really, it's one of those things where the comedy is not even related to the movie. It's just like a little conversation that's going on.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things that makes the characters more interesting. It's really good. It's really well made. I loved it a lot. I enjoyed it. Groot is an amazing character.
That's the other thing. Dave Bautista,
yes.
Completely awesome performance by Dave Bautista.
Now, Groot's like the Nth thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of art related to him lately.
And he's voiced by Vin Diesel as well. So.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of things in there that would be spoilerific about that particular character. So, but yeah, it's a great movie. Great for kids. Great for adults. It has music from the 70s, like all the music is from the 70s.
I bought the album.
They gave it away for free on Google Play for like.
Yeah, I know. I bought it first.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But it's totally worth it. I mean, every single track you can listen to a million times.
Oh yeah, they're all really great songs.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought that was the biggest, craziest marketing aspect to that movie was the fact that they had Awesome Mix Volume 1, and it was the soundtrack to the movie, but all these great old songs. I love how they made that work for a film set in the future.
Right. I will forever associate that Jackson 5 song with that movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's really well done. It's a great film.
And Zoe Saldana, she's I don't know how to explain it. Like, she's getting a lot of parts lately. Obviously, Avatar, Star Trek, Guardians of the Galaxy. But she's an amazing actress. I think a lot of people. You've seen Avatar, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Avatar? All the specials where they did all the blue screen acting?
Nope, I did not.
You have got to see that because when you watch the performance of the CG character and you see her, obviously their faces for each of the avatars were pretty close to the actual person. Sure. But when you watch them acting with all these green balls attached to their head and you see the blue screen in the background and you still feel the same, that shows you just how powerful of an actor these people are. And Zoe Saldana, she's amazing. And hot.
Yeah, that's one thing they kind of got in trouble with. You mentioned Star Trek, because the actor that they got to play Kirk doesn't really do Kirk. Like you're not. It's not the Kirk that everyone remembers. Right. I mean, there's certain levels of personality that are similar, but ultimately it's not an impression, and I think that bothered a lot of people. Now, Bones is definitely an impression, and a very good one.
He was freaking hilarious when he kept poking him with the syringe.
And what's the quote? It's like, space is death and disease surrounded by darkness. It's like, oh my gosh, that sold me on the movie. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, I'm going to like this movie.
What was his name?
Carl Urban.
Carl Urban, he's awesome. He was also in Riddick.
Yes, and he was in Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd. Yeah, I like Dredd from Simon Beasley. He's one of my most favorite artists on the planet. I love the mix between hyperrealism and grit. Lobo is probably one of my most favorite characters of all time. But the Dredd, both movies, one with Sylvester Stallone and Carl Urban, I don't know, there's a lot missing.
I don't know. I like the Carl Urban one. It has a lot of grit and grime to it, which I really appreciate. Another great movie with that's actually kind of similar is a movie called The Raid, which is a Korean action film. It's amazing. You should totally watch it. It's basically a bunch of police that doing a raid on basically a building. It's the same exact style of building.
What's it on? Do you know?
I think The Raid is on Netflix and stuff.
I might have contemplated watching it. I actually, I grew up watching anime, old Chinese flicks, so I love foreign films. I watch a lot of Korean stuff. The Koreans are coming out with a lot better stuff. I've watched a lot of their vampire properties. I mean, it's just some weird things sometimes.
Okay, it's not, The Raid isn't on anything for streaming right now, unfortunately. Yeah, but it's an awesome film, totally worth watching. The Raid 2 is also just as awesome. Actually, wait a second. Maybe this.
Was it hyper violent?
Yes.
I think yeah. I think
The Raid 2 is the most violent movie I've ever seen in my life.
Nah.
Yeah, it's hyper violent. But the people they hurt are really bad, though.
They're really bad. So it's just.
Yeah, at least in the context of the movie. But yeah, it's like hyper violent and realistic too. It's not one of those things where like old kung fu films where it's detached. It's
Right.
like like there's real gravity. It's very grounded. You know,
Right, I
everything
see
that
what
people.
you're saying.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I recommend anyone that either watches this video or is in this room right now, watches The Raid. As you know, Korean films in general are really, really good. A lot of them, just like we have really great films, they have really great films. There's one called I Saw the Devil, amazing movie. Kind of a psycho thriller horror film. More of a psycho thriller than a horror film, but yeah, really good stuff.
I just think this one is nearing completion.
I think it looks great, Cliff.
I have no idea what it is, but I think it's done.
I call it Lil Blue Cthulhu.
And it has its requisite eye.
I think it has 2 eyes. We just can't see the other one.
Right, well, yeah. It has the one visible eye. So I shall put that over now with the other completed one.
Yeah.
What was the other completed one?
The one that's just an eye.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
That's right. Right.
That one. So this one. That is completed now. This one is complete.
2 completes.
Now you better complete the other 2.
Sweet.
As the night wears on and my paint all starts drying out.
So, one of those actors that everyone knew would eventually end up in a comic book film of some sort finally settled on a specific movie. And, of course, I'm talking about The Rock. Because for the longest time, they're like, oh, The Rock's going to be Lobo. And, I was kind of like, just because I don't trust Hollywood to do a good Lobo film. It's not because the Lobo couldn't be good or The Rock couldn't play Lobo. The Rock could totally play Lobo. It's just that, I wasn't that. It did the concept did not excite me. And he finally signed to play Black Adam in the in Shazam, and that is actually great on multiple levels because he gets to play a villain, and I would like to see him do a villain. The only thing that kind of makes me wonder is where do you get, usually race doesn't matter, but I think that in the case of Black Adam, with the case of Captain Marvel or Shazam, they definitely need to go with an incredibly pale white dude, because that's generally what the character is, right? So how do you get that equivalent to The Rock? I don't know how you find a guy like that.
I think the worst, the bigger thing, Shazam. I don't know. I don't remember what, but he is a little boy, and when he says the words, he turns into the giant.
Sure.
Right. So, I mean, so is he only playing the large version? I mean, how's he gonna?
Well, The Rock is playing Black Adam, so Black Adam is kind of a different. So Black Adam is actually aged.
Well, I'm thinking. Oh, go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
Black Adam is the villain, and basically, originally Black Adam got the ring back in like hundreds of years ago. He originally, or not the ring, but he had the power of Shazam, basically, which is where.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking of a different character. I was thinking of another character. His superpower, he's black something, but his superpower is like super voice.
Oh, okay.
was reading another article on it. Anyway, so I was totally thinking of the wrong thing. So he's Black Adam. It's like Shazam's.
Yeah, he's like basically an evil version of Shazam.
Right.
Yeah, and basically he's someone who was originally given the mantle of Shazam.
Now we're saying Shazam, but isn't his name Captain Marvel?
Shazam is the wizard who gives the powers to Captain Marvel, and they're going to avoid saying Captain Marvel in any of the titling because Marvel has a character named Captain Marvel who's going to be in a movie. So yeah, she exactly. So yeah, they're kind of avoiding saying Captain Marvel in any of the titling, but
kind of like they avoid saying zombie in zombie films.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically, and he gets the power of Shazam, and then basically gets corrupted by the power, which happens a lot. You know, power corrupts, and refuses to give it up. So basically, he like holds on to this power, and at some point, he gets like thrown into another universe somewhere. You know, because that's the only way you can get rid of immortal people is just make things really inconvenient for them.
Right.
And of course, at some point, he makes his way back. You know, but yeah, it's an interesting character for sure, and he's very, very, very powerful, and he kind of becomes an anti-hero in the comic books. So, because he doesn't really want to.
I like anti-heroes.
Right. Well, I mean, he doesn't really like. He just thinks that if he ruled everybody else, the world would be a better place. That's like kind of the way he thinks.
I know what's missing in this palette. This needs more magenta.
Now I'm obsessed with trying to figure out the guy that I was thinking of. It's a superhero character. He's got like a tuning fork on his freaking head, and because he doesn't talk because his power is so strong that he would like level a city.
Oh wow! I have no idea now that you said that part.
And he wears all black, but on his chest it's like these silver zigzag lines. God, who is that?
That doesn't sound familiar at all, really.
Yeah.
The Inhumans. I think it's the Inhumans. It's the leader of the Inhumans.
Making a movie out of that too.
Right, which is what I was thinking of. Right. So, what's this guy? Hello. Black Bolt. Boom. Black Bolt. Yeah.
My first thought was to say Black Lightning, and then you would have probably immediately thought Black Bolt. So I knew Black Lightning wasn't it though.
And the zigzags are going up, so yeah, my brain was thinking not the right. That's okay. I mean, yeah, I read when I heard that I can't remember who's playing him, but when I remember reading the wiki, to me, the Inhumans were like these little subgroup sort of villains that I never paid attention to in my brother's comic book collection. They were like the it's like you know how you have the main heroes that you like, the Hulk, the Spider-Man, all those guys, but like these were the bottom of the barrel, and I never paid attention to like but apparently he's wicked powerful. Like he does not speak, because if he opens his mouth and forms words, all hell breaks loose.
Bad things happen.
Like cities disappear. like worlds destroy. I think he's called the World Destroyer because his absolute power is he can, annihilate a planet with his voice. But I can't remember who's actually playing him. But I was thinking when you were talking about Black Adam, I was thinking, is The Rock gonna play this guy? That'd be awesome.
Right. Well, The Rock's a pretty decent actor. I'm really glad that what's his name was in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Vin Diesel.
Well, yeah,
Vin Diesel. That's who they were thinking. That's who's gonna play Black Bolt. Vin Diesel.
He's gonna play Black Bolt?
That's right. That's who I was when I heard it. I was like, wow. Yeah, that'll be dope. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't
No,
mean
that's
to cut you
fine.
off.
That's fine. Yeah. I don't know. The Rock is one of those guys that, like, anytime you need to cast a really gigantic dude, like, his name gets thrown around, you know.
Right. Well, he's a good actor who has a gigantic body.
Right.
So that makes sense. There's not many good actors who are freaking huge. You know who's the biggest guy I've seen that's not a bad actor. You like Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Okay, good. You know the guy who fought the Red Viper?
Right.
That guy who played the Mountain in that particular actor, he is so gigantic. It is
huge.
Retarded.
Well, he's world's strongest man. Yeah.
Yep.
I watched the documentary on him on YouTube or something.
Oh, really? There's a doc?
Yeah.
Come on, I gotta see that thing.
Yeah. I think it was a Vice. Vice went to because they Vice did a thing on why Finland has so many world's strongest man competitors. Because it's like there's like a specific city in Finland that has like a whole bunch, or maybe it's Iceland. I think it might have been Iceland.
It's Iceland. Yeah. I used to watch the World's Strongest Man, and
oh yeah, I did, of course. Yeah.
There was one guy from Iceland that every single year he frickin' dominated, and he was the smallest guy. He was like physically the smaller guy, and he beat the hell out of all these guys.
Well, you know, whenever it comes down to it, tendon strength is more important than muscle size. Yeah.
Except if you've got a lot of muscle. Holy crap.
But actually, you know who else is great? Terry Crews.
You said Vice by Vice?
Yeah, I think so. Vice.
It's about 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
Yeah, Vice is. You should just hit subscribe. Vice is amazing. Yeah, the Giants of Iceland. That's it.
Yeah, Giants. Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
And yeah, Vice has some of the highest quality video content on YouTube. It's good stuff.
Subscribed.
Yeah, they also have a show they do called Motherboard, which is more technology related, but it's still very much the same style of thing. But yeah, very good content. And you'll learn stuff too. Like I've watched things on various drugs and stuff that I'd never even heard of, you know. Because this actually originated from Vice magazine, which was basically it was a magazine that covered drugs and prostitutes and stuff like that. Yeah.
Don't remember ever hearing about that.
It was kind of a big deal in like the 80s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I remember, but I don't remember the Vice magazine.
Mm.
Was it full of any like pop culture, or I mean, what kind of layout was it? Was it just about drugs and prostitution?
I don't remember actually reading it. I knew it was a thing.
Yeah, it's like Fangora, huh?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like I didn't read too many of them, but
I could actually buy that in my hometown.
Fangora?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, thanks for dropping this name, because you know I'll enjoy watching this. Like, I remember seeing him next to what's her name, Lena Henley. And dude, she's down here, and he's like way up here, and I'm like, that means you either 4 feet tall or he's like freaking 7'15". Jesus, this guy's huge.
Yeah, you should check this photo out. This is the Rock next to a Chinese basketball player.
Hold up a sec. Come on. Here we go. Oh yeah, I've seen this photo. Yeah. Not too long ago as well, a couple of days ago.
Right. Yeah, it's not too old. It's from October or whatever. But the Rock's stuff tends like he has a really good Twitter account, so his stuff tends to get like reshared a lot.
Yeah.
It makes its way around.
I mean, he's a big guy, but the Chinese guy is like.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like when you have the gigantism, typically the guys are really obviously gargantuan tall.
Right.
They're also thick boned. Obviously.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of these people that are this tall don't actually have gigantism.
Really.
Right, because they don't get any of the negative health effects of because like they don't get like the enlarged heart and stuff like that. So usually whenever you see someone that tall and they're an athlete, they don't actually have gigantism.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a typical trait that they end up being like really slender, you know, even though they're obviously compared to me and you, they're freaking giants, but they have very slender looking features. None of them are like built like gigantic. But that guy, the Icelandic guy there, he is like stacked with muscle, and he's like 7-8 feet tall. I mean, that's just a scary combo. He's a literal giant, like the one straight out of D&D company, Frost Giants. That guy is amazingly, like, I don't know, intimidating.
Actually, you know who could have played at one point who would have been a great Captain Marvel?
Who?
Howie Long.
Howie Long?
He was a football player.
Yeah. Blonde guy, right?
Yeah, he had some movies in like early 2000s, 90s, and stuff like that. But he's too old right now. But he was really great.
He had that chiseled jaw.
Yes.
He would make a good Captain Marvel.
Right. I'm going through a list of actors or athletes who became actors. See, Terry Crews, yes, Terry Crews is a great actor.
He's so funny. That guy.
He's hilarious, and he's wise too. Like he's like wise, and he's genuine. Definitely, he's like one of my favorite people.
Yeah. I remember watching Everybody Hates Chris, and I think that's pretty much when I started seeing Terry Crews in a different light. I was like,
well, that's when I started seeing Chris Rock in a different light, because prior to that, I just kind of saw Chris Rock as like the kind of guy that goes on Def Comedy Jam or something like that, and I wasn't necessarily like I didn't have a lot in common with him. After watching Everybody Hates Chris, I realized I have a lot in common with him because I grew up, in a low income place or whatever. So I grew up in low income, so I understand a lot of the things that he grew up with. I grew up with too, and ever since then he's been a lot wiser. He's rich, but he doesn't like overspend his money or live lavishly or anything, so that it shows up in the press.
Yeah, we've never heard anything in the press about Chris Rock ever.
Exactly right, and friggin' Notch just bought a $70 million mansion.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, he sold what? He sold Minecraft to Microsoft for I don't remember several $1 billion.
Yeah, the fun thing about owning a company these days is how many billions you're going to get for it.
Right.
Everything. What do you call it? Snapchat and frickin'.
Right.
Not that they were bought up, but Instagram. Everything these days is like it's 1 billion plus.
Anytime you start looking into getting venture, if a company gets venture capital, then they're going to sell at some point.
I mean, how much I can't remember, but how much did Oculus Rift get sold for? It was like obscene, wasn't it? Like 30 million or 30 billion or 10 billion?
It wasn't like that. It was. I can actually look it up because Wikipedia has some awesome acquisition charts. Facebook acquisitions.
Pretty sure it was 10.
It was billions, definitely, and I mean, it's worth it just to, like, if they're counting that they're getting John Carmack.
Well, that now is not the case. I think, yeah, that's not the case anymore. I think John Carmack now is like in the middle of lawsuits because they've I can't remember, like he said he contributed to no. I thought they said
no. Someone else is suing. Somebody else is suing Oculus because of John Carmack, but John Carmack did not instigate anything, and he's still an employee.
Oh, okay.
He's this chief technical officer of Oculus.
What is Oculus? I've been hearing it a lot lately.
It's a virtual reality headset. They spent $2 billion for it. So basically, Yeah, basically they did a Kickstarter, and it's like remember those head-mounted displays that they used to have, at the VR centers and stuff.
Right.
It's that, but with a high-resolution screen, like really high pixel, higher pixel density than has been ever commercially available. Really good head tracking stuff.
And a wider view angle.
Right, and a wider view angle, and it's actually got support from developers, and it works out of the box with most games. Because like most games support 3D because of the 3D monitors, so immediately those games automatically support the Oculus Rift. And it's also it's going to be affordable. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be like a $350 thing whenever it hits the market.
All right, so it's not actually on market yet.
No.
They did a Kickstarter.
Yeah, I remember
anyone who did the Kickstarter got a dev kit, which was like a lower resolution version, but the final consumer version is going to be higher resolution. It's going to have better tracking. And the thing is, a lot of times those things don't work because the refresh rate is not high enough. So whenever you move your head, you get motion sickness because it's not tracking the movement perfectly. So that's been like something that's been kind of difficult. But they fixed it, and it's blowing people's minds. Like everyone who tries it, and it works with people that have glasses, which is a big thing for me.
I was gonna say, is it gonna be paired with like another device, like to track your arm and hand and body movement?
They just bought a company to do that.
Right. There's a couple of things like there's a big right now tracking your hands is a big thing, but walking, there was a company who already came out with like I'm not saying that this is coming out with them, but NASA did. I can't remember the name of the company, but they created a treadmill type 360 rotational sort of treadmill.
Motivator.
The motivator.
Yeah.
And so basically, you can walk and you can turn, and I guess it is supposed to represent being able to sort of walk in a free space. And they said that it worked, fairly well. I think NASA borrowed it with the Oculus Rift to do some. They took the high resolution images from the Mars rover and created a virtual Mars space, which I think that sounds like a pretty damn awesome application for virtual reality. Number one, but number two, I thought it was a great idea that NASA could exploit to pay for space exploration from the consumer end, because who wouldn't want to go climb Olympus Mons from your home, without because like think if you had the motivator there, think of one like the rock climbing treadmills. What if you could convert like a rock climbing treadmill to where you have like footholds that would pop up as they're coming in the virtual space as you're seeing them, but on the treadmill as it's coming down as you're progressing up, that each of these handholds are coming out, like being sort of vacuum formed or whatnot on the fly. It's possible. It just takes somebody with a ridiculous amount of money to make it. And then to have somebody translate all the programming. So like basically when you grab a rock, the rock forms on the treadmill, in real time. And I mean, like I said, who wouldn't want to go to Venus? Because you can't obviously go to Venus. You can't even step foot on the planet. But who wouldn't want to go and climb the tallest mountain, Olympus Mons, in the entire solar system? If you're a serious climber, and if they could translate this properly, I mean, this would be like once Oculus Rift being so low, $300 a unit, passed around the planet, and then you get NASA basically coming out with this high-resolution imagery. They're the only people who actually can get that imagery and then sell that to the public to fund, additional sort of space exploration. But that was just a thought that I had when they did that particular thing with the motivator. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Tangent there.
So on the YouTube, there's now 3 people watching, and apparently an hour ago.
Oh, that's interesting. Because my thing, the Hangout says there's 5 viewers.
Oh, well, it says 4 now, but I'm one of them, so it's probably not including me in that. So Eric Ridgway an hour ago says, good stuff. good rambles. So he's enjoying our conversation. So yeah, if you're still watching.
Still watching. I think I'm going to. Let's see. I'm going to re-invite my circles and see who happens to show up.
But yeah, it's really interesting what's going on with 3D technology now. Like, it's actually consumer stage, which is really cool. And like Samsung has their own variety, and like other companies are constantly saying, "Oh, we have our own variety as well." And I don't know, I'm kind of betting on Oculus, but.
And then you have the weird amalgamations like Xbox or Microsoft with their projection technology, and
that's more of a thing like, hey, look what we can do. I don't know that will ever actually be a consumer product because it requires 3 projectors.
Yeah, right, but I'm just
have 3 projectors lying around.
Right.
I think when all these things become viable, I think we're going to get hit in the face with more than just the Oculus Rift. We're going to get hit in the face by a whole bunch of things. We're going to wake up one day and it's just going to be like a twisted future where, like, we're fun. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay.
As amazing as all the stuff that Microsoft did with the Illuma Room,
Right.
whatever, Sony kind of beat them to the punch because there was a commercial for the Sony PlayStation 4, I think, before it even launched, where basically they did the same thing where they had something that was kind of like a footstool or whatever, like in the middle of a room, and then they projected at the time they called it, I think they call it projection mapping, where they're basically projecting 3D content onto or they're projecting 2-dimensional video onto a 3-dimensional surface so that it incorporates the 3D elements of the surface.
Right.
So, like, for example, the footstool may turn into a car all of a sudden, and then they would be like driving around, and the video would like move, so that they would be in the same position, but then the video would orient itself to it. It was a really, really cool video. Let's see here, Sony PlayStation projection mapping.
All right, I have a question for you guys. I'm probably the only one who ever actually has done this. But you ever, as you're walking down like a hallway or something, just imagine the whole world is virtual and you're just staying still and the world is moving and you're not? Like, you're just walking in place and everything else is just moving towards you as if you were on a treadmill? Am I the only insane person who's ever done that? Probably.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I've done that, and then after a while, I'll fool my brain, and then I get really weirded out.
I think the only time that I lost like a major sense of connecting with reality was when I was 21, drank a whole bottle of Jose Cuervo, and I literally was out hanging out with my friend, acting like an idiot. Obviously, a bottle of Jose Cuervo, but I remember looking specifically at my friend across the street, and he's standing next to a light pole, and I just remember that the light pole and him were started drifting off into space, and it was so odd that I was just like, wow, is this really happening? And then my head hits the ground. I was like, oh, it's because I was falling. But I mean, for a moment there, it felt like I had a total disconnection with reality. I mean, I've been drunk before, don't get me wrong. That was the first time it was like I didn't realize I was drunk and things were going whack. But no, not the escalator thing.
But I live.
That's the only insane one who ever did that. Oh.
I do lots of weird things like that, though. Like there's a.
Name 5.
Huh?
Name 5.
Name 5?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like one thing I do is like, all right, like sometimes I'll try to. I don't know why I do this. Sometimes I'll try to like, how you like hum a song or something like that. Well, like I'll try to play back a song, but with the sing. I don't know how I would phrase it, but. Basically, I will do a song, but the limitation is I can only say instead of every note I say beep, and I can't change the tone. so it has to be the same tone of beep every single time. Try it; it's really tough. Try to do jingle bells, and just where you only say beep and you never change the tone of beep.
Wow. Here I thought I was the odd guy out.
So it's like beep 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 beep. And then if you actually change the pitch or tone, then you lose.
So it's the monotone nature of this is the trick.
Yeah, it's tough, because your
Yeah,
mind
it's
wants
tough.
you to your mind wants you to change the pitch,
Yeah, being a musician, it would be impossible for me.
Right, like for example,
I-
people can sing anything. People sing meow,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can sing, I'm not going to do it, but I have
Do it.
self-respect.
This is YouTube, man. Who's got self-respect?
Now this is Hangouts. Cliff's, destroying our security and privacy by putting this on YouTube.
I didn't sign anything, Cliff. I'm taking you to court.
Actually, you did.
I think you have to click something that
You
says
do.
Oh.
pretty secure, yeah. Unless things have drastically changed since the last time
Yep, still does that.
You are about to join an on-air hang.
That's what it does.
We click through things so fast we don't agree. We don't even remember.
Right.
I don't
no,
remember.
absolutely nobody. I saw something recently that said it would take something like 17 years to read all the terms of services that an average person receives.
Wow.
There was some absurd amount like that. It was like one of those statistics that was really high but believable, so you didn't feel compelled to check it.
I think the thing is, though, if you're honestly concerned about your privacy, then the internet's not a place for you.
Oh, I'm not. But that being
I
said,
just meant you in general, not you,
Right.
Robert.
well, I think that the people that are concerned with privacy should have an option. But I also do believe.
Don't get on the interwebs.
Right, I do. I'm a big the internet is your resume kind of thing. So anything you do on the internet could theoretically show up at a job interview, and you should be aware of and prepared for that.
Yes.
By the way, Cliff, completely random. All the blue paint is kind of turning into Skeletor in my mind.
Nice. Wait. This blue paint here, the stuff on the
Right. On the on your palette, it's kind of looks like Skeletor.
Yeah, he's got all the right tones, the purples.
Exactly. Yes.
Skeletor. Yes.
That's actually an art form I haven't seen. I want to see someone make their palette into the art. So you just put start out with a palette, and then you just put the blobs of paint, and then you'd do some stuff, and boom, art.
Palette art.
I mean,
Somehow
people have done that, but
that it's been done. I'm pretty sure people have used
Right.
drop cloths, or at least stuff that look exactly like drop cloths, Pollock, and called it art.
So are these eyes? Are they crying inside?
They're like jellyfish eyes.
They're like jellyfish.
They're part jellyfish.
I'm just glad they look more like eyes and less like anuses now.
But they they kind of have a Jamaican hat going on there. What's going on? Is that brains or a Jamaican?
That's the top of the jellyfish part. They're jellyfish with giant balls on them for no particular reason.
That's like an anus, I suppose, is a good thing.
Yeah. I'm glad if it ever was looking like that it has moved away from looking like that, because that would have probably been unintentional. Giant anuses.
Yeah.
Along with blue eye, this is we're getting some new alien anatomy going on.
Yeah, we're breaking new grounds.
Yeah, don't ask me why, but these are jellyfish eyes. They're eyes that are jellyfish. I don't know. Can you tell I like surrealism?
Rastafarian Santa Claus Cyclops. That's what I'm getting,
That's awesome.
Santa Claus, Rastafarian Cyclops.
That's even better than jellyfish eyes. I like your version better.
Let's go with it.
Exactly.
Let's run with it.
Rastafarian
Cyclops Santa Claus.
Cyclops. Nice. That's beautiful. I don't think I could have come up with that if I tried.
And I'm not on any narcotics, so doing good.
I was going to say, is that a good or a bad thing?
It, you know, on when I'm admitting it to the public, it's a good thing.
Sure. Sure. Well, it's like I just had a job interview, and I said, I can guarantee you that I'll pass the background check and the drug check. It's like, you know, and that was after I already felt
If
like
you perform it now.
I already felt like the interview was going pretty well, so that was just kind of like a little added thing, because, you know, that's an expensive aspect of hiring anyone.
You know, except for if I was the interviewee, I'd be like, why did he bring that up? Why? Did he just doctor it all so that it passes? Is there a reason you gave? Did you give him any reason to suspect you wouldn't?
Well, you know, I work in call centers. Call centers, you have access to credit card information, so they tend to do relatively extensive background checks compared to most positions.
You do tech support?
Yeah. Yeah, actually I do tech support. I do tech support for a cable company, but I got laid off. So I applied for the other cable company in town, and I had an interview yesterday, and it went pretty well. So
nice.
I mean, I'm still working until the 27th, but, you know, whatever. Unemployment rate's like stupid low here, so I'm not really like worried that I would ever not have a job.
Yeah, I've been I don't know, I've been so many different call centers, tech support. I've done tech support for, you know, tons of you know, everything I do is IT related. So
I don't think I could work in a call center. I really don't.
I like talking to people.
I'd be
I think that's the part about the job that I love is being able to interface with people. But then when everybody started tripping out about 7 minutes, call time must be 7 minutes. When they started doing that sort of stuff, you know, like I wasn't suited for doing call center stuff because I would sit on that phone for 15, 20 minutes until that person got taken care of.
And that's how we like it as customers.
Exactly. People like me, but except for the company I work for. They didn't like me.
Right. You know, like that. That's
doing your job.
You know, people liked me, so like regardless of anything else, like that to me like knows that I'm in the right area, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have aspirations. You know, I've been an independent game developer trying to make that happen.
Wow, that's rough.
Yeah, I'm a blogger. I'd like to make that happen. I'm not realistic that it would ever happen because you know, getting a job being paid to blog is not that difficult. Getting a job that pays you to blog where that can be your only source of income, that would be hard because they don't traditionally pay a whole lot to blog on the site unless you're actually like on site. Like, you know, if I get a job with like BuzzFeed or something, that would be an actual job and I'd have to move to New York or something.
Yeah.
Not that I, you know, necessarily am trying to get a job at BuzzFeed or anything, but that's an example of a company that actually hires full-time writers. The other one would be Cracked. I would love to work for Cracked. That's probably my favorite website on the internet.
As in the magazine?
Yes, they became a really amazing humor site.
Huh.
They jokingly say that. It literally says like America's favorite humor site since like 1973 or something like that when websites haven't been around that long.
You know, it's funny. Growing up, you know, I always loved Crack Magazine. I
agree.
I always looked at Mad as being the second-rate one, which is weird because Mad was around way longer.
Sure.
But growing up, I always thought always looked at Mad as the ripoff.
Sure.
But then again, I also thought the Beatles directly ripped off the Monkees. What do I know?
Well, you know, in my mind, Mad. In my mind,
I was a dumb kid.
In my mind, Mad Magazine is kind of the lesser of the two right now. Where Cracked is basically this big internet. I'm not going to say empire because they're just the one site, but they have so much good content. They have great video content. They have a show called After Hours, which is basically a bunch of guys like us that sit in a
show at all.
Yeah. A bunch of guys like us sit in a diner and discuss movies and various and they do it in like they do kind of like what if scenarios or did you realize type situations, you know?
It sounds like just me and my friends hanging out.
Exactly, and it's wonderful. It's called After Hours and it has like 4 seasons. so you can like watch them all on YouTube.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's one of the like I found it and I literally felt like they wrote a television, like they wrote a show for me.
I have never felt that way. I would like to feel that way. I'm not sure I'm not sure who's out there making that weird thing.
Right. Well, for me it was After Hours because I, like back in the days when DVDs were actually relevant, I had like 350, which I thought was a lot. I mean, obviously there's people that have more than that, but
no, there's only one person I've known whose collection came close to that, and every single one of them were porn.
Yeah, I tend to find that people that have that many, like more than that, don't actually watch them, or they don't rewatch them. I tend to rewatch the films that I buy. Like, I only buy a movie if I intend to rewatch it.
I totally agree with you.
If you're not going to rewatch it, why bother buying it? That's why I don't own any DVDs.
Yeah, everything that I own is just what you said. Everything that I own is something that I can rewatch, like, infinitely.
Do you have any idea how many times I've watched Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Like, a lot.
You know how many times I've seen Galaxy Quest? Like, a lot.
I don't know. Like, I like the movie. I recently tried to watch it on, like, Amazon Prime, and I couldn't even watch it the whole way through. I don't know if it's because, like, my brain filled in the rest of the movie after I got to a certain point.
I haven't
and, like, it just felt like I was waiting for them to do things I knew they were going to do, and it just...
I only watched it the one time. I don't think I've ever seen it again.
We all have our different films that appeal to how our mind wants, I guess, to be loved. You know, like when I was watching The Matrix, I realized that between the music and the visuals and the action, everything was timed exactly perfectly. And that cadence in my mind is why I like certain types of films. If it has a cadence, the way that they go from one scene to the next, and the way the movie work or the music works, and Galaxy Quest, oddly enough, has that sort of.
Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor and watch Equilibrium.
I've seen Equilibrium many times.
Yeah,
I love it. One of Christian Bale's greatest performances.
Right?
Yeah, I think he's totally badass in that.
Oh, like, yeah, he's great in that movie. I love that movie.
The whole concept with the like the gun fu.
Gun kata, yeah.
Gun kata.
I love that movie. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. I've made people watch it.
I just watched that movie like last week. I went on a movie watching binge, and that was one of them.
And doesn't it kind of crosses over? It's like it's like Matrix and Fahrenheit. What was that one movie? Fahrenheit 464. It's where they burn like all the books.
I don't remember. I haven't actually seen that one.
Yeah, I watched that Equilibrium movie right after watching, was it Jack Reacher?
Oh, that I could see that working.
I watched it just because it was right near each other on Amazon Prime. And I'm like, all right, let's watch this one next.
I enjoyed Jack Reacher.
Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury.
Yeah,
it was a mix between The Matrix and that. Anyway, just
another movie I would like to recommend, just because it does have those thematic elements to it, and that would be Oblivion. Since we're talking about, you mentioned Jack Reacher. Oblivion is a Tom Cruise movie. It's kind of like an homage to like the 70s dystopian science fiction films.
I've seen it. I actually own it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
What's that one about?
Basically, like imagine like it's the future and aliens have taken over Earth, and like there's like an Earth defense.
He's in like that floating building with his.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I know which one you're talking about. That was a pretty decent movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and like the sound effects for those drone things, man, that was freaky.
All right, I think I'm gonna call this one done.
Yeah.
Whatever this weird. What did we decide? Like Rastafari.
Rastafari, Cyclops, Santa Claus.
There you go. Yes, I think I can call this one done. What do you think?
I think it's great.
I think it's just bizarre enough to fit in with the rest of them.
Nice.
Alright, so next I have. Alright, these are the last two I need to finish up.
Okay, cool.
The one with the teeth. That one there. That's reminding me of. It's like kind of like Bleach inspired.
I don't know. The little button eyes make me think spider.
Spider? Well, you know, Bleach.
I mean, I must admit, when I was doing those eyes, I was thinking spider.
Like if you added a bunch
You're
more.
not far off with your thinking of spider, because I was thinking of spider when I put those eye thingies there. So.
Yeah. Like if you added a lot more eyes, it would very quickly become a spider.
You know, if this lizard thing here had like some arms and a guitar, like this pose would be totally awesome. You know, like he's rocking it out.
I don't think I have enough room for a guitar, though.
Oh, I'm just saying, you know.
It kind of reminds me of Munch from Munch's Odyssey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's a video game.
Yeah, Abe and Munch.
Yeah, I just bought the Odd Box, which is all the Oddworld Inhabitants games. So I got like, you know, Abe's Exodus, Abe's Odyssey, Munch's Odyssey, and Stranger's Wrath.
I'm pretty sure that was supposed to have its own film, Oddworld.
Yeah, I mean they were working on it at one point, but I think they kind of fell on, like, they had some publishing issues whenever it came to Stranger's Wrath because it was originally supposed to be published by Microsoft and then they backed out, so they kind of got soured on the game industry in general.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. They might still be working on it. Who knows? It takes a long time to release a movie if you don't have 8 billion employees.
Yeah.
Well,
I hate the fact that we live in a time where everything gets put on hold and
right.
Just, you know, because there's, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, you know, you should be thankful because otherwise Nick Cage would have played Superman.
Wow. Even though we haven't had a decent Superman yet.
You know, I think the most recent one, in theory, could be a good Superman. I just, the movie, it's entertaining, but, you know, it's really like this really long-form commercial for Denny's or IHOP. Yeah, IHOP. And also, like, there's a lot of destruction, which is really not really... I mean, Superman destroys things, but it's not like, you know, he tries to not destroy them generally.
I think that whole end sequence didn't need to happen. I think I would have been happy with the fact that, you know, the guy was like doing a little bit of bravado. Hey, I'm better than you, and then Superman gets behind him and snaps his neck or whatever. But like the whole flying around and knocking buildings down made no sense.
Well, to me, Superman Superman isn't quite Batman whenever it comes to the not killing thing. I mean, he's really, really, really close to it. But he's more of a, hey, I'm going to put you into the Phantom Zone for, you know, eternity.
Which is even worse.
Well, yeah, but people don't think that way, you know. I'm really excited though to see Affleck's Batman. I really do think that he can actually pull off Batman. Like, I think he's aged enough and he has enough experience and whatnot to really pull off the character.
I think I'm willing, definitely willing to see a Ben Affleck Batman, considering the fact that I think the third Batman did not.
Oh, I hate it.
Did not work for me.
I hate Dark Knight Rises, and Aaron Wood, the guy that was in here earlier, is the only other person that's ever agreed with me on that.
Well, now I agree.
The third one?
Yeah.
Bane was so weak, it was ridiculous.
The only thing I liked about that movie, which I wish was which would have been nice in the second one if she was in that one instead, was I liked that girl. I mean, Catwoman. I mean. No,
she was fine. Like, I think that she was fine.
Say Alicia Silverstone. I like her too, but
no, that was which Batman?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, oh yeah, Batgirl. No, I meant Catwoman. I thought she did a great job in the character and the role.
She was great.
Yeah.
She was great. It's just ultimately, I feel like
Two was so much better.
I didn't. Well, one, all right, Bane. I hate Bane.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't like Bane. I didn't think he was threatening. I didn't think the fight between him and Batman was interesting. And Batman's also like, he's a freaking ninja. Bane would not have been able to own him that much in the way that it happened. Bane is strong, and he has been, he obviously has, what's the word I'm looking for? He has, things that he can outdo Batman on whenever it comes to strength and endurance and stuff like that. But the fight.
Isn't he supposed to be a luchador as well? Like.
No, that's kind of like. He's not a luchador. He's.
He always looks like he's a luchador.
Right, right. Well, he's from a Spanish island, so he would. But I don't think he's like a luchador in the There's no luchador aspects to his character outside of the mask.
Granted, and I'll agree because I've actually never seen him, wrestle in a ring.
Yeah.
Or, do a flying elbow.
Right. I mean, hey, a lot of getting a costume, entails what you can get.
Right, right.
That's
but
why
he wasn't believable as a Bane at all. He didn't have the size.
I didn't like his accent. It was like this weird Scottish accent, which made no sense for his character.
And every time he spoke, they chose to dub. And when they did the dub, they used a compression, and the compression knocked out almost all the rest of the audio. So when he's talking, you can't hear anything else that's going on. It was kind of weird how they did the audio for that.
Yeah, whenever the very first scene in the airplane, I laughed during that scene. I'm not supposed to laugh whenever your supervillain character does something, asinine or whatever. So yeah, I mean, to me, Dark, and I didn't even mind Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character. However, the fact where they said that his name was Robin at the end, that pissed me off so much. I just wanted to go in through the screen and just choke Christopher Nolan for even considering putting that in the movie. I'm even okay with the fact that he becomes Robin, but not the fact that, oh, well, why don't you use your real name? I'm like, no, Robin did not become a police, no, he did not become an officer on the Gotham Police. That's not who this character is. Let this character be this awesome police officer that he is. Don't tarnish him by making him a failed Robin, and also, Batman was constantly giving up all the time. Alfred was crying all the time for the entire movie. And Michael Caine is a great actor, and he's a great Alfred. I just didn't like that he was put into situations where he had to cry. And also they all right. So in every movie, they had what's his name? Scarecrow. Scarecrow's in every movie. He was barely in the third movie. They could have put an extra in his role, and it would not have changed anything. They should have given him a larger part in the movie, and reduced the part of other people. Because it gotten to the point where he was a constant thorn, and I wanted him to be more of a constant thorn in the movie. He was very underutilized.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, didn't he did the whole
in the movie.
Did the court scene.
Right. And also, I'm also disappointed that they never used. At no point during the end of the movie, they never said sometimes you just can't get rid of a bomb, which is a reference to the 1967, I think, Batman movie with Adam West. There's a part where he's running around with a comedically cartoon bomb over his head, and every time he goes around a corner, there's nuns or a marching band or something absurd.
Oh, so he couldn't get rid of the bomb.
Yeah, so at one point he's sometimes you can't just get rid of a bomb. And at the end of the movie, Batman picks up a round, comically bomb-like bomb and is trying to drop it outside of the town. And I just this would have been a great moment to slip in that line, and you would have got a chuckle out of me. And it would have made me feel a little bit better. But no, I left the movie hating the movie. I walked out of the theater hating it. It's not like I, later, upon reflection, hated the movie.
So here's the thing. We saw Batman, flying the bomb away from Gotham City. My question is in what way was he ever able to even get away from that we have a Ben Affleck Batman?
Well, I mean, he shows up at the end of the movie in, France or something.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, Like remember how like Alfred's like at some point I want to see you at see you at a cafe in France, and he shows up with Catwoman or something like that. Like
maybe was this like after the credits rolled?
It would have been. Marvel's trained me to always stay until after the credits.
I didn't, so maybe I gotta watch that. I don't think I remember any of that at all.
Yeah, and it just made it worse because, so you're saying Batman retired. Well, I hate you. Because Batman is incapable of retiring. That's because he's Batman. I mean, there's that time in the comics, but what did he do? He came out of retirement and kicked ass.
Yeah.
And started a whole new frickin' Bat army.
There was a Bat army?
Batman Returns results in a kind of him training a bunch of people who used to be punks to basically fight in the name of Batman.
I'm not fully. I mean, I've watched quite a few Batman properties, but I'm not like.
Yeah, you should watch Batman Returns. Yeah, Batman Returns. Year one was okay, but Batman Returns is based off of the Frank Miller comic book. Batman comes out of retirement. Really good. So good they made it into 2 movies, so they didn't have to compress anything. Peter Weller plays the voice of Batman.
This isn't on Netflix by any chance, is it?
It was at one point.
Really?
Yeah. Have you seen Under the Red Hood?
Yeah, I have. That's
I was going to say, because you definitely need to see that if you haven't. But
no, I've seen that one because that was long. It was a while ago, but when I watched it, I was like, I was sometimes the animated movies are a little bit of a toss up, but I think I had watched one after the other, and I was thinking, that these animations were really representing the IPs really well.
Right.
So then I saw Under the Red Hood, and I was like, I'll give it a chance, and it was like the best Batman
I don't think I've never seen any of the Batman animated movies.
Oh, they're almost all of them are great, except for the anime one I didn't like.
I've seen the series, just never seen any of the movies.
Yes, you need to watch Batman. They're all basically standalone, so you don't have to have any foreknowledge to enjoy them. But Batman Under the Red Hood is easily the best. And then Batman Returns is very good. I would say that, for a while when Batman Returns first came out, or Batman The Dark Knight Returns, excuse me.
Okay.
Whenever
I got the 1992 version.
Yeah, Batman The Dark Knight Returns came out in 2012 and 2013. It was my favorite Batman film. And then I thought about it for a while, and then I'm like, no, Under the Red Hood is still the best. So actually, Batman, it's not available for streaming.
No.
Darn. But Batman The Dark Knight Returns, it would be weird if Part 2 was available for streaming. That would just piss me off.
I know, right?
Ooh, DC The Dark Knight Returns Deluxe Edition. Suppose that has both Parts 1 and Part 2. At some point, I want to download Parts 1 and Part 2, like re-edited into a single movie or something.
Because I cannot watch you, you must be fantastic. Now I want to see
you. Torrent it or something or whatever, or other
legal
means.
I cannot. I've put the past behind me.
I mean, find a legal means of acquiring it as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can put this. Send me the DVD. That is like so archaic. Just let me stream it.
Right. The thing that bothers me is that how much did movies cost if you went and bought a movie in like 1999?
How much did an actual movie?
Yeah, like if you went and bought a DVD in 1999, how much did it cost you?
$16.
How much does a digital download of a movie on Amazon cost?
I don't know. I don't buy anything from Amazon.
About $16.
Oh, wow.
Right. So they've removed the entire cost of media.
Yeah, packaging and media.
Packaging and media, and the price is the same.
Yeah, it's weird.
That bothers me. It's the same reason why I don't buy ebooks, because they cost as much as a regular book half the time.
And these are what we call infinite goods. So they can be replicated infinitely.
The only example of removing the cost of production, reducing the price is Steam. because the prices go down on Steam all the time. I just bought, a pack of 5 games for $5. The Odd Box was on Steam for $5.
Oh, is that what you got for $5? That's pretty good.
Yeah, right. So I got all the Oddworld, and you know what? I might only play one of the games, but I may want to go back and play Abe's Odyssey. I mean, it's a 2-dimensional game. They kind of last forever, whereas 3D kind of makes your eyes bleed after a while. So, and it's nice to have it in my collection. I now have 205 games, which I have
205 on your Steam account.
On my Steam account.
Gee.
And I've collected.
I've only gotten the orange box.
I've spent approximately $270 total.
Huh.
And I have 205 games.
It's almost $1 a game.
Yeah.
That's wild.
All right, I've actually probably spent more than that because Steam doesn't count Steam games I've bought from other websites. So I imagine if I were to calculate that into it, it would be more. Because I tend to, a lot of times, like Amazon, for example, if you buy a digital game on Amazon, it activates on Steam. So I get a lot of games from Amazon, the Humble Bundle, a bunch of other places. But yeah, I mean, I value that because to me, like, I trust that Steam is going to be around in 20 years.
Yeah, when EA, I think EA was one of the first people that started doing that, and I'm not talking about, Origin? Yeah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about EA did, before they had Origin, they were serving up digital downloads, Battlefield 2, and I bought Battlefield 2 and Battlefield, 2142, and a couple other games or something like that. And I always contemplated, I mean, I have to be trusting that this service is going to stick around, for a while, because I don't have any physical, actual, media. Yeah. So for a while I was just thinking, like, man, this better pan out. And then it's gotten to the point where I've never gone back to EA. I had no idea about Origin and the debacles that surround that kind of crap.
Right.
Let me see your hair. Pull up your hair. You want to see something? My hair was... Check this out. Just the other day, I finally came to terms with the fact that I cut it off. After 4 years, dude. Like, I still have long hair, right? It's still long. It's just double knotted up.
Right.
But I took off all that extra length that went down to my
dead ends.
Yeah, dude, I had to take it all off because I got sick of sleeping and turning my head and getting stuck. And sitting down in a chair and trying to move my head forward and getting stuck, I couldn't stand it anymore.
Well, it's like giving me headaches and stuff now. So, like, I'm gonna probably trim some of it off, but yeah, I'm gonna. I don't want to just take scissors and go snip though. Like, I want someone to like comb my hair so it's straight and then cut it straight across.
Yeah, I have my mom do mine.
Yeah, I need to get somebody I trust to do that or whatever.
I trust my mother.
Well, I don't have anybody here. I moved to South Dakota and I don't know anyone. So
South Dakota?
I have a few friends. I met, typical story. Met somebody here, it didn't work out. But, whatever.
Oh, a female? The female persuasion?
Right. Yeah. But unemployment rate's really low here. Cost of living's really low. Internet is really fast. So for me, like, outside of the social life aspect of it, it's been a great decision.
Well, as long as, like you said, it's low cost, that's a definite plus.
Relatively, I mean, like, a friend of mine lives in Austin, and she just posted she's looking for a house, and the rent is literally $1,800. Or actually, she's gonna. It's a house. I don't know if it was rent or whatever. It was $1,800 a month. I'm like, that would cripple me.
Yeah, I lived in Boca Raton, Florida, and I was paying $1,000 a month for 450 square feet.
Right. I have about
a lot.
I have 1,000 square feet.
Wow. It's like
I pay-
twice the size of my home.
I pay $600 a month, approximately.
That is amazing.
Yeah. It's a nice like I have 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom, and a hallway.
Don't you live in New Jersey, Cliff?
I do.
How much? How many rooms is your house?
How many rooms total? Like how many bedrooms or just how many rooms?
Bedrooms.
3.
How many square feet?
I have no idea.
How much?
Yeah, that's kind of hard to figure out. But
Yeah.
How much is your rent?
Our rent is $16.50.
That's not bad for 3 bedrooms.
there's an app for the iPad where you stand in the middle of the room and you like point like a little pointer on the screen to the corners in the room, and it'll tell you the square footage of the house.
Wow.
It literally will make like a CAD drawing of your house.
Sounds kind of like Project Tango.
Yeah, kind of, but it has a lot more like fidgety aspects of it because you have to like you know this is a corner, this is a corner, this is a corner, and you have to do that for every room. And like I never really got it to work 100%, but I figured out I have 1,000 square feet, so that works for me.
I tell you, for $600, that's not a bad deal.
I like it here.
Think about cutting that in half, and that's all your living space, and you pay $600, $700, $800, $900, $400 more.
Right. No, absolutely. I couldn't imagine doing that right now. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't make very much money, which is quite possible.
I don't think any of us make enough money.
Right. Well, I'd like.
What is this money of which you speak?
Cliff,
I know,
Cliff
right?
has so much talent. I keep wanting to.
I do.
See him strike out and do something.
You've been watching the wrong show.
Cliff, when you make it, you've got to take us with you, man. And he's just going to leave that one out there. Thanks. Like, you guys are on your own.
Yeah, he can buy that mall in New Jersey, and then we can all live there.
Yeah. I really like did you see what they did with the one in Texas? That Dallas one?
Yeah, I saw people were talking about it, yeah. I saw something recently where someone did something similar with a Walmart, where they actually turned a Walmart into a library.
Wow.
Because Walmart moved out of a town for some reason.
They do that?
Yeah.
We have a place like that here. That's the Woolworths building. It's gigantic, and they just left, and now it's a call center.
Yeah, that tends to happen. There's one of the department stores. I don't remember which one it was. Back in Terre Haute, Indiana, where I used to live, became a call center, and that's where like 3 of my first jobs were there because the call centers kept moving into this one part of the mall. But before that, it was like I remember it was a department store. It had an escalator at one point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to do something with that space. It's just so annoying. Every time I go there, there's even less shops, and it's just.
You know what you should do? You should sell pedometers.
You're probably right, because there are.
Like those abandoned malls always have like lots of people walking.
Oh yeah,
it's like heated or air conditioned, and sometimes there's like food or water nearby. So you
definitely walkers.
See all these people power walking.
Oh yeah. Well, when I used to work at KB Toys in the mall, overnight there used to always be walkers in the mall at night.
Just think, man, you could sell like pedometers and like Fitbits.
Fitbits. What is this weird walker phenomenon that happens at like malls these days? I'm clueless.
You're not familiar with it?
No, I've never seen this.
So like you have to live somewhere that has abandoned malls usually.
It's not new.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. Like it was around like 20 years ago.
People just show up and walk?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Think about it. It's
a nice empty space inside, climate controlled, where you can exercise and just walk.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, I've done it before. Like whenever I like had a bunch of time to burn, I'll be like, I'm just gonna.
God, ACPO, what is going on?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple laps around the mall.
I'm sorry.
Hey, welcome.
Has he?
How are you?
We're currently looking at
Hello.
Apple's like TV.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm fine. How's everyone?
Pretty good.
Good.
Excellent, excellent.
Why are we looking at your floor, Akpo?
Yeah, I had my phone crashed, so I got a Moto E as a stopgap phone, and it doesn't have
Right.
a forward-facing camera.
Oh, that sucks. Turn it around really quickly, like 5-second intervals.
Hold on, this is me in the flesh. Is that transmitting?
Yeah, just keep holding it there, man. Oh, perfect time for it to just lag out, right?
Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say it stopped moving altogether, didn't it?
Yep. Oh man, come back.
Oh, so just because I'm going to go ahead. So another comment from 40 minutes ago from Michael Niehaus on YouTube says about that 3D projection technology. I was once at a Halloween event at Waverly Place in Louisville, Kentucky, and they literally had it on the side of a wall, 3D projections on the building, which was insanely realistic and such. That was also slightly interactive. It was so incredible. There's actually lots of videos of that, of things being projected on the side of skyscrapers and whatnot, taking into account the 3D-ness of the building.
Right.
Really, really interesting. You'll see things like mouths like open and like swallow things, and like the windows become different elements of the projection. Really, really cool stuff.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like we're gonna, it's not just gonna be about virtual reality, which is obviously going to be amazing, but it's also going to be the things that we're going to get hit with is going to be augmented reality, where it's not just Google Glass. Like I used to be an Akpo, he's got Google Glass, obviously. I used to be a big proponent for it, but as time progresses, I think glass is losing its sort of ubiquity when it comes to AR.
Well, I was actually one of the first people that was offered glass, but I would have had to.
You just couldn't afford it.
Yeah, right. I would have had to have gone to California or New York, and I would have had to have paid $1,500 for it.
Yeah.
Right.
In my good consciousness, I cannot pay $1,500 whenever I knew that the components were not worth $1,500.
Right.
Like the camera, is moderately low res. It doesn't have an incredibly fast processor or a lot of memory.
Weren't they using TIO maps for that?
I don't know what kind of processor they had.
They were Texas Instruments at the time.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they were using TIO map MIPS chips.
Yeah, but so it
But
just wasn't
they're
worth
switching.
Right.
They're switching to Intel processors soon.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I don't know. Like we'll see if it ever becomes a consumer product. I don't think it'll ever be a consumer product at $1,500. So hopefully.
I don't think that's ever that you're right. That was never. It's never going to be $1,500. I think it's going to be a consumer product at probably between $250 and $300.
Like I would like to see them roll it into Android Gear, just because you don't need to create a whole bunch of formats if you don't need to.
Right.
And it would totally fit within the concept and goal of Android Gear. So
Akpo, how's your experience with glass been so far?
Well, it's interesting at most. One of the strangest things is, and maybe that's because I live in Britain, but I expected a lot more people to be interested in asking what it's about, how am I finding it. But to date, since I got it, I think only a total of 6 people have actually, that's 6 strangers that is, have actually asked me, what's this about? The police haven't disturbed me, so that's good. But
yeah, apparently that's an American problem.
Apparently it is.
I don't remember who it was. I think it might have even been a celebrity of some sort. went into a movie theater wearing his Google Glass and got kicked out and was like, how dare they kick me out? And I'm like, you're an idiot.
I can't remember that.
Like it was someone that made a big deal about the fact. I don't remember who it was, but
Is that Akpo? What's going on?
Oh, I thought that was you, actually. I don't know why. I thought it was you.
He's gone.
I guess
Yeah, he's. Go ahead.
that must have been his timer. I mean, that's what it sounds. It sounds like a timer buzzing off.
I thought it was like, what do you call it? Vibrate for a call.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Yeah, Google Glass's price point was crazy.
Well, its price point for being an early adopter was definitely crazy. I think, you know, I really don't know what to think now, because I thought when they bought Motorola, I thought that that's mainly how they were going to produce Google Glass. And I don't know, just you can't with Google. It's really hard to guess. You know, 90% of the time, like, what they're going to do. I mean, for
in this case, it would have been like completely way overpriced for that. I could buy a new Cintiq.
Oh yeah, I mean,
right.
I think that the hype or the talk was always between between $250 and $300. I think was the realistic. Some people said it was going to be about $600. Even at $600, it's way too expensive.
Yeah, at that price, it better take like 4K video with like 32 megapixel still shots.
And you know it's not, so.
Right.
I'm still not even entirely sure what a viable use case is for like what I would do.
Well, Akpo, the guy who's here, he's actually interesting because he's a dental. What is he? He's the people who operate on you. Dental surgeons. So
he's not here now.
No, he's not. But he's actually an interesting use case because he, being able to get that, sort of real time, interface with different types of information on the fly while he's in your mouth, with his hands full. That would be an interesting use case. Or recording the video for other dental practitioners to sort of view and learn from. So, I mean, for the average person, I don't know.
Well, and there's, I mean, have you guys seen WordLens yet?
No.
WordLens it's a free. It wasn't a free app, but Google bought them, so now it's a free app. And WordLens basically translates text on the fly. So,
right.
So you look at a word in Spanish, and it literally erases that word in Spanish, and then puts the English word over it. Complete with the background actually looking correct. Like it's like that. The fact that they actually erase the text alone is amazing.
Yep.
But then they replace it with Spanish text. Now you have to hold it at kind of a fiddly kind of angle, for it to work right. But it works at all.
So it's an AR app.
Right. Yeah, it's augmented reality. Yeah, absolutely. And they did just come out with a Google Glass app, I believe.
Because I'm a big proponent of AR. I think my next business card, I want to be an AR card, because I think that'd be just awesome. Somebody holds their phone up to my card.
Yeah.
And
you get like a 3D projection or something like that. Yeah.
Or a video. It could link directly to my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, I think AR is, I think that's what I think we're going to see a blend of AR and VR. I think VR's here already, and AR's got quite a while, still a lot of development behind it. And you always got to ask yourself the question, with AR, it's about overlaying, 3D objects in a real-world space. So in order to accomplish that, you have to have something in front of your eye, visually giving that to you, or unless you have a projector projecting it onto something. But there's a severe limitation with photons. You can't tell photons to stop in midair. So you have to have a surface to project on, which could be across the room, or you could be in an open field. Then your AR sucks. So you're going to need.
I
What's
know
that?
I have a book, How to Draw by Scott Robertson, which takes decent advantage of the AR tech. With if you happen to have the app that comes with the book, you could there's various different pages on it where it'll throw up a 3D model of like whatever it is, like the cover itself, and it's really you can get almost you could do 360 turns on it, top view, bottom, and it gets almost to where you're looking at the book edge on before it disappears. I mean, I was amazed at how far I could turn that thing before it lost the image.
Right.
It was, I was very impressed with that. And then some of the pages link directly to YouTube content and whatnot that go inside with whatever happens to be on that page. And then there's a couple Easter eggs throughout the whole book. Very well done. I don't know if his next book is even out yet. I think it's How to Render, I think is the next one. But I look forward to getting that one. I'm not 100% sure if it's out yet or not, though. But yes, good stuff, and that makes use of it. And you know there are business cards that make use of it.
Sure, yeah, definitely seen those.
Mine doesn't have them yet, but it will.
Did you see the Christmas card from the animation studio?
I saw a link to it, but I did not watch the video itself.
Oh,
yet.
you need to watch it. I think it's Bird Box Animation.
I think I know what you're referring to.
It's probably the greatest Christmas card that's ever been made. And it was totally unexpected. Completely and totally unexpected.
Is it Bird Box Studio?
Bird Box Studio, yeah. Bird Box Studio.
They have a lot of videos. Which one am I looking for?
A
Christmas Wish from Bird Box Studio?
That sounds like it would be it.
World's Greatest Christmas Card. I don't know. I'm looking at it on. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm pulling up the video now to see like what it says.
Is there like a little 3D bird?
Unveiling the Bird Box Christmas Card.
Unveiling the bird. Oh yeah, I got that.
And you kind of have to play it with sound.
I got.
All right, whatever this thing is, I think it's pretty much done. Don't know what it is, but I think it's done. What do you think? Some weird creature thingy. I don't know.
Like, if I got that, I would totally hire them immediately. Like, you know?
Yeah, that's totally awesome.
Yeah.
And a little bit of snow.
Now that I'm on their page, I'm totally going to subscribe.
Subscribe.
Right. And I mean, I don't know what they've done previously, but...
Well, not very much, but good stuff.
Yeah, some of it looks pretty good. I'll have to check it out for sure.
I want that Bird Box Christmas card.
I know, right? That's like... I don't think that you'll probably not find any on eBay because
you know those little cards that talk. It's got those two characters. They're like in every goddamn card.
Oh God, I think I know what you're talking about.
My mom loves those cards. This Bird Box Christmas card would blow her mind.
I think it would blow a lot of people's minds.
That's probably the best thing I've seen all day.
Yeah, I definitely have, when this hangout's over, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Alright. I think this thing is done. Don't know what it is, but...
I mean, to me, it looks like a lizard that's rocking out with big candy floss-like hair. You know what I mean? Like he's mid-head bang right there.
Alright, let me put this in the done pile. At least one left to do. Or finish, I mean.
Yes.
The spider eye teeth thingies.
We're here to the very end, man. Yeah.
Right.
And I just need to finish this up. Holy crap. I just looked at the time like, holy crap, this has been going on for a long time.
Oh, we're not going to bed, that's for sure. No sleep tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
Gotta make sure I finish
Hangout crash.
ready for school.
Hey, Akpo.
Welcome
my
back.
Hangouts crashed when the call came in. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Is that what that buzzing noise was? The call coming in?
All right, now there's one person watching the Hangout and no new comments.
No nude comments.
I hope it's not. I hope I'm not the one person watching it.
Probably are.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because I know I'm not watching it.
Yeah, I would actually say the video quality looks better in YouTube than it does in the Hangout.
Somehow that doesn't.
Are you watching the YouTube stream?
I did for a second. Yeah, I mean that's how I've been going in and checking the
Comments.
the comments. Yeah.
Or did you respond to the comments?
No, I liked them.
Huh.
They didn't really ask questions. They just made statements.
It's really weird that people are actually watching our conversation.
It's people have watched Hangouts. You know, I mean.
They make great for background noise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like doing Hangouts because I like having like conversations that are actually kind of on a path to some level of legitimacy. And people try a little bit harder in Hangouts on air. It's the main thing.
Because it's live.
Right. People don't want to be like that one time they talked about, like, you know, how drunk they got, you know, forever.
Oh, that's not fair because I had a drunk story. Rub that one in.
I don't really have any. It's not.
I only have the one where I turned 21.
I maybe have a few. I don't know.
He doesn't remember them.
Because I actually don't drink anymore, like ever. I don't
drink.
I'm a non-drinker, so.
I didn't drink until I turned 32, and once I did that, I found out I don't really need to at any point. Like, to me, it's like I like trying new things, like new beer and stuff. You know, not necessarily a beer snob, but in that direction. So that I enjoy doing that, but it's to experience and kind of analyze more than it is for the alcoholic content of anything.
Yeah.
I think
they call that taste.
I never acquired a taste for it, so I hate the taste of beer.
You kind of have to.
I was raised in a Guinness family, so I have to drink. I have a moral obligation.
Right.
Guinness.
I haven't really the first Guinness thing I drank. It was whenever I first started drinking beer. The first beer I ever had. Well, the first beer I ever had was PBR because it was there was a open keg at the place I was at. So, whatever. But the next beer that I had, the first one I actually bought was Fat Tire, New Belgium.
Yeah, PBR is Pabst Ribbon or Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, it's a hipster beer extraordinaire. I don't mind PBR. It's like if I have to, drink cheap, I'd rather drink that than like Bud Light or something. But,
I think the best. Have you ever? I know you moved to South Dakota. Do you ever move a lot? Have you ever moved a lot in your life?
Not really. I'm from Indiana originally, and I lived in Oregon for a short period of time.
When I moved to England, when I lived in Sheffield, I think when I'm not a drink, I don't drink, but when I went over there, experiencing beer, lager over there is an amazing thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I hear like conflicting stories because I know a lot of people and they go over to England expecting to be all this beer and then there's like one beer at the bar.
No, there's
there's several.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like what's the movie with Scott The
World's End?
Thank you. Yeah, The World's End. That's exactly the movie as well. When you're thinking about British pubs, like there's a few movies that come to mind. The World's End, yeah, and like they go and they're like, "What kind of beer do you have?" It's like we have beer.
Right. Well, yeah. When I got married, we had our honeymoon in a castle, and I remember specifically that downstairs at the bar, because this castle had a gigantic bar. I suppose it was turned into sort of like a hotel resort sort of deal. But their bar had like well over 150 beers, well over. And
In
technically,
bottles or on tap?
Yeah.
I think in both. I mean, I remember a huge display and just tons of taps. It was crazy.
Okay.
Like our best place has like maybe 25, 30 beers on tap, but over like 100 different bottles.
Right.
So like, you know, and like every bar here has at least 12 on tap for the most part.
But the beer that crushed me the most over there was Carlsberg Special Brew.
We can actually get that here sometimes.
But I don't think we can get it at the alcohol percentage. It was 16.9.
That's legal.
That's not legal here in America.
Yeah, it is. Beer. All right, beer. The only reason
16.9?
that's not that much, dude. You're embarrassing yourself.
No, 6 and 9 is like what? Like 6 is Canada. I have never seen a beer.
Most American brews have 4.5% alcohol content.
There you go. Right.
However, you can get beers in America that have much higher, and it's not illegal for a beer to have a higher alcohol content.
Okay.
They just don't because beer is largely water.
So I've never actually seen any beer above 4 point whatever here in America. In Canada, I've seen it go up to 6 or 7. But when I went to England, it was like 16, 20. I was like, wow.
Right. If you actually go to a place that has beer, you'll find lots of them that have like 12% and higher. It's like relatively common, especially for beers outside of imported beers. But I mean, there are American beers that have higher percentages too. But the thing is, like, you know, the American Pilsner or whatever, or the American Lager, they tend to be like 4.5, give or take, maybe 6. But yeah, beer can have higher alcohol contents. The highest I've had is 12, which I think is St. Barnabas. 12%. Really, really good, tasty. Doesn't taste like it has. 12% isn't really a whole lot of alcohol, so it doesn't have that like alcohol taste. Most people, whenever they say they don't like beer, they actually don't like the taste of hops, which I'm not a big fan of either. I tend to like Belgian whites.
I personally, I think Heineken is like the only beer that I've ever like traditionally agreed with over and over and over again. So
yeah,
I'm not. I've never really tried a whole lot of beers. I think that and Jose Cuervo were the only 2 things that I've ever, drank that were liquor based. But at any rate,
yeah.
Beer for me is conversation kind of drink. I don't really like it because of the bathroom trips I have to make.
Yeah.
Well, it's a standard sort of conversation piece. You know, you're holding a beer, you're not supposed to rush it and talk and talk and talk. It doesn't get bad after standing for a long while, so maybe that's the appeal. But So we've got people in my local pub that can nurse a pint for 2 hours. Seriously.
Wow.
1 pint.
That's a long
They're not drinking. They're not drinking to get inebriated, but just to have a to have a right to sit in the pub, probably,
That pub owner's got to want to be moving him out of his seat. 1 beer all day long.
Well, that's the thing. The pub culture here is for friendship maintenance. You're not going to drink because you want to drink. It's just, this is my local, kind of like supporting football clubs that don't win anything just because they're in the same town as you.
Are you a supporter, Akpo?
Oh no, I've never been into that. I only watch sports for entertainment.
Think about this. I was on my own in England, and I got tricked because I had no idea what I was going to. But I got tricked into going to see a Sheffield Wednesday game.
Okay.
It was mad. It was absolutely mad. Like, I cannot believe people are that into a game.
On a Wednesday.
Yeah. I mean, it was nuts.
Yep, that's it. That's the thing.
I got
so
trapped.
my-
I got trapped on a bus, man, with a whole bunch of football supporters.
Oh yeah, that's real. That's real.
Yeah, absolutely. And I lived. I survived. So what time is it in England right now? Is it 6 hours ahead? 5. 11 o'clock?
Yep, 10:30 right now because we lost an hour for daylight saving.
Are you going to work today or?
I did a long haul yesterday, but I'm still taking a few things from home. So when I broke up the first few times was to answer work-related calls, and I'm getting emails already that I have to respond to in a minute. But I just had pancakes for breakfast, pancake and sausages. So
that's getting me hungry, Dan.
So I'm curious. You're a dental surgeon, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm a manager of a dental surgeon. My wife is a dental surgeon, and I'm now training as a dental nurse.
Okay.
So I'm getting that qualification next year. But my background originally is geology.
Geology.
Yeah.
Wow. How did you go from geology to being a manager?
I married a dentist who owned her own business.
Oh, she owns her own practice.
Yes. So it was better to work for my wife, who I already worked for anyway.
Right. That's Irene. That's Irene that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's Irene. Yeah.
So, as a dental surgeon, these are the people who put you out under anesthesia and do some crazy stuff to your teeth?
Oh no, the dental surgeon is just a dentist.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's just a fancy term for dentist.
Yeah, it's just a dentist in the end.
Oh, I thought she was.
Oh no, she does fancy surgery, no doubt. But here everybody is a dental surgeon by definition. At least as far as England is concerned. They are doing surgery in the mouth. The extraction of a tooth, by definition, under English, law is surgery.
Right.
That sort of thing.
But will she do complicated things like the removal of all your teeth and giving you, what do they call that? Like when they remove all your, dental implants. Like.
Yeah, that's her specialty actually.
Wow.
We have a case we're doing tomorrow where we extracted 11 teeth from the guy about 3 weeks ago, and we're putting in implants tomorrow.
Okay, here's a serious question, Akko. Serious question time. How many teeth can one person get pulled in a single sitting before it becomes, I don't know, like you got to stop?
I don't think there's a limit really, and it depends on why it's being done. That's the most important thing. If this guy we took 11 teeth out from, he has serious gum disease, so the teeth were already compromised-ish, and this was the next option he was going to have to take. He had the option of having sort of conscious sedation, which would have just cost him an extra probably 300 or so pounds, and he opted not to have the conscious sedation. So he was just numbed up, local anesthetic, and had that taken out in under 2 hours, really.
That is amazing. So 11 teeth in 2 hours? Wow.
Yep. And he had a denture fitted, so he didn't leave with, a very gappy grin. So he had a denture placed immediately, so but he wasn't going to compromise where he had the extractions for. And so tomorrow, since the site of the extraction is where the implants are going to be placed, so a lot of drilling is going to be done. And we're hoping to be done in probably 4 hours.
Now, this is, since she owns a private practice, this does, There's no national health insurance that's covering this guy, is there?
Well, for implants, currently the national health doesn't cover implants as an option, except if you're in an accident and it damaged your front teeth, because the national health doesn't cater for aesthetic sort of dental restorations. It's for function, sort of. So under the NHS, what he would receive would be a regular type of denture, just a denture, so he would have implants. But the option we've offered him and are going to be catering to is to have implant retained dentures. So we have implants serving as the roots, which will help to stimulate the jawbone so it doesn't resorb, and then we'll fit a denture on that for the long term sort of thing.
Sounds like
yeah, it is fun. It's fun, and because he had gum disease, so we also have to consider options for building up the bone, so that bone augmentation sort of techniques, so that the profile comes out great at the end. Because in the end, nobody sees the implant in the jaw. All they can see is, oh, look at that guy's teeth, you know.
Right.
Oh, look at how the gums are all shrunk around it. So those sort of considerations have to go in at the planning stage.
Yeah, I had 5 teeth pulled.
Wow.
I never got my molars taken, my wisdom teeth taken out. So my first advice to anybody: get your wisdom teeth pulled.
I have one of them pulled. This one. So.
My quality of life improved a great deal. Like, my base level of pain that I've been dealing with for most of my life is really, really high. Yeah. Now that I've had them pulled, it's it's not as bad for sure. And I have all my teeth, or most of my teeth except for the ones that were obviously pulled. And I don't feel like dentures don't feel right, because like I have my teeth and my teeth are fine. Like I feel like if I'm replacing them, I'm doing it purely for aesthetic reasons, and that bothers me. So.
Yeah, but it's if you think about it, because if the two come together, that's a great thing. You could do it for function, have a restoration for function. Yeah.
My teeth are actually spaced. Yeah. My teeth are actually spaced fine. I took Dilantin until I was 18 years old, and Dilantin destroys teeth. I mean, there's that, but my teeth are fine. I don't have any like gaps in them, and my gums are fine, and whatnot. So it's just not extreme enough that is something I would consider. I thought about it a little bit. Like, my canines are like kind of like my canines are like twisted a little bit, which I don't like, because they make them look even more pronounced. But really, that's not. They're fine. They're complete. They're durable. They're in good shape. Outside of that, so it's just, I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel right. Like I can't justify it in my mindset.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about realigning your wonky canine, or having implants to?
Either really. Implants. Like I don't know if I can handle like braces. Which is probably something I should have had when I was younger, but that's a big long story. And doing like dentures and stuff like that, it just doesn't. I don't feel right, because it would be purely for aesthetic reasons for myself. So.
Okay, that's fine, and that's absolutely fine, really. But my considerations about in anything is about improving. Fine, it may be for aesthetics, but there will be some functions of added functionality to it. The canine you talked about, which is odd. The canine for everyone. If you've got canines that are aligned, you're just fortunate. You're just fortunate, because canines come out after, that your adult canines come out after the other teeth are already there. So they have to squeeze into the space that exists.
Right.
So if your canine is rotated, it's because the other teeth that were there before it didn't give it the chance to come out.
Sure.
That sort of thing. So anyone that has straight canines without any intervention of an orthodontist is just fortunate.
I'm fortunate.
And it's funny. I feel self-conscious about my teeth a lot, And no one has ever mentioned there being an issue with my teeth. In fact, I've actually gotten people tell me that I have good teeth. So I just tend to, it's, like, don't get me wrong, it's something that might happen in the future. But right now, it's not important enough. It's not something that I need to do. I did need to get the molars taken out, and I'm glad I did. And I'm going to go back for some other stuff too.
Is it your upper or your lower molars?
Both. I had upper and lower molars pulled on the same day.
Okay.
5 teeth.
All right. And there's nothing in the space between, or is the space closed now?
No, it's just a gap, but there's no like the gums healed up entirely. So I don't have to worry about dry sockets or anything like that.
Hey, Akbal?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I probably have periodontitis.
Okay.
And that's why I was curious about the full removal.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the worst you could get, I think, right? With in terms of gum disease.
Yeah, there's acute periodontitis. There's mild. There are several stages to it.
How do you know?
How
do you know what stage you may or may not be in?
Well, the acute, more serious sort of gum disease is where the plaque or whatever is causing the what is defining the stage of periodontitis you have, if it's eating away at the bony support of the tooth, so much so that in an X-ray of the area of the quadrant of the teeth, you can actually see, okay, this is gone. So the teeth is supposed to be solidly embedded in bone, 4 walls around it, so to speak.
Right.
And if in the X-ray you're seeing, it's really, really gone. And we're not talking of periodontitis, meaning you're brushing away your teeth, your gums because of poor brushing technique. That's not periodontitis. So if your dentist has told you you've got perio, usually what they'll suggest is that you come in regularly for hygiene sessions,
right.
You brush, you floss. That usually will take care of it. But if it's really serious one like what this guy has, the irony of it is this guy's mom is a dentist as well. The guy is in his 40s, but
wow.
It's not a case of he has poor hygiene. Although yes, maybe there was some neglect for some time, but
let me maybe you can figure this, or let me tell you something real quick. So I have a couple of very bad teeth. Anyway, to the point that they're deteriorated and gone. Anyway, one of them, the curious thing, is that I had an immense amount of pain in my jaw at one point at the location of the tooth, and the tooth raised up out of the socket and misaligned with my top tooth. Now, it did that for a while, and eventually the pain and everything went away and it realigned, it went back down. I mean, what exactly is going on there?
That sounds interesting. In the first instance, when you said it came out, that would suggest that it had come out of the bony housing and was only being held by the periodontal ligament, which kind of like the shock absorbers for the teeth, really.
Right.
That happens in advanced perio cases where it's come out of the bony support, but it's still just being held in place by some other attachment. But when you say it went back in, I'm actually quite interested to see an X-ray of that to see what actually happened there, because it's almost like the tooth got reimplanted.
It did, because let me tell you, it's the only tooth, it's the main tooth that I used to grind my food, and that tooth, it's solid. I don't understand how it raised up for a little while, was in pain, and then went back down, and now it's solid, like it's in there. I don't get it.
And you have no pain or sensitivity around it?
None whatsoever. Right now, no pain.
And how long ago was this?
Months, like 2-3 months ago. It happened once. That was very painful, and then it's never happened again.
I'd be curious. I'm still curious anyway. But did you have an X-ray taken of the site? Either at the time when it happened or afterwards?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have. I didn't have the money at the time, so I don't have any insurance, so there was no way for me to take care of it. What I did do was, and I'll admit it, I took some erythromycin, and it got through. It got me through. I know that I'm not allergic to erythromycin, and it got me through the pain part. And when the pain subsided, I stopped taking. I basically cycled myself off the erythromycin.
Okay, fine. Apart from the self-medicating, but you did treat an infection. Apparently, that's what it seems like.
That's what it felt like. Yeah.
For it to have risen out,
Yeah.
which I don't understand. If it was swelling, that's understandable. But what you described was that it came out of the window, misaligned with there was poor occlusion with the up teeth because it was actually out,
Yep.
but then went back. If that's the sequence of events, that's quite. I've not read about that.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it didn't happen, but it did. And let me tell you, it wasn't. It was pretty painful. And with my teeth, I've had problems for my whole life. Well, ever since I was 18, because I didn't develop any cavities until after 18. But I had some kind of like enamel, that was pretty much made me develop very poor hygiene habits when it comes to brushing teeth, and now that's why I'm paying for all these cavities.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend you go see a dentist. It took me forever to actually get around to doing it. But once I did, it was actually relatively painless. I mean, like maybe the first shot in my mouth was painful, but really it was more about the sensation than the pain. Shots 2 through 10 weren't that bad.
Yeah, but yeah.
I had 5 teeth pulled, man. I'm a big dude. I need a lot of painkiller.
I had 2 teeth pulled, and it took them a lot of shots before my mouth was actually fully numb. He's like, next time we gotta knock you out.
You must have a lot of tolerance for opiates, man.
But sometimes it's psychological. People are talking about feeling pain. Well, really, they're not.
Sure.
So, yeah, they just want to completely not feel their head at all. Then they'll be like, yeah, I think I'm numb now.
I didn't for a while.
That was, it was the weirdest feeling. Like, afterwards, that I had this giant wad of paper towels in my mouth that I could not feel.
Right. I originally... Sorry. Yeah.
It was like just like half my face was missing, and it was really a weird feeling.
Right.
Feeling as the case may be.
I originally wanted to like get like be like knocked out with aesthetics, but the dentist talked me out of it. Said it would be really expensive, and I wouldn't really need it anyway. Which I'm glad, because I didn't. It was.
Isn't there also a risk involved?
There's always a risk anytime you're making.
The risk is shutting down your body partially, putting your body in standby when it's not sleep. There's always a risk.
But yeah, it was good. I would recommend my dentist again. And as soon as my my dental insurance benefits refill, I'll be going back for some cavities and whatnot, and maybe an implant. I don't know. I had a tooth like right here removed, but it's not actually visible at all, and it doesn't impede me in any way. So I don't know. Like an implant would just be extra cost and whatnot, and I don't really need that.
Right, if it's not impeding you, why would you bother?
No, it's not. And like
the food?
Yeah, the gums like hardened up and everything. Like I don't like I chew mostly on this side of from years of having these molars that were messed up. I like mostly chew on the right side of my face. Now I could do either or, but I still tend to. So I use mostly my molars, and this was like I don't know what an incisor maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it was. It's not necessary for anything really. So, and everything's healed up really great. I used to get like swelling and abscesses and everything, and I don't anymore. So. I just have a few cavities I needed to. For a while, whenever he pulled the molars, the teeth directly next to where the molars were, became ultra sensitive to everything. I did not expect that. That was kind of uncomfortable for a long time. But it seems to have gone away. I haven't experienced it for a long time, so I think it was just like, not having been exposed to the elements and, things I'm eating and drinking before. Now it is.
So if I was to ask like a baseline, what's an exam cost in America? I'm just trying to work it out.
Well, an exam could cost you, I would say, you can sit down with you mean like a cleaning or just a look over?
Yeah, a look over, more like. Because a look over first to know, okay, this is what I need to get done, and then I can...
50 quid. Probably about 50 quid, $100 to sit down and just talk, just have them look and see what's going on. X-rays, I have no idea. An X-ray could cost...
That much?
What's that?
Wow, I didn't know it was that much. I don't know. I'm fully insured, so I don't pay.
Yeah,
I don't pay anything for cleaning for any of that stuff.
Yeah, if you're insured, you have no big. There's no big deal.
Well,
go ahead. But it's better than paying out of pocket.
No, it absolutely is. But almost every single insurance plan you can sign up for in the United States has a maximum yearly limit of $2,000.
Mm.
Like, no matter what, like, it's really, like, you actually have to spend a whole lot of money. Like, I mean, it's really cheap. Like, I pay, like, $5 a month for my dental insurance. But I only get a maximum yearly expenditure of $2,000.
Okay, all right.
Which I maxed out when I have my 5 teeth pulled.
Okay, that makes that. Okay, I'm getting a picture, because for us, for people who, for some reason, can't get treatment on the NHS, maybe they've had a poor attendance rate, actually a failure rate, not attendance rate, and the NHS has a principle of if you fail one appointment, just one, they don't have to see you. Right. Again, because of high demand sort of thing. But because we run a business, for relationship purposes, we can let you have 1 or 2 passes, so to speak. That, okay, yeah, maybe extenuating circumstances, you couldn't make it, fine, but please respect our time and that sort of thing. But some persistent people who just don't demonstrate that they value our time, we now say, okay, you know what, even for those who are exempt from payment, who are like on benefits, we'll be like, you know what, you're not supposed to pay, but you need to value our time, so you make a refundable deposit of what, £15 or something, and when you complete your treatment, we'll give it back to you.
Oh, okay. So like what do you call it? What do they when you go and you buy something, and what is that called? Yeah, it's like a retainer fee.
Like a retainer sort of thing. Yeah, we'll give you the appointment. You pay for this, $15. You're not supposed to pay. We know, right. But this is an administrative requirement from us for our time. Okay. When you complete the treatment, we'll give it back to you. And they've improved. And over time, when they've attended a couple of times, maybe exceeded the number of times they had failed with this in place, we then take that restriction off. Say, okay, yeah, you're back to, the good book, so to speak.
So how much does...
But for some people...
So how much does Irene charge for screening?
Under the NHS, which is set by the NHS, a checkup is £18.50.
What about
and
when
that's
it's
heavily subsidized? But if it's private, a checkup is £45.
Oh, okay.
And when I'm comparing that to the £1,800 you're saying, and I'm like, okay.
That's more. See, if you think about it in non-NHS terms, then you're close to what I have to pay out of pocket. Like to get a tooth pulled is $75 US. So what is that, like maybe 40 pounds, maybe 35 pounds or something like that, to pull a tooth, just to get rid of it. Like no help beyond that, just pull it and whatever. But then I think you have to factor in the cost for the Novocaine and whatnot, which I think is like an extra $15 depending on how much they use. But when you pay,
in America, they can pull your tooth without Novocaine.
They can.
I don't think so.
If you don't want, you can opt out of the Novocaine if you want. I know they always come at you with it.
But come in vodka. You just come in inebriated with vodka and say, yeah, dentist, take it out.
Oh, listen. The last time I had a tooth pulled, it had an abscess. No matter how many shots they gave me,
it wouldn't work.
There was no numbing. I felt the whole procedure from beginning to end. Like the Novocaine wasn't there. It was an amazing amount of pain.
Did they at least have you take antibiotics before it was pulled?
Nope, and not even afterwards.
They should have.
They shouldn't have done that because the nerves are numbed. Because of the pus and the stuff, it's not going to get there. That's why they could give you a whole drum full of nothing would happen. So ideally, what we do, depending on how bad it is, we'll say, you know what, this tooth needs to come out, but you need to take this week-long dose of antibiotics first of all, and painkillers, just to get it down. Otherwise, it's going to be really gruesome. And if the patient's like, you know what, I can't take it anymore. I can only do 2 days and just take it. That's okay. You asked for it. Hey,
Do you know what he told me? He thought the whole time when my back arched on the table, when my back went up like that and I went white, he looked at me and he goes, I was telling him the whole time that I could feel everything. And when he finally saw when I went pitch white, he said, you can feel this, can't you? And I said, yes. And he goes, what do you want to do? And I said, keep going. Like, don't stop. He's like, okay. It was crazy.
I don't know what the painkiller I was on was whenever I had my teeth pulled, but it's not one that, it's not like, like laughing gas or whatever. It just numbs pain. It doesn't have any like psychological effects or anything. But like it made me laugh. I don't know why. And I'm not going to talk about Dentistry anymore if he's not here, But yeah, he just got a call.
Yep. He said he had some emails to answer.
That's all good. So interesting. Have you guys heard of the website Product Hunt?
No.
Product Hunt basically is a site where people post different web services and new apps and things like that, and then you can vote on them. And they're usually very serious, like SEO and Web 2.0 and like apps and social apps and stuff like that. And here's one here, and it's called B-Dogs. I'm like, okay, that's an interesting name. Premier online repository for pics of dogs in bee costumes. And I'm like, that's awesome. And someone added that to this like really respectable database.
Like in bumblebee costume?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Do they even have any now, or are they just like preparing? Because I don't see B-Dogs. Yep, there we go.
Dan Lavelli curated a collection of emoji products. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't get the whole emoji thing. Like, why?
I enjoy it. I mean, like, I don't know. Sometimes I'll be like, I had a slice of pie, and then there'll be a little pie emoji. It's like.
All right. What is an emoji?
An emoji is basically an emoticon that has a corresponding graphic that is automatically replaced. So, like for example, here in the little chat, I can do, like all right. For example, the heart is kind of an emoji. So, like the heart emoticon, the greater than 3, Google replaces it and puts a heart there. Well, there's other ones that, like for example, will be. And Hangouts actually supports emojis, but it's only on the mobile app because it's a very mobile first kind of thing, emojis. And basically it's like hundreds of different little emoticons that turn into icons. And it's
I am on desktop and it worked.
Yeah. Well, the heart works on desktop.
Oh, is that all?
But like on mobile there's a lot more. Like for example, you could like what's great is the keyboard I have on my Android will which I use SwiftKey, which I've been using for like 3 or 4 years. I absolutely adore it. Yeah, I couldn't use anything else. It'll automatically suggest emoji now. So if I type lightning bolt, it will actually like show me the emoji for lightning bolt.
I think this thing is done.
Nice.
Which means all of them are done.
And I think this is a perfect one that came up that you finished last when ACPO comes here. All about the teeth, right?
Right. Right. Let's see. Where did I put the first one? That's weird. I've misplaced one of them.
Yeah, Patrick feels I have fangs.
What's that?
Patrick thinks I have fangs, and I'm a vampire in hiding.
Well, we're still, this is up for debate, Like, I think you are in hiding. I think you do have fangs. And I think you glimmer in the sunlight like a diamond.
I was just rushing. In my head. I was just trying to think. Has there been a movie about a vampire dentist? And I don't think there has. And then for a second I thought Little Shop of Horrors, but he wasn't a dentist. He was just a jerk.
And he actually played in a movie called The Jerk. Right? I mean, he was the jerk.
Huh? Well, yeah, he was the jerk. Yeah.
Right.
No, like if you've ever seen Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah. He plays it. He pulls out his dentist kit or his little dentist bag.
Yeah.
And he tries to.
He wasn't.
He enjoyed causing other people pain.
Right. He was a masochist.
Yes. Masochist. You're thinking of a sadist.
A sadist.
Yes. I'm trying to find a piece of paper. I have a piece of paper here written down who is receiving these, and then I will. So I could say who's going to be getting each of these. I don't know where I wrote it down. Oh well. Well, let's see which number is which, because I don't even know. Because I don't think it was done in order. It'd be kind of weird if it was. But let me see. Hold on. No, it's almost the point where oh, and I gotta sign all these.
Skull and dagger. The skull and dagger. Is it a skull? Yeah. That you were making.
All right. So let's see. There's. Whoa. So there's this one, which is. Let's see. Number. This is. Oh, see, this one is upside down. This is number 1. That's number 1. It's actually upside down. So if it's orientated the way the canvas is supposed to be orientated, it would be like this. But anyway, that's number 1. Let's see. What number is this? This one is number 2, which I did first. So whoever's getting number 2, that's yours. I do have a list here somewhere. This is number 3, the eyeball. Let's see which one's number 4. Number 4 is this weird thing.
Rastafarian Cyclops Santa Claus.
That's right, Rastafarian Cyclops Santa. And then this crazy creature thingy is number 5. All right, so now I'm just going to sign them all. And I'll probably do it in white gel pen. Let's see if that'll work.
That usually works pretty well.
Hey, that one looks like Godzilla.
They all have dark background.
Right, Godzilla with like crazy hair, like headbanging.
Yeah, like someone's taking a snapshot of Godzilla before he stamps on him.
Looks like Godzilla with a goiter.
Yeah. Godzilla needs to get with its iodine, man.
Yeah. Is that how they pronounce it there?
Iodine?
Yeah.
How does it pronounce in America?
We generally say iodine.
Ah, there you go.
I'm not going to say that iodine is incorrect because whatever, but, it's different. That's interesting. I kind of like aluminium myself.
Oh, I got one for all of you. The best one I heard that my wife, my English wife, frickin' always let me know is it's not ibuprofen, it's ibuprofen.
With what?
I hadn't heard that.
It's not if you look at a bottle of ibuprofen, it's not pronounced. There's no way you can pronounce ibuprofen. It's not. It's ibuprofen. You have to read it.
Is that an English? Is that an English pronunciation, or is that just her never having heard it?
It's the fact that every American is saying it absolutely wrong because we're reading it wrong. We say ibuprofen, but it's ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen. Ibuprofen. Right.
Exactly.
But the irony for me is that most people think I'm American here because I think my English accent was developed from Sesame Street. watching Sesame Street.
Too much Sesame Street.
So when
Alright.
I
going
talk here,
the broadcast, but not the Hangout. So everybody who's actually, anybody who actually watched through this whole thing, congratulations. You're crazy.
We are, yes.
yay.
Thank you. Well, you guys are here to take part of the conversation, but for anybody who's actually watching this, not taking part of the conversation, they're crazy if they watch this.
I'm glad that you are all able to join us on this little journey.
I'm going to stop the broadcast. So bye, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Cliff.
Subscribe.
Alrighty.